both trials. You can catch the Kyle Rittenhouse trial live on courttv.com. We'll, of course, all throughout the day also give you witnesses during the breaks in Arbery. But right now we want to get back to Brunswick, Georgia, where the judge and the attorney.
Good morning, everybody.
Bickering again.
We got I'm gonna mute that out there. We have we're into it. Day 8. Day 8. 7 days of litigation, 1 day of jury selection. We are into it. Yeah, yesterday we saw we saw yesterday kind of what we've been seeing since the beginning, right? So we'll give it a minute or two. We have a little bit of time until the right now we're just looking at the Ahmaud Arbery case, which is happening at the same time, but we are giving them a couple minutes to get into the courtroom. Apparently they're having a little bit of a late start too over there in Kenosha, Wisconsin, you guys, which is where I know a lot of you are watching from. Good morning, y'all. Morning, Vicky. You know, if anyone's running late, tell them Daddy said to get out of bed. Time to get up. We got a day of sitting in this chair and sitting in your chair. It was interesting. I was watching some of the analytics from the show and how many people are actually watching on TV, like watching this show on TV through YouTube or one of the other platforms. But it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And I appreciate you guys tuning in from all the different walks of life. I appreciate you supporting the show by becoming subscribers and supporters based off where you might be watching on YouTube or Facebook. Also Twitch, but we got hit with the naughty note with Twitch. We rebroadcast or we showed some of that footage from the shooting, and it's some networks are really uncool with that. They don't like it, but that's where it's at. John Cross over on YouTube. Thank you. Good morning. I do ask that you do me a solid and share the stream if you would, please. Let's get the word out. Get as many people in here as possible for some comprehensive coverage of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. And we will talk into some details here in just a minute. Kind of what we've seen. If you have any questions, anything that you're curious about, man, feel free to jump in and ask. I'll answer them to the best of my ability. I know everyone that gets in here pretty quick. New Hampshire's in the house. What up, Cali? East Tennessee. Good morning. So for those that don't know, my name's CJ. I operate along with an amazing team of moderators, family. I'll call it what it is. We're all one big family. A channel called CJTV, and this channel, if you call it that, is something that is dedicated towards many different things. Elevating voices being one of them. Also, providing a platform for understanding, for people to ask questions, for people to get a better gearing as to where things are at. With situations that they might not be able to get too close to that I might be able to. So I try to work hard to be the eyes and ears for you folks. This isn't like a preamble to like some crazy breaking news. Just want to let the people know that we work really hard in our chat to maintain a healthy dialogue in Discord that doesn't have any hate. It has no promotion of violence. You may not even mean to, but sometimes people say things that slip out. And if your comments get deleted, just know, don't take it personal. We have to macro view the entire channel, and it's nothing against you. It's just a comment. You know what I mean? John Cross, thank you for becoming a new member over there. We do appreciate that over on YouTube. You get set up for some of your special emotes and all that stuff, but we have to keep things at a level, and so we do that by managing this as tight as we can. And my mods do an amazing job of keeping our chat very healthy. So someone almost said, like, anybody can come in here. Anybody can. And I encourage anybody to. It doesn't matter what your leanings are, left or right, liberal, conservative, Muslim or Christian. Anything here is it's a good, safe place. and it's a good spot for you to come in and share some opinions. We're not going to allow trolling, and definitely if you're going to come in and be an asshat, we're going to have to give you the boot. So I don't think that's going to happen though, because I think that we've got a pretty amazingly well cultivated channel here. Right now, so this Rittenhouse case, for those that don't know, hits very close to home for me, as I was in Kenosha for the week of the riots, and was intimately involved in the shootings, up to a point where one of the witnesses that came on stand, Gage Grosskreutz, I actually put a tourniquet on his arm after filming the shootings. And I can tell you this, like I said, all of this has kind of come to a point where I've had to, along with the rest of you, go through a relive of a lot of footage and experience that I haven't done in over a year. And so I hope everybody's doing good. I hope everyone's found some mental health right now that you need. And I hope that as we kind of move through, this case, that it won't continue to polarize people. If anything else, we can appreciate that now the courts have the opportunity to go ahead and do what the courts do, which is due process, and there's people that may not agree with that. People that, think that the courts are a joke. It's a kangaroo court, but it is our court, I don't usually start drinking at 8 a.m. But when I do, I'm probably watching CJTV. I'm glad I could inspire. So, it looks like the court right now is not in session, not just yet. I'm going to check on something here real quick. But while I'm doing that, I'm going to go ahead and play my highly effective and deeply intense intro video here. So also I got to grab my coffee. So sit tight, share the stream, guys. We'll be live with the Rittenhouse trial here in just a moment. Good morning, and good morning.
the entire mag. He said that to you, correct?
No,
He didn't say that to you.
he never said that to me.
You just posted something about your friend, your roommate, that was a lie.
I did. Given the circumstances and all the threats I've received on the internet, I've never been put in a position like that. Addresses of ours were posted. My mother was getting inboxed. My sister. It was insane with everything going on at the time. I made a bad remark. I was trying to stick up for my friend at the time who, he didn't know any of this was going on. He didn't see the post or anything.
You're not sticking up for him. You're saying what he said.
No.
Hold on. This post down here should have killed him right then and there. That's you saying that, right?
That is me saying that, yes.
Okay. This post right here is you equating something that Mr. Grosskreutz said to you.
I lied. He never said that. Those words have never came out of his mouth.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is asked and answered, argumentative, and leading.
Overall. So he
Anybody have the
never said that.
name?
You made it all.
The gentleman on the stand right
100%
now.
made it all up.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Mr. Marshall, after you learned that your roommate had been shot that night, what did you do?
I actually went to Kenosha trying to figure out if he was alive. My sister was one that notified me. She was watching his live stream, and I had to figure out if my friend was alive. Even at the time, I had no answers. So I drove from Milwaukee to Kenosha to the first hospital. They were transferring him to a secondary hospital, which then he got flight lifted back to Milwaukee. So I basically drove down to Kenosha to drive back to see him in Freighter, but I wasn't able to see him until the following day, at least, I don't know, like 12 hours at least or plus after the incident happened. So
As you came down to Kenosha, you first went to KMH or Freighter South looking for him. Is that right?
yes, it is.
And you got there a few minutes after he'd been moved to another hospital in Kenosha. Is that right?
Yes, I don't know the exact second hospital. It's like St. Mary's or something along those lines, something like that.
And then when you went to that second hospital, you got there a few minutes after the helicopter had flown him all the way back up to Milwaukee.
Yeah, I actually was watching him get loaded into the flight for life. I kind of assumed it was him, and still I had no idea if he was going to make it. I didn't know the severity of things.
And so then you drove back up to Milwaukee to Freighter there to try and see whether or not your roommate was alive.
Well, yeah, that was a goal, but like I said, I wasn't able to get a hold of anyone. He was obviously anonymous at the hospital. I was just trying to get answers for his mom and his family to make sure, I wasn't sure if my friend was going to make it or not. So I was just, following him around, trying to figure it out. But
You were worried, you were scared.
I've never been in that position in my life. It was very traumatic watching, my roommate, best friend get shot. And like I said, I thought he was dead from the second of how everything played out. So I was very scared, very worried about everything.
On top of being worried about his safety, you were also experiencing people putting his name on the internet, correct?
Yes.
And then all sorts of people who supported the defendant were making threats against him and you, correct?
Yes, I actually believe one of the guys I was sending threats was with the defendant that night. His name is like Dustin Collette or something. He was sending pictures of guns to us. That was just a little things. Old addresses of ours got leaked out. I was in fear for my family and fear for my friends. Like it was pretty crazy.
So this post where you're talking about emptying a magazine, was that your way of kind of trying to deter everybody from coming after you by letting them know that you guys are armed and ready to defend yourselves?
That was 100% it. Gage has never said those words. I was trying to stick up for him more or less. Was looking back, obviously not a good choice.
So is he legitimizing the claim that a weapon is a deterrent?
What I wish would have happened. I guess you could say it that way that night, but those words never came out of my friend's mouth. When I seen him the next day at the hospital, I cried. I was like, I'm so glad you're alive. Kind of let him know like the severity of everything going on social media. It was pretty wild. So yeah.
And it's fair to say that even after that, in the year, 14 months since then, you and Gage have continued to experience harassment online, things like that?
The second I got subpoenaed out of court on Monday, instantly was already getting hundreds of messages, friend requests from people I have no idea. It still goes on to this day. Like it's insane.
Is your friend Gage the type of person who would take another life?
No, and that's clearly shows of.
The objection is sustained.
Gage is a medic,
He is a medic.
a paramedic, and an EMT.
Yes.
Fair to say he's dedicated his life to preserving and healing other people.
Yes, he cares about the wellness and safeties of others.
Nothing further.
Marshall, is this you took this post down? Did you not?
After getting all the harassment and stuff and instantly seeing that comment screenshot and knowing people are going to try to twist that right away, yeah, I took it down immediately.
And you knew from this post, can you bring up the post again? You knew from the post, because the picture on the bottom shows Mr. Grosskreutz with a firearm, right? You see that?
I do.
Okay. So you, out of anger or frustration, you knew that if you said that if his only regret was not killing the kid, you knew that would hurt him, right?
I did not at the time. Like I said, I was trying to stick up for my friend. It was a very hectic thing. I've never dealt with that situation like that. It was bad judgment.
So your method of sticking up for your friend who you know is possessing a firearm is to lie about something he said.
And like I said, bad.
I wonder if the defense knew that he was going to say that he lied.
I was say, like I said, it was going to be bad. It was a bad judgment, bad call on my part of even wording something like that, and it was out of pure anger. That's really all I have.
I mean,
Any objection?
that's fair. I get it. Sometimes people say stupid stuff in a
Mr.
moment, you know.
Counselor, received.
I was that, man. They were just, crushing through these witnesses.
Recall Anmal Kindry.
Uh-oh. Sam's back. Dang it. I took his name down already.
You're still under oath, sir. No.
Sam. Kendry. It's a shoot. How do you?
No.
Do you want me to go or wait?
Yeah,
Okay, sorry. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning, sir.
And the judge has told you that you are still under oath. You
Yes.
understand that?
Yes.
And you do you recall testifying? The state had called you as a witness back on November 5th regarding this case.
I don't know the date, but yes.
Okay. And do you remember that I was asking you some questions regarding the vehicles, the number of vehicles that had been damaged, the amount of loss that your business had suffered,
Mhm.
and information regarding insurance, things of that nature?
True. Yes.
And do you recall part of, and I've got a transcript, so I'll be happy to show you if you have questions about what you had said. Do you remember me asking you about I asked this question, can you give me a ballpark, meaning the amount of loss that your business suffered? And you had said that you couldn't remember. I asked you more than 100,000. You said yes.
Mhm.
I said more than 250,000, and you said, I do not know, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember saying, being asked this question, and you don't know what the loss from those fires were? Your answer was, I personally never calculated it. My dad does the money part.
Yes. Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
That you didn't know at the time what the loss was?
Well, when we arrived on Monday, seeing all the destruction, all the cars, looking at the property, because a lot of oil has lost, it has gone into the asphalt, the soil replacement and all that. So, I mean, we were in shock.
My question to you is, as you sit here today, are you still under oath stating that you don't know and didn't know what the loss was?
Sorry, I cannot remember.
You can't remember if that's your statement today?
Could you repeat the question, please?
On November 5th, you agree that you testified under oath. You did not know what the loss was from your business.
I think we need to restructure the question. Where's Sister Marcian's pointer?
Oh,
This word order is not acceptable.
Okay.
oh, he brought it out. He used it as
You recall
he
testifying
waved the pointer.
last week.
Yes.
And do you recall when you testified last week,
Mhm.
you were asked if you were aware of the total amount of loss to your properties? You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember you testified under oath that you didn't personally know what the loss was, that you never calculated it?
I personally didn't.
And is that your testimony today?
At the time, I didn't know.
Well, I mean,
what
he's
the
asking if
exact
that's what you're
loss
saying right
was.
now.
That's
So,
not the question. Answer the question he asked.
right.
Sorry, please repeat the question.
Is that your testimony
answer
right now?
today, that
Like,
you
is that
don't
what you're
know
holding?
the loss was?
I do have approximation what the loss was.
And did you learn that from the last time you were in court till today?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It was approximately $400,000.
Okay. I'm going to show you. You provided an interview
Oh,
the day after.
and
Right? And I'll show you. Tell me if you're on the screen.
You guys remember, there's just all these cars were exploding.
technologies. Yeah, and here we go. This is footage that I shot after the fires. Yeah,
Now, those are cars at your lot, right?
At that time, yes.
and yeah.
Is that your brother?
Yes.
Okay.
Ow.
So this is
Hold on.
business,
Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. You play it?
and so obviously it's affecting pretty hard. Yeah.
Is it intended to hear this?
Yes.
Well, I can't. Okay. Now I got my sinus earplug, but can other people hear it? No. Okay. I wouldn't think that would.
And again,
control this. I
this
think it's
is-
going to be earlier in the system.
Of course, the technology on their end wouldn't work as well as it should because it's my video. So of course, it's going to end up being
Because it should be coming. No.
man. This is, let me see, CJ. This is day 7 of 14-day trial. We are halfway done. Jason, yeah, well, I said day 8 because we're into day 7 of actual litigation, but we had 1 day of jury selection. So they're muting my voice, so maybe they won't subpoena me. But I think at this point, because they're showing my footage and I talk to, maybe they won't subpoena me now.
I don't know how to make it. I can't hear you.
I would think because it is, I thought, connected into the system here. Okay.
This is
You got ours all the way
this
up?
is hilarious that this is what they're dealing with
Is there any
because
place where
it's
coming in
it's my
clearly?
footage.
Are you getting it clearly?
You guys got to turn down that fan noise. That's what's killing it. It's that white noise.
Is anyone getting it clear?
That's making it bad.
Yeah,
They just need to put-
let's talk. So this is your business, and this obviously is affecting you pretty hard.
We built this place up to ground up.
Yeah.
When we started this business back in 2013, we had about 5 to 7 cars. 7 cars. I counted. The first day we had only 7 cars. 7 cars.
Yeah. Do you feel like right now with this that you're still Kenosha bound? You're going to stay here in Kenosha and rebuild?
Probably not. Well, the thing is, if there's no government funding or if there's no help from anybody, because there's nothing I can do. I mean, in order.
You just said to him, if there's no government funding for this, there's nothing we're going to be able to do, right?
I must have. I don't remember saying that.
You're not disputing you said it.
I must have.
Run a business, it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of people, it takes a lot of effort.
We have to
To
build the
actually-
capital first
To reinvest it.
We would have been at least so happy that, okay, we lost only 5 cars. 10, 15, okay, max 20, okay,
But the whole
25.
How many cars are lost total? You know,
In total?
Yeah.
In all 3
including that one,
locations?
137.
137.
137 cars.
Yep.
I heard that there was at least $1.5 million worth of damage.
That was the
just,
first.
2.5 in total.
just wow.
2.5 million in total. That's what you said to him the day after, right?
I must have.
Well, you heard it, right?
Yes.
So when you said 400,000 today, is that a lie?
It's not a lie. It's what it is when we, like I said, when we saw that from in our eyes, we were in shock.
Okay.
To be able to, I'm sorry, to be able to how to come back from it, we were taking everything in consideration in terms of all the oil, the gas has gone into the asphalt, the DOR. So we're basically putting everything in the consideration to get back on track. That's.
Understand that. But I want you to answer my question.
Go ahead.
My question was, when you testified today under oath that your loss was 400,000, you'd agree that's not what you said on the tape, right?
That is correct.
So what you testified today under oath, that's a lie, right?
It was a mistake
Today,
last time, but in the video.
the 2.5 million is the mistake.
Yes, because we were in shock.
So where'd you come up with that number?
Like I just explained to you, over the property loss, the building, the roof, the glass, we didn't know. We looking at the condition of the lot. I mean, you can clearly see it. The asphalt, the soil contamination. There's DOR involved, so that stuff is not cheap. So we were just approximating it that's probably how much it's gonna be for us to be back on track.
What he asked you that he said that he heard it was $1 million or $1.5 million, right? And then you corrected him and said, no, it's 2.5.
Well, that's what I said because of the DOR and we knew we had to go through the permits again and stuff like that. So I didn't have. It was just the number that was out there with me being in shock of the damages that has occurred to my dad's business.
You knew the specific number of cars, right?
I didn't remember on last week, but now now it says there.
And it's 137.
I cannot remember what it was in total.
I don't have anything else. Thank you. Oh, I would, Judge, I'm sorry. That was marked as 136 exhibit, and I would move that.
Objection.
No.
Proceed. Cross.
Does that mean that they're gonna now have to subpoena me? So the footage we just watched was one that I filmed after the day after,
Mr.
well,
Kinnear,
a day or two
the
after the fires.
Video that we just saw. Do you remember what day that was?
I honestly do not.
Do you remember what day all of those cars burned?
this video, it seems like that was early Monday morning. People said Sunday night the lot burned, but when we came to find out, it was Monday early morning in between 12:30, 2 o'clock.
I thought he was grabbing the point.
I just want to make
Mother
sure
Mary's
we're
pointer.
clear about what we're talking about, Mr. Kindry. We looked at this map when you testified on Friday, and the video we just saw is at this location, the car source on the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the lot that burned around 2 a.m. on Monday morning.
That is correct.
All of that damage had been done a couple days before the shootings where Mr. Rittenhouse killed people on the night of Tuesday, August 25th.
That is correct.
And your interview there that we just watched is what, maybe 6 or 8 hours after the cars had all burned?
Honestly, I don't remember what the time or the date was.
When that property burned, it wasn't just the cars, it was the building too.
Exactly, yes.
There was records, computers,
Yes,
business files inside that building
yes,
that were destroyed or damaged.
yes.
Did that make it hard for you as or your family to figure out all of your business inventory, the property value, things like that?
Very hard, yes.
Is it fair to say that 6 or 8 hours after the incident, you didn't have a clear picture of the full value of your cars?
That is correct.
I have nothing further.
You didn't have a clear picture on November 5th either, did you? Of this year?
I did not.
Nothing else?
Let me step down.
Well, there you go.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh, Kyle Rittenhouse calling to the stand, you guys. This is a big moment.
We need to do something to take about 5 minutes. Can you step out just into the library here for a sec? Anybody wants to go upstairs may do so, but this will be less than 5 minutes, I'm expecting.
So share the stream, everybody. Kyle Rittenhouse is about to take the stand. Like I said, this is a big moment, which probably means, if anything else, that we're getting close to the end. I know this is scheduled for 12 or 14 days. Either way, honestly, I'm just waiting for my phone to ring at this point. With not that they need to call me in, but now that they've used my footage, well, not just the footage, but I guess just the fact that I was on camera doing what I do, which is asking questions. And again, guys, I go out to ask questions just to get an understanding of what's happening. What comes from that is I don't tell people what to say in the answers. So who knew that it would end up going from just being curious about a car lot that burned down to it being brought up in.
Called you to testify as a witness in this case, and I just want to advise you what your rights are. You are allowed to testify if you wish under the Constitution, and no one can keep you from testifying, even your own lawyer, if that's what you want to do. If you do decide to testify, then the district attorney will be allowed to cross-examine you about anything that is relevant to this case. And that, are there any claimed prior untruthful statements? 90608.
What we've had testimony regarding.
That's Kyle's mom right there.
No. I'm talking about prior instance of dishonesty under 90608. Okay. So that's not an issue. The district attorney will also be allowed to ask you if you've got any criminal history or juvenile adjudications. Are there any of that?
Not aware of it.
Okay. And you could be asked about any other crimes, wrongs, or prior events that I think I've ruled on everything that's been presented to me.
you have left the door open on some things, Your Honor.
Yeah, and I've been thinking about it, and nothing, I've not heard anything in the case that would suggest to me that I would change any of those rulings. Unless there's something else on that, I don't need to cover that in terms of a possible inquiry. He will be able to ask you anything which is relevant to this case, germane, pertinent to this case, and you will have to answer those questions, even though it may ensnare you in some other criminal prosecution. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question about that at all?
No, Your Honor.
You also have a right not to testify if you don't wish to do so. And if you decide that you do not wish to testify, then no comment can be made on your silence by the district attorney. And I will not comment on your silence unless I am asked by your attorney to do so. And the only comment that I would make on it, if I were asked to do so, would be to instruct the jury that the defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify, and that your silence must not be considered by the jury in any manner in deliberation or in reaching their verdict. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that'll be a choice that I would ask Mr. Sharofsky or Mr. Richards at a later point as to what you wanted to do if you decided not to testify. But that won't be an issue if you decide that you do want to testify, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question about this at all?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to discuss this matter with your lawyers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to think about what you're doing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you think what you're doing is the best thing under all the circumstances?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or pressured you or forced you in any way with respect to this decision?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything in exchange for this?
No, Your Honor.
Is your mind clear today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you feeling all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had anything alcoholic to drink today?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had any drugs or controlled substances of any kind within the last 24 hours?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason I should not accept his waiver?
No, Your Honor, this is consistent with advice of counsel.
Okay. Any
I'm
questions?
not aware of any reason.
Okay. All right then. Anything else?
May I just have a moment to run back to my office real quick? I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
He's going to the bathroom. Don't lie. You're not going to your office. If by office, you know what I mean? Full screen. Yeah. So you guys are on full screen now. If you're just tuning in, wow. Okay. So Kyle Rittenhouse is on the stand officially, sitting in box. That's a big deal, guys. This is a big deal. So we've heard from all key witnesses for prosecution, including Gage. And now we're into, that's Kyle's mom right there. Now we're into Kyle Rittenhouse. He's on stand. They're going to be asking questions, and it could go quick. Are they calling me? Honestly, I got to make sure to keep my phone on here. But after Kyle Rittenhouse testifies, I think that this is probably, and I might be wrong, but yeah, turn my ringer on here. So I apologize if you guys on the phone. These things, both these phones just blow up all day. So I apologize if it's going ring, ring, ring. So, yeah. This could be a sign of the end of the time here at court. For Kyle Rittenhouse. I mean, after this, I don't think there's many witnesses they could possibly call that are going to be relevant to the case, more so than what we all know, which is that best person to hear from in this about what happened is the people that were directly involved. And Gage and Kyle are about as close as you could between those two and God, really. I mean, no jokes between those two and God. Well, apparently, and over 1,000 of us here live and the rest of the world. So, yeah, we'll be rocking it like this here. So those who have nothing to hide nothing. That's well said, I think it's important to remember right now, guys, that, and this is something I want to be clear about. The issue that I had originally, we were talking about the car lot owner, Sam and Al and all them, was just not being truthful on the stand, man. Like I had a chance to talk to my boy Tacoma Fox out here last night. And one of the things we both were talking about and agreeing on was that, it doesn't matter what the information is. If it all comes to play and everyone has a chance to look at it, use it, and present in the proper way, then yeah, that's all we need is for people to have the full amount of truth available, to have the best tools available for this jury to be able to do what they have to do. So I have no personal issues with anybody. Gage, I know he's got that lawsuit. Whoa. Wait, this isn't the bathroom? Are we not? Is this not? Oh, I guess this is a courtroom. My bad. I said, hey, just scoot. Some guy walked in eating a panini. That's my word for the day again. Where am I? But here we go. But yeah, so he's working on good for him, man. Like I got no hard feelings to people were assuming, I think, that I had a personal stake in the individuals that were coming up on the stand. I don't. It's not my family. These aren't, my circle of friends that are on stand here that are being brought up on charges. It's nothing like that. So my personal attachment is because of my involvement with the case, or with the riots that took place in Kenosha. So here we go. Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm going to shut up.
Yes.
You may be seated.
Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Kyle Rittenhouse, Rittenhouse.
Kyle, where do you reside?
Walworth County.
How old are you?
18.
On August 25th of 2020, did you come to downtown Kenosha to look for trouble?
No.
Would you have shot Joseph Rosenbaum if he hadn't chased you trying to take your firearm?
Objection, leading.
That sounds kind of leading.
Would you? I'll get to it. Are you a high school graduate?
Yes.
What high school?
Penn Foster Online High School.
Are you currently enrolled in any further studies?
I'm a college student studying nursing at Arizona State University.
Who do you currently live with?
My mom and 2 sisters.
Directing your attention to August 25th of 2020, where did you reside?
Antioch, Illinois.
Do you remember the address?
286 Anita Terrace, apartment 104, Antioch, Illinois.
And who did you live with there?
My mother and 2 sisters.
What's your father's name?
Michael Rittenhouse.
Back on August 25th of 2020, where did he reside?
He lived in Kenosha, in the city of Kenosha, in the apartments behind the Pick and Save on 50.
Do you have any other family that's from Kenosha?
Yes.
What?
My grandmother, my aunt, my uncle, and cousins all live in the city of Kenosha.
Okay. There's been testimony in this trial about the firearm in question, which has been marked states 28. You've seen that gun?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had that gun ever left the state of Wisconsin?
No.
Now, before this event happened on August 25th of 2020, did you have any hobbies?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you like to do.
I was a swimmer. I enjoyed working. I was a lifeguard, hanging out with friends, going to the beach, just normal teenage stuff.
Were you a member of any groups, organized groups?
Yes.
What?
I was a police explorer for Grays Lake Police Department, and I was a firefighter EMT cadet for Antioch Fire Department.
Did you have any training in life-saving, anything like that?
Yes.
What?
I was a certified lifeguard. I am a certified lifeguard and swim instructor. I am certified in Stop the Bleed, CPR, AED, automatic external defibrillator, and basic life support.
Okay. On August 25th of 2020, where were you employed?
I was furloughed at the YMCA in Lindenhurst, Illinois, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I was working at the Recplex in Pleasant Prairie.
Okay. Recplex here in Kenosha County?
Yes.
Now, on the night of the 24th, did you come to downtown Kenosha?
Not downtown, but I came to Kenosha for work.
Okay. And after your shift at work completed, where did you go?
I went to Dominic Black's stepfather's house. I believe his name is Scott Dickhart. It's been a while since I've seen him.
Okay. And who is Dominic Black in relationship to you?
Him and Dominic Black and my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse used to date.
Okay. And on the night of the 24th, were you aware of anything going on in Kenosha?
I knew there was protests, demonstrations, and riots going on in the later evening.
Okay. And how were you aware of that?
I saw videos on social media, on Facebook live streams, TikTok of. I saw the car source lot being burned down. The car source one, what we've been referring to. I saw a police officer get assaulted. He had a brick thrown at his head. And I saw the mattress store owner get knocked out, and I believe his jaw was broken. It had to be wired shut or something.
And you saw all of that on the 24th?
Yes.
Did you go to downtown Kenosha at that time and try and do anything about that?
No, I did not.
Directing your attention to the late morning of August 25th, 2020, did you have occasion to go downtown?
Did go to downtown in the morning of August.
Go there with?
I went there with Dominic Black, my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse, and Ray Dickhart.
And describe what you did.
We walked around for a little bit, and then I believe at around 11:30 noon, we ended up at Ruther Central High School, where we ended up cleaning graffiti for about, I want to say, an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Previously marked as Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Could you describe what you see in that photo?
Towards the left in the olive green shirt, that's me. And then to my left, that's Ray Dickhart. And to my right, that's my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse. And
What are you doing there?
we're cleaning graffiti off of Ruther Central High School.
And were you getting paid to do this?
No, I was not.
And you see what the graffiti says?
Yes.
And you do what it said as you were cleaning it off?
Yes.
I won't repeat it. After you were done doing that, what did you do?
We went to the car source lot, the first location, and we were looking at the destruction of the burnt cars, and we saw the owner, Sam and Sal. I believe that's what they told us their names were.
And you saw, when we say car source, the one that you met Sam and Sal at is what we've been referring to as car source number 1?
Yes.
And that's the one that they just played a video of all the burnt out cars?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with Sam and Sal?
Briefly, I offered my condolences, and I said, if there's anything I can do, please reach out to me. He gave me his number. I gave him my number. And
you were with Dominic Black at that time?
I was.
And your sister?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
After that, we walked back to, I believe, we parked our car by, you see the parking lot?
Do you have the pointer up there?
Yes. We parked our car right out of that corner, somewhere over there.
I can't see that far, I'm sorry. You're referring to the parking lot, which is at the corner, 5th Sheridan East corner.
Correct.
And you had 8th Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can put the pointer down. And whose car did you get there in?
Dominic Black. Parking lot. We went to Black's stepfather's house.
You're referring to the parking lot, which is at the corner 59th and Sheridan, it would be the southeast corner, correct?
Correct.
And you're pointing the dot, you parked closer to 8th Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can put the pointer down. Do you have any contact with Nick Smith that afternoon?
Later in the evening, around 3:30, 4 o'clock, Nick Smith called me and Dominic.
And when he called you, what was the nature of the call?
At
Sorry
first,
about that, guys.
Nick Smith
We're good now.
wanted us to drive him to Chicago by O'Hare Airport, the suburbs of Chicago, because he wanted to buy a bulletproof vest. And Dominic said, okay, we'll drive him. And then he said, okay, I need you to pick me up at like 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you
Interesting time for signal loss, though.
go and pick him up eventually?
Yes, we actually, before we picked him up, we went to Jelensky's.
Okay. What did you do at Jelensky's?
We bought, Dominic wanted me to buy 2 rifle slings.
And did you?
I did.
One was for what?
One was for my rifle and the other one was for Dominic's rifle.
Okay. And why did you care about your rifles that evening?
The reason for the slings were just so it's like a retainer. So if I'm helping somebody with first aid, I can just like dangle my rifle behind me and I don't have to worry about somebody just randomly going and picking it up off the ground, just as like an extra measure so it won't be taken from the ground.
And what time did you go to Jelensky's?
I want to say about 2:30, but I don't know exactly for sure.
Okay. When did you first have contact with Nick Smith?
3:30, 3:15.
Okay.
3:15.
And was there any discussion regarding car source at that time?
Yes.
What?
Nick Smith, once we picked him up, he wanted to go to a bank to withdraw money. The bank was closed. And then he was like, hey, would you guys like to come with me and help watch over the car source, make sure there's no fires or anything? And Dominic said, yes, I agreed. I said, okay. And then I said, here, Nick, I don't really need my bulletproof vest. I'm going to be helping people with first aid. So I gave him my bulletproof vest.
And by you giving him your bulletproof vest, did that stop the need to go to someplace by O'Hare Airport?
Yes.
Okay. And why does a 17-year-old kid have a bulletproof vest?
It was issued to me by the Grays Lake Police Department.
Okay. You didn't purchase it?
No, I did not.
And after you gave him your bulletproof vest, where did you go?
We went back to Nick Smith's house where we parked Dominic Black's car.
And then what did you do?
We walked from Mr. Smith's house. Once we parked at Nick Smith's house, we walked from Nick Smith's house to the car source 1, cutting through the Ruther Central backside parking lot because Nick Smith lives on the same street of.
You don't have to say where Nick Smith
Okay.
lives. He lives within walking distance from here?
Yes.
Okay. And so you go to car source 1,
Yes.
and that's the burnt out one?
No, car source 2, my bad, across the street.
Okay. And at car source 2, that's where you spent most of the evening?
Yes.
Okay. When you first got to car source 2, the one at 59th and Sheridan, what happened?
The owners were there, Sam, Sal, and his father, and I believe, I think it was his uncle there also. He was driving a van of some sort.
Okay. And what was the discussion?
Sam and Sal thanked us for coming out to help. And then Sal said, hey, why don't you guys hop in my car? If I remember correctly, it was either a white or black BMW or Mercedes. I don't recall exactly.
And why did he want you to get in his car?
He was going to drive us down to car source lot number 3.
Okay. And did you agree to get in his car?
I did.
And who went to car source number 3?
Me, Dominic Black, and Nick Smith.
And who was driving?
Sal.
And when you got there, what happened?
we got out and we hung around for a couple minutes, and then some people showed up. I now know who they are, but at the time I didn't.
Show what's been marked as Exhibit 3030. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And can you, Your Honor, can you go up there, please, and point out, can you point out the people who you knew before that picture was taken and name them?
Yes. This is Sal, the owner. This is Ryan Balch. This is Joanne Fiedler. This is Justin Hamilton. This is Dustin Colette. This is Nicholas Smith. I don't recall his name. This is me, and this is Dominic Black.
Okay. We've heard testimony. You can have a seat. We've heard testimony about you, Nick, and Dominic. You knew those individuals before August 25th of 2020?
I knew Nicholas Smith and Dominic Black.
Okay. You did not know the owner of CarSource previously?
I did not.
Was he being nice to you guys? Was he happy you were there? Was he mad at you for being there? Describe it.
He was happy we were there.
Okay. And you heard their testimony, the two owners. I believe that was Friday afternoon.
I did.
And did they give you permission to be there?
They did.
And the other individuals in this photograph, some of whom have testified in this trial, 10 minutes before this photograph was taken, did you know any of them?
I did not.
Had you ever spoken to any of them?
No.
And when you were there, what was the idea? Was there a plan? What was going to happen?
Yes, the plan was to, I went down there to provide first aid. I brought my orange first aid kit, the fanny pack, and I also brought my Pelican box, which was filled with first aid stuff by my feet to provide first aid.
The orange box by your feet you refer to as a Pelican box?
Yes.
Did you have that before the 25th?
Yes.
Was it stocked?
Yes.
With things that you had bought and brought?
Yes.
And do you go with that every day, or is that because of the situation?
It was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. And the fanny pack, what's the situation with that?
It was my work bag. I brought it to work with me, and I would put it under my lifeguard booth.
Okay. And that had first aid supplies?
Yes.
Now, after the meeting here at 63rd and Sheridan Road, what's been referred to as CarSource 3, what happened?
After the photograph, I believe, I don't recall exactly, but there was about 2 or 3 vans that pulled up, like big vans with people inside of them.
Okay. And what was their role in this evening?
Well, they showed up and they wanted to protect the business, and I didn't really have a say in what everybody was doing. I was just there doing my first aid stuff. And then Ryan Balch said, hey, why don't you guys stay here? And we'll go down to the CarSource number 2.
Okay. And so the people, a group of people was going to stay at CarSource 3, and the people depicted in this photograph were going to go where?
CarSource 2.
And is that what happened?
Yes.
And so at that point, then Sam and Sal had coverage, for lack of a better word, at both of their businesses to protect the property, correct?
Yes.
So you get down to CarSource 2. Did all of these people go there?
Yes. Besides Sal, the owner, he did not.
Okay. During the night, was Sam and Sal there?
They were not.
They left you guys there?
Yes. I believe Nick Smith was in contact with them throughout the night. I'm not certain, but I believe they were.
And you get down there, were you able to get in and out of the business?
Yes.
How?
Sal, the owner, actually gave Nick Smith a set of keys.
Did you personally see that?
I did.
Did he give you any other direction regarding any equipment or anything like that?
He let us know where, like, the power washers and the fire. I think there was a single fire extinguisher in the building and some hoses, the hose hookups, just in case there was any fires we needed to put out at the lot.
Anything else about roof?
He showed I believe it was Dominic Black and Nick Smith, the two ladders that were there to get up on the roof.
Okay. And did you guys use those ladders?
I didn't personally, but the people that were on the roof did.
Okay. And you saw them use those ladders?
I didn't see them, but that's how they got up there.
Okay. Where were you predominantly at Car Source 2?
I was in front of the Car Source 2.
Now, during the night at Car Source 2, did you stay there the whole time?
No, not
Okay.
the whole time.
When you would leave Car Source 2, what were you doing?
When I left, I was with Ryan Balch, and we would go out and ask if anybody needed any first aid assistance, and we would see if there were any fires, and we would put them out.
Okay. Did you personally put out any fires?
I did.
Where?
I put one out at the church.
Use the pointer.
So right here was where there was the demolishing. They were breaking some stuff down. But right here, I believe there was another building with an alleyway. It was either right here or right here. I don't remember fully. But there was a fire down the alleyway where they were trying to set the building and church on fire, and me and Mr. Balch, and I believe somebody else was with us. We went to go put that fire out.
Did you put it out?
We did.
Then what did you do?
Around that time, we saw Ruther Central High School on fire, the front doors, and we were walking north down Sheridan Road to go put the fire out. And then somebody else put the fire out before we got to Ruther Central High School.
When you say the front, is that right here on Civic Park?
No, sorry, that's my mistake. You're walking north on Sheridan. It's the side of the building on Sheridan Road towards the left when you're walking north.
In the general area where you had tried to help remove graffiti earlier?
Yes, in that photo to the right.
Okay. And during the evening, was there any friction between your group and protesters / rioters?
No. The only type of stuff that happened was the person that attacked me first threatened to kill me twice.
Okay. And the person who threatened to kill you, we now know is Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever seen him before?
I did not.
Had you ever done anything to upset him?
No.
Now, you said he threatened to kill you twice.
Yes.
Describe the first time.
The first time was me and Ryan Balch were a little bit north, towards the north corner of 59th and Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was walking with a steel chain, and he had a blue mask around his face, and he was just mad about something. Me and Mr. Balch were asking people if they needed medical help, and then he screamed, sorry for my language, he screamed, "If I catch any of you fuckers alone, I'm going to fucking kill you."
And that was directed at you and Mr. Balch?
It was directed at both of us, what I believe.
And there was a second occasion where he threatened you?
Yes. The second time was outside of the Car Source. And I don't know if it was directed towards me, but I heard it. He said to, I believe it was Joanne Fiedler, Dustin, Colette, and another guy. He was screaming. He said, "I'm going to cut your fucking hearts out and kill." I'm not going to repeat the second word, but kill you, N-words.
Now, did you ever see Mr. Rosenbaum doing any physical property damage?
I did.
Where?
I saw him with, I now know to be Joshua Zeminski. I saw him tip that trailer over and the porta potty. I saw him do both. And I believe he tried to start the porta potty on fire. I don't know. I don't think he succeeded. But then I saw him with Mr. Zeminski. He was either helping start it or he was like throwing stuff on it. I don't know which one he was doing.
Where did you originally see that trailer?
That trailer was in the St. James Church parking lot. Sort of like right over here in like the backish corner, what I remember.
And did you see how it got from there to where it was put on fire?
It was pulled.
By whom?
It was several people that pulled it into the street, but I can't tell you definitely who pulled it into the street.
And you went down there and saw them starting a fire?
I didn't go down there. I was at the corner of the car source lot.
Okay. And you referred to Mr. Zeminski. Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever met Mr. Zeminski?
I have not.
Did you ever meet him since?
I have not.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Rosenbaum, was his top half of his body clothed or unclothed?
He was clothed with a blue mask the first time I saw him. Blue mask.
And what color was his shirt, if you remember?
A dark red-ish color.
Now, did you provide medical help to anyone?
I did.
Describe a couple of those occasions.
The first time I provided medical help to someone was this lady. I think she sprained her ankle or twisted it. I don't know exactly. I'm not an expert on x-rays, or I wouldn't know. She hurt her ankle and she was being carried by two gentlemen. And I said, hey, before that I was just pepper sprayed, but I was like, hey, do you need help? And she said yes. And I said, okay, let's go into the car source where I was helping people. And I wrapped her ankle and then she went on her way. And I let her know there was a hospital. If you go, I want to say south down Sheridan, across the street from car source 3, I let her know that the hospital was over there and she should go get it looked at.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes.
What?
Somebody threw a chemical bomb, actually right after I heard I'm going to cut your hearts out from Mr. Rosenbaum. I don't know who threw it, but somebody threw a chemical bomb, and Ryan Balch had some effects of it. So I helped Mr. Balch with being able to breathe, and I helped flush his eyes out and had him drink some water.
Okay. You, in the answer to the question just before, you said something about being pepper sprayed?
I did.
And where did that happen?
That happened at the car source. I believe it's the first time a big crowd of people were over there. I was pepper sprayed by somebody that was in the crowd. I don't know why, but I was pepper sprayed.
Did you do anything in retaliation?
I did not.
Now, directing your attention to later in the evening, did there come an occasion where you had contact with Mr. McGinnis?
There was.
And before this evening, August 25th, 2020, did you ever met or spoke to Mr. McGinnis?
I have not.
And you and Mr. McGinnis and Mr. Balch go someplace?
Yes.
And describe that.
I get done with my interview with Mr. McGinnis and I asked Mr. McGinnis, no, I don't ask him. I said, if you want to come with us, that's fine, to document and film me and Ryan helping people. And he said, yeah, sure. And he followed behind us.
And in that tape from Mr. McGinnis, there's talk about you being an EMT, correct?
Yes.
Are you an EMT?
I am not.
You have first aid and other training?
I do.
And you go to south on Sheridan Road.
Correct.
You cross 60th and Sheridan Road.
I believe we stay just to the right, going south on Sheridan Road.
And eventually you cross Sheridan Road.
Eventually.
And were the Bearcats there yet?
No. Yes, they were.
Okay. Had they set up a line to stop people that you were aware of?
Not that I was aware of. I just know they were parked right there and people were throwing rocks at them.
Did anybody tell you not to cross that line? You wouldn't be able to go back?
Not until later in the evening.
Okay. You cross that line, where do you go?
We continue straight in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road.
Okay. Were you going any place in particular?
No, we were just going to see if anybody needed medical help, and I looked at a guy's shoulder on the way there.
Okay. And you finish with the guy's shoulder, and you continue on, and what happens?
I continue walking in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road, and then as I'm walking, I believe you guys have been referring to him as Yellow Pants. He said he said something to me. I believe it was, you were the one that pointed your rifle at me with the laser pointed at me. I believe that's what I heard. And I didn't. That's the first time I saw him that night. So I was confused. So I said I did. And then I continued to walk away.
And was the did an admission that you did it, or more of a statement with a question?
It was a sarcastic remark.
Okay. Did you engage with him any further?
No.
And from there, where do you go?
There I continue walking in a southerly direction, merging towards the middle of Sheridan Road.
Okay. At that point, you become aware of anything?
In about as I'm walking, I start to look because I realize Mr. Balch is not with me anymore.
Okay. Did you continue on your way down Sheridan Road without Mr. Balch?
No, I actually went to go look for Mr. Balch in the Ultimate gas station parking lot.
Okay. When you went to the Ultimate gas station parking lot, describe what was going on there.
There were a lot of people there. I don't really know what was going on. I was just focused on trying to find Mr. Balch. As I was looking for him, couldn't find him. I said, okay, no problem. I'll just go back to the car source number 2.
Okay. And describe what happened as you did that.
As I did that, I received a phone call from Dominic Black.
Hey, let me back up. Were you able to get back to car source number 2?
No, I did not.
Describe that.
As I was trying to get back, the police stopped me. Well, didn't stop me. They told me, I believe they said something along the lines of to not go down there. And I was telling them, hey, I need to go down there. That's where I'm at, that business. I don't remember exactly how that conversation went, but they wouldn't let me go back to car source lot number 2.
So you weren't able to get back to car source 2?
I was not.
Did you disobey the police's order?
No.
And you're alone, you're stuck on the other side of the police line from the car source 2. Where do you go?
I go to where there's other people at the gas station protecting the gas station, and I go there because I believe that's the safest place to go because there's other people there. And
at that point, were you able to find Mr. Balch?
I was not.
Well, you're at the Ultimate gas station, I think we've been calling it?
Correct.
Point it out, just there's no.
Right there, the Ultimate Convenience Center, diagonal from the Gulf gas station.
Okay. And when you were there, what's the next significant thing that happened?
Dominic Black calls me and he says, Kyle, I need you to get down to the car source lot number 3. The cars are being bashed in. They're setting all the cars on fire. I need you to go and put the fires out.
Okay. And did you do anything as a result of that phone call?
I did.
What?
At the Ultimate gas station, I asked, I don't know who he is, but I asked an individual if he could come with me and if I could have a fire extinguisher to put out the fires.
Were both of those requests satisfied?
One of them were.
What?
I was given a fire extinguisher, but he said he can't come with me, and he said he believes there's already people down there helping protect the business.
Okay. And what did you do then?
I start running towards the car source lot number 3 to put out the fires, pausing occasionally to catch my breath and walk.
Okay. On the way to car source 3, did you have any interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
Did you notice Mr. Rosenbaum doing anything as you went down to car source 3?
I didn't notice Mr. Rosenbaum until he came out from behind the car and ambushed me.
Okay, I'll get to that. Did you run the whole way?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You had your gun, correct?
Yes.
And you had a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
And you had your medic?
My medical bag, yes.
And were you asking people about medic at that point?
I was asking people if they needed medical help as I was getting down there.
Did you receive any responses?
No, I didn't.
Describe your approach to car source number 3.
As I'm walking down Sheridan Road, I hear somebody scream, "Burn in hell," and I reply with friendly, to let them know, hey, I'm just here to help. I don't want any problems. I just want to put out the fires if there are any. I continue walking, and then I notice the Duramax. I notice a flame in the back seat of the Duramax, and I step towards the Duramax, and as I'm stepping forward, I believe his name is now Joshua Zeminski. He steps towards me with a pistol in his hand, and as I'm walking towards to put out the fire, I drop the fire extinguisher and I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that situation and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
And did you get back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happened.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side, and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were there were 3 people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
That's what That's where I run.
We're gonna just take time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir. We're going to take a break about 10 minutes, and please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any kind of trap.
Well, wow. Okay. Okay. Ooh, you can already tell that that moment is going to be a big. I can guarantee that's already all over the internet right now. That moment right there. I'm gonna be. This is a to be fair moment. I'm gonna take a quick sip for that. We watched. We give everybody, no matter what your views are on this. I think this is what we got to look into. So we have.
Let's aim for 10 minutes, but it'll probably be a tad longer.
Richie McGinnis, when he was on stand, if you guys remember, he he had a pretty deep emotional connection to in response to watching the footage of Rosenbaum after he was shot, when Richie McGinnis, who was out there filming, was trying to administer aid and load Rosenbaum into the back of the car when he's being attacked, actually. And then you have Gage, when he was talking about what happened, also very emotional. And other people that have been on the stand, it's been emotional, right on the button here. It's been incredibly emotional for me. Like, I've had to pop the mute camera, mute mic a couple times and kind of just take a minute to collect myself. But I can't imagine, and this is what I was talking about from the jump with Kyle Rittenhouse here, is that this kid just turned 18, right? He's 17 when he kills two people and almost fatally shoots a third. Okay. No matter what happens with the outcome of this trial, whether he walks, whether he does life in prison, no matter what, I err in the direction of humanity. And I want to believe that no matter what, this kid's going to be living with this for the rest of his life. No matter how he feels, what he has to do to try to stay out of prison in this court case, I guarantee he wears the weight of the loss of those families. No matter what you guys think about Rosenbaum, he's gone now, and he had people that loved him. He pretty checkered past. The guy had some pretty gnarly stuff on his record. His jacket was looking not good at all. Anthony Huber, you saw a very emotional father when he was in the initial Zoom court proceedings that they had. Also incredibly emotional, angry at the time, but now this is when the hurt will set in. I think the anger brings you up to this case, and then after this, I think so many people have been looking for an opportunity to kind of just breathe and let it out and let this go. You know what I mean? But you're seeing that this is a real connection to these cases, and I believe that Kyle Rittenhouse is probably. I mean, yeah. I don't know the best way to word this. We'll say it like this. If he does walk, just know that for the rest of his life, he will be carrying with him the weight of this right now. Whether or not the jury chooses to tag him with the life sentence, another 165 years, and everything else that goes along with the potential outcome of this case, based off the charges that are leveraged against him and the potential incarceration time that'll face if all things hit. If not, either way, no matter what, this kid is going to carry with him for the rest of his life the knowledge that he took two lives, that he took that he and he'll have to wonder. You know what I mean? He'll have to wonder all the things that people say. I guarantee you, no matter what, man, we're all human. We act like we're not touchable when it comes to like what people say about us, what people think about us, but we're lying. It all sinks in. When you have somebody who sends you a long text message or in a text battle with that you're an ex or whatever, like, I'm not even going to read that. You read it. Like, they send you a voicemail. I'm not even going to listen to it. You listen to it, and it affects you. And so this kid, man, he's got hate. The world has polarized on Kyle Rittenhouse. You know what I mean? And he's become this figure, this focal point, either a hero or a murderer, and no matter what, man, in him, when he turns out everything, when he sits alone and he's got nothing but the quiet of his thoughts to keep him company, I don't find it possible for a 17, now 18-year-old kid. And I'm not saying that because I'm like, you need to remember he's a kid, he should be acquitted, whatever. a 17 or 18-year-old kid to have to go ahead and process the fact that he took 2 lives. And he's got those people, and I hope, they give him space, man. If no matter what happens, that are patting him on the back, telling him what a great guy he is, what a hero he is, and none of that's gonna carry with him, I think, into the silence of his own thoughts. And I think what he's gonna have to deal with then is the notion that no matter what, self-defense or otherwise, people's lives were lost. So going into this case, he's had to say what he's had to say, and yeah, it was obviously, it was rehearsed. Yeah, the crying, I don't believe is rehearsed. I think that kid, I don't think that anybody would make a choice to rehearse to make that type of scene on stand, knowing that's going to play a way around to him. You know what I mean? But this is when the hardcore thoughts are coming out about, whether or not he was defending himself, whether or not he was out just looking to kill people, was he out hunting people, was, and facts are the facts, and the jury's gonna have to figure that one out. But I feel like, yeah, he definitely was coached by his attorney. That's why you get an attorney, help you navigate the legal waters, which is why, like I said, anybody else has been on stand has got to they're looking out for number one first, right? And so they've had to say things like, with Sam, we just watched, he's worrying about getting an insurance payout. He's worried about his business, his livelihood. Kyle Rittenhouse isn't a big deal to him. All the ramifications of the riots are a big deal to him. Now he's on stand with this case, and he's got to deal with trying to find a way to navigate the waters of a kid on trial for a life sentence and getting his $450,000 payout, or $2.5 million, or however long, or however much money is going to happen. Gage, same thing. He's got that $10 million civil suit. I don't think, honestly, and I'll say this from my personal point. When I was in the situation I mentioned before, right, I was stabbed. I was attacked in Seattle by a gang, a legitimate gang. It was a posse, as they called, the EAP, of Somalians. And in that situation, when I was stabbed, the gentleman they ended up catching, the person who stabbed me, ended up getting sentenced to prison. That happened, and when it happened, I felt no attachment to needing him to be in prison, because we had a fisticuffs. You know what I mean? We him and his old posse, and I came out of it with a lacerated liver, and 32 staples to keep me put together, and a couple weeks in the hospital, and then a couple months of recovery. But I healed, and now thinking back, I've forgiven him, and I would hope that he's made some changes. But what I'm saying is, I don't think about him. I mean, I don't consider him being in prison. I don't need him to be in prison for me to keep living my life. I would hope that with Gage, he's able to keep living his life, because he was a lucky one, really, out of all this. He was incredibly lucky. I mean, watching it happen, yeah, he was incredibly lucky. That gun hit him here, and his head's right here. That's 6, 8, whatever inches of difference between life and death. And he walked away from it with full mobility of his arm. He didn't lose a limb. Damn, yeah, it just blows my mind how lucky he really is. So I think for him, the focus is going to be on the fact that he walked away and he gets to live his life. So if this lawsuit works out for him, whatever civil suits, whatever, I don't harsh on him for that. A lot of crazy shit happened that week, but I don't think that he's really in that the I don't know, the legal justice mode where he's out here like saying, I just want to see Kyle burn. I don't really feel like he has that kind of hate for Kyle. Maybe he does. I don't know. But I know that I just got a notification that they were looking to release, the kid that stabbed me was 18 years old, 17 years old. Man, wow, that's crazy. I didn't even thought about it. The kid was 17, tried as an adult, for multiple. I mean, the charges against him from what happened with me, they had robbed people, like 5 or 6 other people at gunpoint that night. They had all these they had done all this crazy stuff. They just sent me a letter that they were appealing his prison term, because I think he got in total like 27 years. But they were appealing it to allow him. They wanted to release him, and it's been 10 years now. They wanted to release him, and they wanted to know if I wanted to, stop that from happening, and in my thoughts. And what I mean, I can't word for word, but basically I was like, I feel like 10 years in prison is probably long enough for him to have learned a lesson. Any longer is not going to do anything. So I have no issues with him being out on the streets. I would hope that he's able to get out and get his life back, because he was supposed to be the advocate for his family, the spokesperson for his family that had made their way over from Somalia. They immigrated here. And when they got here, he was the young man that was supposed to step up and become the patriarch. I know that's a trigger word for a lot of people here, but it's supposed to be the patriarch of his family and do the earnings. And I remember sitting in court and looking out, just like Kyle Rittenhouse's mom here, man. This is crazy. Just like Kyle Rittenhouse's mom, as we're watching here, and watching her bawl, so sad that her son's sitting over at a table looking at all these charges with this whole courtroom full of people that are getting up to testify. And he was there for however long because he had all these charges against him. And when I had a chance to talk, they said, "Hey, is there anything that you'd like to share?" And the only thing I could talk to was his mother. And the first thing I said was, "I'm so sorry for you that you are going through this." And then the judge kind of barked at me because I was like, "Your son's guilty of crimes that are going to take him away from you." And that's sad because there was cousins there, sisters, brothers, and they're about to lose a family member. I was lucky. I mean, I got stabbed in the liver a couple times, but I lived and walked away from it. I got a cool scar and a story to tell, if you will. But I was lucky, and I lived. And I felt terrible for his mom because she just lost her son, and not to a bullet, not to a knife, not to a car, not to anything. She lost her son to bad decisions. The kid made some terrible decisions at a young age, at 17 years old, thinking he was, King Kong. He made some terrible decisions, and then his mom lost him for 27 years. And so for me, man, I legit was like, let him run, man. Let him keep tabs on him, maybe, because I know what, prison will just make you either reform or you become a better criminal. Not a lot of middle ground on that one, and I'm not to get any grief from anyone, but but yeah, I feel like his mother's response is pretty not rehearsed, and I think that if you saw the interview, which we could pull up at some point, the police interview that he did in station, he and his mom are pretty emotionally connected, man, and they were both bawling pretty hard in the police station. So yeah, what I'm getting at is the real emotion here. It surprises me. What are your thoughts in the comments here? What are your thoughts about Kyle actually taking the stand? Because I know that, I mean, I've had a lot of reach out already about people that are blown away that he's even on the stand, because it feels like he's in the shallows right now with defense. But you're looking at the prosecution, man, and if the prosecution has shown us anything, other than a few good memes, it's that they can ask a lot of questions, and they are definitely, I'm sure, chomping at the bit to get into Rittenhouse. So I don't. Yeah, some people are saying I don't think he needed to. Some people think it's a good choice. Dara says I'm glad he's on the stand. And then you've got Tracy Bon says, I don't think he should be on the stand at all. Bad move. Art Kramer says over on YouTube. And Linda Pratt says the prosecution are dicks. So there's that. But he is young, man. Like, are you guys looking at how young this kid is? Like, and I don't mind saying kid. I'm not saying that because I need to help him out. Remember, he's a child. He's an 18-year-old kid. I could be his dad. Like, easily be his dad. And that to me blows my mind when I meet these young folks, and I'm like, dude, if I were a parent, what would I say? What would I do? How would I feel? And then you look at his mom out there, and I think it's pretty obvious how a parent would feel in this situation, because she's obviously going through it. When they said, if you watch back to the sorry, I was making sure we don't miss anything. If you watch back to the video of of that interview that he did when he was in giving a statement when he went to the police station. When they mentioned, she said murder, and he asked about what charges might be filed, what were going to be filed against him, and they went through the list. And I think the officer said like manslaughter, and then she said, "What you mean murder?" And then she broke down, and then he broke down, and then the police left the room, and they were both bawling, and he was like, "Mom, I need you to breathe. I need you to breathe." And I was just like, man, that's a hardcore reality check right there, that your kid and you being the kid are looking at a murder charge. Like, man. Jason says, what did you and his mom do back in the day? Well, this case is a little bit more personal to me than I want to give credit. We haven't seen his dad, though, at all. So I guess the shot was taken, and I guess I understand it, because who knows where his pops might be. I don't know. I guess he lives in Kenosha. His mom is out of town, or in, like, Racine is where, he came in from. So here we go. No matter what happens in this case, guys, if anybody in Kenosha and the surrounding areas, just remember that a protest is what turned into a riot, and a riot is what turned into destruction, and that destruction turned into death. No matter what happens with the outcome of this case, the very last thing that Kenosha needs to see or allow is that to happen again. I would hope that people are ready as citizens. If you want to take to the streets and be out there, if there is something happening, be there, but make sure to let it be known that, like, you're there to represent your community and the lack of destruction and violence. So
Kill him. That's what I heard.
And you go running what's been referred to the southwest corner.
sorry, guys, I apologize.
Car source?
Yes.
We're back though.
And
Sorry.
as you're running in that direction, describe being chased. What was happening?
As I'm running in that southwest direction, Mr. Rosenbaum throws, at the time, I know it's a bag now, but when he threw it at me, with the light, it looked silver and it looked like the chain when he threw it at me. And then I continue, I turn around for about a second while continuing to run, and I point my gun at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Does that stop him from chasing you?
It does not.
Okay. After you turn around and you had your hands up kind of in a low ready position?
Yes.
And you see Mr. Rosenbaum coming at you?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
After he throws the bag and he continues to run, he's gaining speed on me. A gunshot is fired from behind me, directly behind me. And I take a few steps, and that's when I turn around. And as I'm turning around, Mr. Rosenbaum is, I would say, from me to where the judge is, coming at me with his arms out in front of him. I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
And why didn't you just keep running?
When I was over there, there were about 100 people surrounding those cars, and there was no space for me to continue to run to.
Okay. And so you turned around?
Yes.
And as you see him lunging at you, what do you do?
I shoot him.
And how many times did you shoot?
I believe 4.
And after you shot him, what did you do?
The people around the cars that were originally there were not there anymore. They moved away, and I ran around to see if I could help Mr. Rosenbaum.
And when you got to Mr. Rosenbaum, what was happening?
Mr. McGinnis he took off his helmet and slammed it on the ground and took off his shirt, and I don't remember what he said. I wasn't focused on that. I was in shock, sort of.
Let me back up a second. Did you know Mr. McGinnis was even around?
I didn't.
Okay. And he says something to you, and what do you do?
I pull out my phone and I call Dominic Black.
And you call Dominic, and what do you say?
I told him I just shot somebody. I had to shoot him.
And what do you do then?
I now know it to be Kelly Zeminski, Joshua Zeminski, and I don't know the other people were screaming, "Get his ass, get his ass, get him, get him, get him."
And based upon that, did you feel as though you were safe to stay where you were at?
I thought the safest option would be to go north down Sheridan to turn myself into the law enforcement down there.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, describe what's going on.
As I'm running, at first I'm in the sidewalk, and Mr. Lukowski, Jason Lukowski, is in the sidewalk, and I stop to talk to Mr. Lukowski for a brief second. I remember telling him that I just shot somebody and I need help to get to the police because the crowd, there was a mob was chasing me.
And did Mr. Lukowski offer you any help?
I don't remember.
Okay, what do you do then?
I continued to run after hearing people were saying, cranium him, get him, kill him. People were screaming, and I just was trying to get to the police running down Sheridan Road.
And you say, I'm trying to get to the police. Why were you trying to get to the police?
So I didn't do anything wrong. I defended myself.
Did you feel as though there was safety where the police were?
Yes.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, what's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is Anthony Huber striking me in the head with a skateboard.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you remember talking to Gage Grosskreutz?
Yeah, sort of, a little bit. I didn't know it was Gage Grosskreutz when he came up to me, but sort of.
Okay. And when this individual runs up to you and gets how close?
I would say within a foot.
Did you shoot him?
I did not.
Did you point your gun at him?
I did not.
Why not?
I didn't see him as a threat to my safety or life.
Okay. Was he armed at that time?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. And you continue running in a northerly direction down Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And as you're running in that direction, you said the next thing you remember is Anthony Huber.
Yes.
Describe that.
Anthony Huber, what I remember is running past Anthony Huber, and as I'm running past Mr. Huber, he's holding a skateboard like a baseball bat, and he swings it down, and I block it with my arm, trying to prevent it from hitting me, but it still hits me in the neck. And as I block it, it goes flying somewhere off in the distance.
And do you stop then?
No.
What do you do next?
I keep running down Sheridan Road towards the police line.
Then what happens?
I get lightheaded. I almost pass out, and I stumble and hit the ground.
Okay. Before you hit the ground, how many times were you struck?
I believe twice.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the other one?
I remember the first one being a rock. I don't remember who did it, but I remember like the bumpiness of like a concrete rock hitting me in the back of the head.
Okay. Now, after being struck with Mr. Huber's skateboard, you end up on the ground.
Yes.
You're on the ground. What's the first thing you remember?
As I'm on the ground, there are people around me. I don't recall how many, but I remember moving my rifle in their direction, and they back off besides one person.
when you noticed people by you, you said you moved your rifle in their direction.
Yes.
Did that individual keep coming?
The last person did.
Okay. The people that stopped, what did you do to them?
Nothing.
Okay. And you're saying the last person in that group continued to come at you?
Yes.
And describe what happened.
The last person, I don't know his name. I don't think he was ever identified. Jumps at me he was wearing boots, I believe. And as he's running at me and jumping, as his boot is making contact with my face, I fired 2 shots at him.
Why did you shoot at him?
I thought if I would to be knocked out, or he would have stomped my face in if I didn't fire.
As a result of being kicked in the face, what happens?
Mr. Huber, immediately after I'm kicked in the face, runs up as I'm sitting up to try to get up and get to the police. I'm on my back, and Mr. Huber runs up. As I'm getting up, he strikes me in the neck with his skateboard a second time.
Then what happened?
He grabs my gun, and I can feel it pulling away from me, and I can feel the strap starting to come off my body.
And what do you do then?
I fire 1 shot.
And after you fire, striking, we now know Mr. Huber, what do you do?
I lower my weapon, and I see Mr. Grosskreutz with his hands up. And as I'm lowering my weapon, I look down, and then Mr. Grosskreutz, he lunges at me with his pistol pointed directly at my head.
Now, you heard Mr. Grosskreuz's testimony about re-racking.
Yes.
Did you re-rack your weapon?
I did not.
Could I have the exhibit, please? Make sure to see if you would. Showing you what's been previously marked, Exhibit 28. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Now, when somebody would, as Mr. Grosskreutz said, re-rack, is that this?
Yes.
Do you call it re-racking?
I call it charging, putting a live round into the chamber.
And to recharge, you have to pull this all the way back?
Yes.
Say that's about 4 inches? No, I'm asking you if you agree with that approximation. Mr. Rittenhouse, how far do you think that is?
3-4 inches.
And if the weapon is loaded and you re-rack, what happens?
If there is already a round in the chamber, when you re-rack the rifle, a live round would come out, chambering a new round into the chamber.
Now, we got to the point where Mr. Grosskreutz is standing in front of you, has his hands up.
Correct.
And are you aware that he's armed?
At that point, I do see a pistol in his hand.
Is that the same or different from your first encounter with Mr. Grosskreutz?
That is different.
And he is standing, you said, how close to you?
What I remember is our feet were touching, what it seemed like.
Okay. And you do what?
My rifle is down. His hands are up. His pistol is in his hand. And then Mr. Grosskreutz looks at me. And that's when Mr. Grosskreutz brings his arm down like this. Like his arm is like that with me on the ground, and his pistol is pointed at me, and that's when I shoot him.
How many times did you shoot him?
Once.
And after you shoot Mr. Grosskreutz, do you know where you shot him?
No.
What happens after you shoot him?
He's no longer a threat to me. There's only one person in front of me, and his hands are up. I briefly point my rifle at him, and I get onto one knee, getting up, and he backs up with his hands up, and I don't shoot him.
Did you notice anybody to your side?
To my left, there was a gentleman with a pipe. And to my right, I believe it was a fence post. I don't know what it was, but it was a large object.
Once you're to your feet, what do you do?
I start walking towards the police line to turn myself into the police.
Describe, where is the police line? Is it still in the same place?
It moved up a little bit. I was down in the road about approximately right here. I'd say over here somewhere in this area. I don't remember exactly, but the police line was right here. I could see the flashing lights as I was trying to get to the police before.
Okay. And as you go towards the police line, describe what happens.
I run and walk. I put my hands up, and as I'm walking towards the police, I can't really hear anything. My vision is very narrow. I can only see directly in front of me. I see the flashing lights. I remember I occasionally tried to move my rifle behind me to put it behind me so the police didn't see me as a threat when I tried to turn myself in. I continue to walk, and then I walk towards the window of the sedan, the police cruiser sedan. I don't know what they're called. And I tell the officer, I just shot somebody. And the officer says, get the fuck back or you're going to get pepper sprayed. Go home, go home, go home.
And where do you go after you step back from the police car?
I go to car source number 2.
Okay. And now there wasn't a line there. They weren't stopping people from going in a northerly direction?
No, they weren't.
And you go to car source, what we refer to as car source number 2, and who do you see?
I get there and I think the first person I see is Joanne Fiedler. I don't remember exactly, but I believe that's who's outside at the door. They let me inside. The door was locked, so somebody had to get the key to unlock it. And then we go inside, and I'm in shock. I don't really remember what was happening in there. I was freaking out. I was just attacked. My head was spinning.
And did you go and turn yourself into the Kenosha Police Department?
I did not.
Why not?
The Kenosha Police Department was barricaded off with a fence, and I don't think they were accepting anybody to come to the police department at that time.
What did you do then?
I went to the nearest police department that I knew of, which was Antioch Police Department in Illinois by my house.
Who took you there?
My mother.
Okay. How did you get to Antioch from downtown Kenosha?
Dominic Black drove me.
Okay. And then Dominic Black drives you where?
He drives me to my house in Antioch, Illinois, where I meet with my mother and sisters, and I tell them what happened. I sort of tell them what happened. I was still in shock. My head was still spinning, and then we go to the Antioch Police Department where I turn myself in.
Who drove you to the Antioch Police Department?
My mother.
And did anybody else go there with you?
Not at first.
Okay. And you get to the Antioch Police Department approximately what time?
I would say about an hour after the shooting.
Okay. And when you get there, are they looking for you?
No.
Did you have to explain to somebody?
I had to tell them that I was just involved in a shooting in Kenosha and I needed Kenosha detectives.
Okay. Did they take you into custody immediately?
No.
What did they do?
They had me sit in the lobby of the police department.
Were you handcuffed to a chair?
I was not.
Did you stay there?
For about, I couldn't give you the exact time, but until Detective Howard and Detective Antaranium showed up.
And were you having any physical discomfort as you waited there?
I was vomiting and having panic attacks, and my head was spinning, and I couldn't think clearly at that point.
I have nothing further.
Buckle up. Here we go. I'm sure they've been this is, I'm sure, what they've been waiting on. Hey, and I'm going to say in the comments, guys, I don't know what's being said. Honestly, I can't monitor all the comments while I'm doing everything I'm doing here. Share your opinions and your views. We're not going to promote violence or hate speech. Don't troll it. Don't be an asshat. Just keep it cool, if you would, please, because otherwise we're going to shut down the chat. My link is behind. It is where it's at, but we're just going to go ahead and watch this. I appreciate that everyone's got their own opinions and views, but we're not going to attack each other either.
Good morning, Mr.
And
Good morning.
Everybody that you shot at that night, you intended to kill, correct?
I didn't intend to kill them. I intended to stop the people who were attacking me.
By killing them.
I did what I had to do to stop the person who was attacking me.
By killing them.
2 of them passed away, but I stopped the threat from attacking me.
By using deadly force.
I used deadly force.
That you knew was going to kill.
I didn't know if it was going to kill them, but I used deadly force to stop the threat that was attacking me.
You intentionally used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against the man who came and tried to kick you in the face,
Yes.
correct? You intentionally used deadly force against Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against Gage Grosskreutz, correct?
Yes.
With regard to Joseph Rosenbaum, you fired 4 shots at him, correct?
Yes.
You intended to kill him, correct?
I didn't intend to kill him. I intended to stop the person who was attacking me and trying to steal my gun.
Since August 25th, 2020, this is the first time that you have told your story.
Sustained.
Since August 25th, 2020, you've had the benefit of watching countless videos of your actions that night, correct?
I've seen certain videos, not all of them. I've seen the majority of them actually here during the trial.
You've also had the opportunity to read articles. People have written interviews, things like that, about what happened that night, correct?
I do my best to avoid what people write on the internet. A majority of it is not true.
You have also sat here through 8 days of trial, correct?
Yes.
And you've had the opportunity to watch all of the videos that have been played in this trial?
Yes.
Sir, if you could please let me finish my question before answering. And I will do my best to let you finish your answer before I go on to the next question. Fair?
Yes.
We kind of know how your questions go, though.
You've also had the opportunity to listen to the testimony of all 30-some witnesses that have testified in this trial so far, correct?
Yes.
And after all of that, now you are telling us your side of the story, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you folks to go in the library for just a second. Who's going to talk about the case?
Ooh, judge is about to. Sorry, I'm trying to get some things done with my squad over here, but on the comments and in the comment section over here, guys. Again, we're my mods are working really hard to make sure that we keep things smooth. So for my mods, keep rocking. Again, if you guys don't be ignorant, please. I don't want to have to kick you out, but I will. Don't promote violence. Don't promote hate.
You need to account for this.
Your Honor, I don't want to jury here. He's commenting on my client's right to remain silent.
No, Your Honor. I am making the point that after hearing everything in the case, now he's tailoring his story to what has already been introduced.
The problem is, this is a grave constitutional violation for you to talk about the defendant's silence. And that is, and you're right on the borderline. And you may be over, but it better stop.
Understood.
This is, I can't think of the case, the initial case on it, but this is not permitted. All right. Ask the jury to come in, please. I sustain the objection.
You were armed with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle that evening, correct?
Yes.
You had it loaded with 30 rounds of full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
Yes.
That weapon with 30 rounds is capable of killing at least 30 people, correct?
Yes.
You had arranged to have Dominic Black purchase that weapon for you in Ladysmith, Wisconsin in early May of 2020. Is that correct?
We were up north shooting and not shooting. We were up north going camping, and Dominic Black brought his rifle, and we were talking. I was like, "Hey, what if we get a rifle for me? I'll give you the money. You can purchase it. It's yours until I'm 18." So I bought the rifle for Dominic, and I can use it. But once I'm 18, we can do a private sale, and we can have it turned over to my name once I turned 18.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old, you could not have that gun, correct?
I knew I could not buy that gun.
You knew you could not possess that gun also, correct?
No.
You weren't aware that under Wisconsin law,
I'm going to instruct the jury later about the law. So, and that he wouldn't, what he thinks on the subject is not dispositive anyway. So, it was unlawful for him to purchase the gun.
it wasn't just unlawful for you to purchase it, it was unlawful for you to bring it home, correct?
In Illinois, I wasn't able to bring it home because I didn't have a FOID card, a firearm owner identification card.
You
in
knew
Illinois.
You knew in Illinois that you couldn't get that until you turned 18, correct?
No, you can get a FOID card at 16 in Illinois.
But you didn't have one.
I did not.
And even after this gun was purchased for you in May, you never got one after that either, did you?
Actually, I applied for a FOID card in May of 2020, but due to the charges, and there was a backlog in Illinois for the FOID card, but after you filed the charges against me, it was denied because of the charges here in this state.
You found out about that after you were criminally charged in this case?
I found out about this in November of 2020. A letter was sent to my old residence.
So you knew that without that FOID card, the gun could not go back to your residence in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed that the gun would be kept at Dominic Black's stepfather's house here in Kenosha, correct?
Because he had a safe, yes.
and you agreed that you wouldn't have access to that gun, correct?
We agreed that the only time I would use the gun is when I was with him and we would go to like the Bristol shooting range or up north to his land.
But the only time prior to the night of August 25th, 2020, that you ever used that gun was up in Ladysmith, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't go to the Bristol shooting range ever?
I
with that
did.
gun?
Not with that rifle, but I did.
Pay attention to my question, please. You didn't ever go to the Bristol shooting range with that gun, correct?
Correct.
And you picked out that gun because Dominic had one, correct?
Yeah.
You could have, if you wanted to, chosen from any number of guns that were for sale. Fair enough?
That were at that store. There weren't many, but yes.
I'm sure the store in Ladysmith isn't the only store that sells guns, correct?
You can ask questions.
That was a question.
No, it was a statement.
Isn't it correct, Mr. Rittenhouse, that there are other places to purchase guns besides that one store in Ladysmith, Wisconsin?
I believe so, but that's where we're at, so that's where we got the gun.
And you, if you wanted to, could have given Dominic Black money to purchase a gun at other locations. Fair?
Didn't cross my mind, but now that you say it, yeah.
Why did you pick or want Dominic Black to buy for you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol or a shotgun or some other type of rifle?
I cannot legally possess or carry a pistol because I'm not 18 in Wisconsin. I believe it's 18 in Wisconsin for a pistol. But with the rifle, I knew I could possess that rifle. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I knew I could like take it to like the shooting range or possess it. And with shotguns, they didn't have any shotguns in stock. That was my original plan, to get a shotgun for trap shooting, but there weren't any at that Ladysmith store, and I didn't want to go to Walmart and buy one.
So your understanding at that time was that Wisconsin law prohibited you as a 17-year-old from possessing a pistol, but you could have an AR-15?
Yes.
What was that understanding based on?
The understanding was based on when we would go up north. It was me, Dominic, and my sister, and we were allowed to carry the rifles around, and the officers over there said it was fine.
I'm going to move to strike as hearsay. What officers would have told
You
me.
asked a question on what the source of his knowledge was. It's not admissible, and none of this is, frankly, and that's why I interrupted before. What the defendant believes the law to be, what the district attorney believes the law to be, what the defense believes the law to be, are irrelevant. I will tell you when I instruct you what the law of Wisconsin is pertaining to the possession of a firearm by a person under 18, and that'll be the source of your knowledge. I'm allowing the testimony right now because it bears on. There's an old maxim under the law of ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Ignorance of the criminal law is not an excuse. If you commit a criminal act, whether you knew it was criminal or not, you're responsible for your conduct, and because you're responsible to know the law. It's not relevant, except in this case, there are specific issues about his awareness and knowledge about certain conduct that is relevant on some issues. So it's quite complicated. Hopefully it'll sort out when I instruct you at the end. But that's why I'm allowing the questions and the answers. But do not be confused about anything that these people say is not necessarily accurate as to the state of Wisconsin law. Any question about that? Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So you're telling us that the reason that you wanted Dominic to buy you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol is the only reason was because you felt you couldn't lawfully possess a pistol?
Correct.
You didn't pick out the AR-15 for any other reason?
I thought it looked cool, but no.
You didn't pick it out because you wanted to go hunting with it, did you?
No.
You didn't pick it out because you were going to use it to protect your house, correct?
Correct.
You picked it out because it looked cool.
I thought it looked cool. Guess
It-
that's the reason, yes.
It resembled the types of weapons that are used in first-person shooter video games, correct?
I don't really play first-person shooter video games. I have, but
Ditto. I
looked at a
don't
variety
play
of
video
guns,
games. I couldn't tell you what they
including
look like.
shotguns, pistols. There's guns in video games that resemble all guns.
Isn't it true when you would hang out with Dominic Black, you'd play Call of Duty and other first-person shooter video games?
Come on.
Sometimes.
And those
Video
are games
games?
in which you use weapons like AR-15s to pretty much shoot anybody who comes at you, correct?
It's a video game where two players are playing together. I don't really understand the meaning of your question, to be honest.
Isn't one of the things people do in these video games try and kill everyone else with your guns?
So it sounds like the creators of Call of Duty are going to be getting a
Yeah, it's
lawsuit,
video
apparently.
game. It's just a video game. It's not real life.
Now, you introduced yourself as living in Walworth County right now. Is that
Yes.
right? On the date that this all happened, you were an Illinois resident?
Correct.
You had grown up in Illinois?
Correct.
You had not spent any significant time living here in Wisconsin, correct?
No.
You'd agree with me that's correct?
No, I've spent time at my father's house and partially live here also, so no, that's not correct.
You indicated you had attended, was it Penn Foster High School?
Yes.
That's an online high school?
Correct.
So you were not attending high school in person.
No.
And at the time that all of the things in this case were happening, from the time the AR-15 was purchased to the night of August 25th, you were 17 years old that entire time, correct?
Correct.
Could we have exhibit number 7 up, please?
Your thoughts? How's this going so far? Chime in, leave some comments. Thumbs up, thumbs down. I'm curious. Let's see what people think.
I have put exhibit number 7 up on the screen. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's my old TikTok account.
That was a TikTok account that you had during the summer of
Oh, TikTok.
correct?
Oh, TikTok.
Yes.
And it says your name on there, Kyle?
Yes.
Your username on TikTok was 4 Doors More Whores?
Yes.
And that's a picture of you there with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And underneath that, you have put on your profile the phrase, bruh, B-R-U-H, I'm just trying, T-R-Y-N-A, be famous. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're the one who wrote that.
Yes.
What does Theo Von say? Gang, gang?
You testified that at some point you were involved in some sort of EMT cadet program.
I was a firefighter EMT cadet at Antioch Fire Department.
When was that?
I was a cadet at the Antioch Fire Department. I believe from 2018 or 2019 up until the incident of August 25th.
An EMT cadet is someone who's just beginning the process of eventually achieving full EMT certification. Is that correct?
No.
Were you studying to be an EMT before August 25th, 2020?
I was learning about certain things in the field of firefighting and EMS.
But that's not actually formal classes, is it?
No, we met once a week, and we would either, depending on the day, we would either do EMT stuff like learning how to do airways, or we do firefighter stuff like doing hose drags and learning how to crawl through buildings.
And these are things that you did with the which firefighter? Antioch?
Antioch Fire Department.
You weren't a member of the fire department, were you?
I was.
You were a actual on-duty member on the roster of the Antioch Fire Department?
No.
So when you say you're a member, what do you mean?
I was a member of the Antioch Fire Cadet program. We were issued shirts, Antioch Fire Cadet member. We would help with the pancake breakfast at the VFWs, and we would wear Antioch Fire Department staff shirts. I still have one in my closet.
Maybe I didn't express myself clearly. You were not a member of the Antioch Fire Department, correct?
I was a member of the cadet program, which was through the fire department.
So you'd go out and fight fires?
We can go on ride-alongs, but we can't go into burning buildings for liability reasons.
You'd go out there and you'd save people from burning buildings?
Not me personally.
Because as a cadet, they would never let you anywhere near that, right?
They wouldn't let any of the cadets go into an actual live fire.
At the end of whatever this program is, you weren't actually going to be an official firefighter, were you?
No, it's to help prepare you for the firefighter academy, firefighter EMT academy.
And you weren't going to be an EMT at the end of this program either, were you?
No.
You know that to be an EMT, you have to be 18 and a high school graduate, correct?
Depending on the state, in Illinois, you can take a class at the college at 16 and you can have your EMT license by the age of 17. I wasn't in that class, but in Illinois you can.
You never did any of that?
No, I was online school.
The night of August 25th, you're here in Kenosha, Wisconsin saying you're an EMT, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
You were also telling people you were 18 or 19 years old. That was a lie too, right?
No, I didn't tell anybody my age that night.
You never volunteered it at all, did you?
I didn't.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, I just didn't find it relevant to give my name. Well, I gave my name, but my age to anybody. It wasn't something that came up in conversation.
As a 17-year-old, you shouldn't have been
Because
where?
You felt if people found out how old you were, they'd realize you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, it
Where?
just
Outside?
didn't come up in conversation. If somebody would have asked, I would have been like, yeah, I'm 17.
So you felt that as a 17-year-old, it was appropriate for you to be out on the streets of Kenosha with an AR-15 that night. Fair?
I believe I had any other right to be there as anybody else.
As any other adult.
As anybody.
But you weren't an adult.
Human being.
No.
So only adults have rights?
You indicated that you were working at the Recplex and had been working at the Y before that. Is that right?
Yes.
That was a YMCA down in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you had gotten furloughed there when COVID hit in March?
Yes.
And you had only started working at the Recplex on August 14th, correct?
I believe I got hired before that, but I was on vacation on August 14th, so I was on vacation, so I couldn't start until August 14th.
Your first time working at the Recplex was on August 14th, correct?
I believe that was my first day.
And then you worked the week after that from August 17th to August 23rd, correct?
I believe so, till August 24th I worked.
And then your final shift was on August 24th, correct?
Yes.
You worked a total of 41 and a half hours at the Recplex, correct?
That's the number you got?
And you were a lifeguard?
Yes.
You were walking around their swim area with one of those red, long, life-saving things, monitoring the pool, correct?
Rescue tube, yes.
So, but that was at the indoor pool at the Recplex?
It was at the indoor, it was at the, I don't know if you're familiar.
I don't know why that happened, but we're going to figure it out. So bear with me for 1 minute here, and I will sort it out. It's funny that this seems only happen. It's only been happening really during the severity of it dropping out is happening right now because while he's live doing his. So we're back up in 2 seconds here, guys.
To use deadly force to protect that car source building, correct?
Well, I wasn't using deadly force to protect the property. I used deadly force to protect myself. So.
Ooh.
Please listen to my question and answer my question if you can.
Sounded like you just did.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that car source building, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to stop someone from smashing the windows of an unoccupied parked car, correct?
I don't think you could use deadly force for that.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a metal dumpster on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from tipping over a porta potty, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a flatbed trailer on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone who is about to start an unoccupied car on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting some traffic cones in the middle of the street on fire, correct?
Correct.
So you understand that there's a difference between using deadly force to protect yourself and using it to protect property, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Yes.
But yet you have previously indicated that you wished you had your AR-15 to protect someone's property, correct?
I'm going to ask you to go into the library again for a moment, please. Please don't talk about the case. Mr. Richards?
Your Honor, Mr. Binger is either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter. He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions.
I don't know what
asked the court
happened.
to strongly admonish him.
They muted
and
it.
The next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an experienced attorney, and he knows better.
Mr. Finger?
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
My understanding of
You should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not a motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
That
to
was
reconsider.
their motion.
We have not filed any
Forgive me.
motions to reconsider in this case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you without any advance notice to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. and it gives. Well, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because, in my mind, and I argued this, it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. That's absolutely untrue. No. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed, even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time. You should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been things in this case, testimony in this case, that I believe opens the door to this. For example, the defense has introduced evidence that the defendant pointed a gun at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why
the actual testimony was that he had
The
two
defendant
guns
has
that he
just
pointed at
testified
him
this morning
first.
That he agreed with that person in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I did. That's what he
Exactly.
testified.
So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay. He has mentioned that he's acknowledged that he's used this gun to protect property. He's also just acknowledged that he knows he can't do that. I am attempting to impeach him now with the prior August 10th incident, 15 days prior, involving the same gun, where he is threatening to use that gun to protect property. It goes.
He had the gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about something when you haven't got a gun and threatening someone when you do.
You know, it's interesting, Your Honor, because the entire defense theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who was unarmed.
I want you to tell me what the defense theory of the case is. I want.
May I respond to what you just said, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to what you just said. I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay. I believe that there is a central part of this case that Mr. Rosenbaum is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So to your point, Your Honor, you're arguing that this August 10th incident, one aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant is the defendant didn't have the gun with him. This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the jury is being told because of those threats, that means the defendant has to defend himself. So with all due respect, Your Honor, mere verbal threats have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent actions. I am attempting with the defendant to use his mere verbal threat on August 10th, 15 days prior, that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15 to impeach the defendant in a murder trial. I would ask the court's forbearance to do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You're right. I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier. I may have misunderstood your ruling because I thought your ruling was if the evidence in this case made that more relevant, you would admit it or at least consider it an admittance. I believe, based on the evidence that we've heard, and more specifically, exactly what the defendant said earlier about admitting pointing a gun at someone who was merely jumping or sitting on a car, that the door is open now to this testimony. And I continue to believe that his state of mind, his intent, his belief as to self-defense is the core of this case. That was the basis for my motion.
Look at the defense attorneys.
You were strongly inclined against it. I understand that. But now we're in the middle of trial, and there's been a lot of evidence that's come in that I think makes this relevant. So I'm attempting to impeach the defendant on his beliefs. I believe I'm entitled to impeach the defendant on his beliefs and on his statements.
I'm going to interrupt you now because you're talking about his beliefs. I think that's what they call
his statements to, Your Honor. Because he just said, can't use deadly force, can't threaten to use deadly force to protect property. So now I'm impeaching him on that.
Your Honor, the court has seen no reason to change its ruling. And just so this record is clear, in spite of the lengthy statement by Mr. Binger, before we started today, the court specifically stated in Mr. Binger's presence, there's been nothing to
that a milk
have
bottle?
me change any of my rulings. There have been numerous occasions during this trial where they've opened the door. The one time when they're going into Mr. Rosenbaum's prior reason he doesn't like guns. And I said something, I whispered in Mr. Krause's ear, it's because of the prior convictions. Please stop. And he did. He knows if you're going to go into something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking about his attitudes. His attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted that kind of evidence in other trials when it's been appropriate. I didn't admit it in this case because, to me, what I've heard in this trial, and by the way, Mr. Richards absolutely correctly points out that just hours ago, I said I had heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me. You knew very well. You know very well that an attorney can't go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled without asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that. That's number one. Number two, this is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now for you, I see no similarity between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters, and the incidents in these cases, which are not, there's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404. Check the authorities, Wigmore and evidence, Judge Weinstein, Colonel McCormick. It's the prior act has to bear the signature of the accused, or it has to be so similar as to suggest it's a common plan or something like that. You have an incident where he's making comments about some alleged shoplifters versus crimes that involve instantaneous actions, whether premeditated murder or whether self-defense, that's for the jury to decide. But I don't see the similarity. I said it couldn't come in, and it isn't coming in, no matter what you think. Number two, I have to be concerned that with what Mr. Richards has said about the progress of the trial, and when you were I said you were over the line, close to or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule. I'm astonished that would have been an issue. So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that clear?
It is.
Thank you. Ask the jury to come back in, please.
Damn. The DA's like, you could have just said that. You got to go through all that. Damn, just say denied, like this. Woo, man, you guys. This judge, I'm not gonna lie, I gotta take back what I said in the original. Like, I was like, oh, this guy. This guy's kind of clowning to begin when he first came out, and whatever, But damn, he was quoting the Bible to jump out, and then now he's coming out, like he said, if I had Mother Mary's pointer, that would stick. But dude, this guy, he Triggered, bud. Triggered. Don't get brazen with me. Here's a drink for you. I think it's fair to say the judge is upset. And you're right, Stephanie, it's a sip for us. Wow, man. ADA Littlefinger is not winning brownie points. That judge, whoo. Don't get brazen with me. You know, that's funny. Someone, I didn't see who
Folks,
put
the
it up.
objection has been sustained.
Put up the hashtag, but I guarantee you it's
Go
going to
ahead,
be a new
Mr.
hashtag.
Thank you, Judge. So I want to turn your attention to the day of August 25th, 2020.
Okay.
You had spent the night at Dominic Black's house. Is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had worked at the Recplex the night before. Is that right?
The 24th, correct.
Okay. And you worked until about 7 p.m.?
I couldn't give you the exact time, but I'd say I got off around between 6 and 7. I don't recall. It's been a while.
And then you drove your car over to Dominic's house?
Yes.
Okay. So the rest of the time, it seems like you're being driven around in Mr. Black's car. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Why did you guys use his instead of yours, if you know?
At the time, I didn't have a driver's license, and I would drive just to get to work and sometimes to go to Dominic's dad's house.
So even though you didn't have a driver's license, you drove from your home in Antioch to the Recplex to work that day?
Yes, to be able to get to work.
And then after work, you drove without a driver's license to Dominic Black's house?
Yes.
So I assume then on the week prior to that, when you drive yourself to work, that was also without a driver's license?
Objection to this.
Let's go to
I'll move on. So you drove to Mr. Black's house, you left your car there,
Yes.
and you spent the night at his house.
Yes.
And then the next day, you guys woke up at some point and came down to Ruther. Is that right?
Spent the night at his house and had dinner, woke up in the morning, had breakfast. We were going through I was on social media and we saw the damage and we saw the car store. So we decided to go downtown.
And you came down in Dominic's car.
Correct.
And you said that there was a time in which you were cleaning graffiti at Ruther.
Yes.
And then at some point, I believe you said, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the timeline here, that you went to one of the car sources and encountered the owners, Sam or Sal or whoever they are, correct?
Yes.
Which of the car source locations was that?
It was the car source right here.
And that's the one at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Correct.
And that's the one that had gotten totally burned out on one of the previous nights?
Yes, that was the one where everything was destroyed. The other car sources still had cars there. So
Now, before that, had you ever worked at Car Source before?
I have not.
Had you ever bought a car there before?
I have not.
Had you ever even heard of Car Source before all that?
Yes.
Through Dominic?
Well, no. I would drive past it on a daily basis. I was in Kenosha almost every day, and I drive down Sheridan Road almost every day.
Okay. So you saw the business along with the churches and the Ultimate gas station and the courthouse and everything else in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked to these owners yourself?
Me and Dominic did.
And did they ask you to come protect the property?
They didn't ask me
Directly?
They didn't ask me directly. They asked Nick Smith.
Okay. And was Nick Smith around for that at that moment?
He wasn't there when me and Dominic were talking to them.
Did you ever personally witness any of these Car Source folks, Sal or Sam or any of the folks that were running that business? Did you ever personally witness them ask Nick Smith to guard any of their properties?
No.
Did you ever witness any of them ask anyone to guard any of their properties?
Not that I can recall.
What time, if you recall, did you find out that they'd asked Nick Smith?
I believe I said in my direct examination between 3:15 and 3:30.
And that was shortly after you had sent a text to Sam, right?
Correct.
And you texted him and asked him if you could protect his business that night, correct?
I did.
And in that text, you said, I'm more than willing and will be armed, correct?
Yes.
You meant you'd be armed with your AR-15?
Yes.
And you said that me and my brother would both be there armed, correct?
Yes.
By your brother, you meant Dominic?
Yes.
He's obviously not legally your brother.
No.
And you said in the text, I just need address. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you need the address of a location you'd already been to?
I just wanted to like pinpoint it and on the Google Maps because GPS, because with all the roads were closed down in Kenosha. I just wanted to know the best route to drive there with Dominic.
But you just told us that you drove past here every day up and down Sheridan. Why did you need GPS to help you find a place that you drive past every day?
The roads weren't closed when I drove past them every day.
But you still knew where you were going, right?
Sort of, but with like the back roads.
The roads were closed, man. I went through the same thing trying to get into
let's talk about
town.
the roads being closed. What do you mean by that?
Well, Sheridan Road was closed off, and I'm trying to remember. I don't think there are a lot of roads closed off. I couldn't tell you exactly their names right now.
Was that because there was construction going on?
No, they were closed off because of the riots.
They were closed off to keep people out of the area, right?
Yes.
And you knew there was a curfew that night, right?
I believe I got an emergency alert text at around 8 p.m.
Just like everybody else saying, stay off the streets.
I'm sorry.
Objection. There's no curfew charge.
It's still relevant to his decision-making. Just like everybody else.
Thank you for
You got a
that
message
contribution.
saying,
Resist. Appreciate you so
Get
much.
off the streets at 8 o'clock that night, right?
Yes.
And despite that message, you came down, correct?
I was already in Kenosha downtown when I got that message.
Once you got that message, you didn't decide, I'm going to leave and go home like I'm supposed to, correct?
I stayed at the car source.
And you knew that there was this curfew in place that meant you shouldn't be there anymore, correct?
There were, I'd say, hundreds, if not thousands of other people there that night that also got the same message.
So if they're all breaking the law, you can too?
I don't think the curfew was really being enforced.
So if a law is not being enforced, you can disregard it?
It's argumentative.
You said that there was a time in which Nick Smith asked you guys to drive him down to Chicago.
Correct.
To buy a piece of body armor.
Correct.
Down by O'Hare.
Correct.
And you guys were willing to do that at first.
Dominic was willing to do it. It was more of Dominic's thing because Nick Smith was going to throw in like $20 to Dominic when he bought it for like gas.
So Nick Smith was going to pay $20 for the gas to drive down to O'Hare where Nick Smith was planning on buying this body armor.
Yes.
And he needed that body, or the idea was the body armor would be used that night, correct?
I believe so.
That's why there was some urgency about going down right away, right?
Yeah.
This was part of the plan to come down to downtown that night, right?
He wanted to go to O'Hare to buy the body armor, so yes.
Do you understand my question?
Can you rephrase
Sure,
it?
absolutely. The urgency to get that body armor that day was because he needed it for that night, right?
Well, I wouldn't say he needed it, but he wanted it.
And instead of making the drive, you gave that your own body armor to Nicholas Smith.
Correct.
You had it along with you.
Yes.
You brought it along with you that day because you thought you might need it yourself that night, correct?
No, I kept it in my trunk of the car. I always had it.
You drive around with body armor in the trunk of your car regularly?
Well, it was just in the
I
back
do.
of my trunk. I never really took it out.
And you said at some point that day you went to Jelinski's. That's the hunting goods, fishing store out on Highway 31.
Back of my car, back of my
52nd
chair.
Street. to buy a couple of slings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this was one sling for you and one for Dominic, right?
Yes.
And you bought two of the identical type of sling, correct?
Yes. The cheapest ones they had.
And that's a single point sling, meaning it attaches to the gun in one location, correct?
Yes.
And then it wraps around your body, correct?
Yes.
And it's designed to help you retain possession of that weapon, correct?
You'd probably know more about them than I do. I just got it to hold the rifle. So when I'm doing medical aid, I don't have to sit on the ground and have to worry about it being stolen.
Because you realize that you couldn't have that gun on you while you're doing any sort of medical aid, correct?
I knew that I couldn't, without a sling, have it on me. That's why I got the sling, so I could have my hands free.
But even when you had the sling, there was a time in which you took off your entire gun apparatus and handed it to Joanne Fiedler because it was in the way of you trying to treat someone, right?
At that instance, yes, because it was hitting the ground. The rifle was hitting the ground. When I bought it, that was the purpose of it. I don't think it really worked, now that I think of it.
This big, long AR-15 really got in the way whenever you tried to help someone, right?
Sometimes.
If you had a handgun, for example, it would have been physically more easy for you to try and treat someone. Fair?
If I could have legally carried a handgun, I would have carried a handgun instead of a pistol. Instead of a rifle.
You grabbed some medical supplies from Dominic Black's house before you came downtown that night, correct?
I grabbed extra gauze, but that's about it.
You testified earlier that your AR-15 was loaded with 30 rounds of ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did that ammunition come from?
That was from our last trip up north, from May, the time we took it up north.
So when the gun was left at Dominic Black's house, it had that ammunition with it?
The ammo was in a box, magazine, I don't really know.
When you were at Dominic Black's house on August 25th, you found that AR-15 downstairs in his basement, correct?
No.
Where did you find it at?
It was downstairs in the basement, but I was told by Dominic Black, hey, go downstairs, grab your rifle.
So you knew up until that point that rifle was being stored in a gun safe in the garage, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have the code or any access to that gun safe, correct?
I did not.
It just happened that on this particular day, Dominic Black's stepfather had moved that gun into the house, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know that beforehand?
I didn't.
You didn't know that it had been taken out of the safe?
No.
And so you went downstairs and grabbed it?
After instructed to do so by Dominic, I did.
And it had that magazine?
After I was instructed to do so. After I was instructed to do so by Dominic, I did go downstairs and grab it.
And it had the magazine already inserted in the rifle?
It did.
And the magazine was already loaded with 30 rounds?
I believe so.
When did you chamber a round?
I don't know if I ever did.
Well, you had to have to fire the gun, right?
Yeah, I think it was already chambered when I got it. That's what I remember. I don't remember racking it at all that night.
Because the way this type of gun works is that you have to have a magazine with ammo in it. You have to insert the magazine into the gun, and then you have to rack it to load one of those rounds into the chamber, correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with how to do all of that, correct?
Yes.
And it can't discharge a bullet unless a bullet is racked into the chamber, correct?
Correct.
And so your testimony here, as best you can recall, is that you never had to do the initial racking because the bullet was already in the chamber when you took possession of it that day. Is that fair to say?
I believe so. I believe that it was already racked.
And the ammunition that was in that was full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
223 full metal jacket.
223 being the caliber,
Yes.
and Full Metal Jacket being the type of casing, correct?
Yes. Full Metal Jacket is the bullet type.
The bullet type. Okay, I apologize. And you're aware there are different types of bullets, like hollow point bullets, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And when you were in the process of purchasing this gun, well, let me back up for a second. You said that the 30 rounds of ammo were left over from previous. I assume you mean when you were up in Ladysmith
Yes.
and you were practicing with the gun up there?
Yes.
And Dominic Black's family has some sort of firing range or shooting range up there. Is that right?
They have a gravel pit where it's safe to shoot.
And you and Dominic would practice with your AR-15s shooting at targets in that gravel pit, correct?
Correct.
And you would shoot at targets as far as what, 75 yards away?
No.
How close were the targets?
I think the furthest I ever got was maybe from me to the TV.
You didn't shoot at any targets farther away than that?
No.
Dominic Black testified that he shot at targets 75 yards away. Did you see him do that?
I didn't, but I don't know what Dominic Black saw or what Dominic Black was shooting at. I wasn't with him when he did that.
But you were aware of the fact that the AR-15 was capable of hitting targets much further away than you to the TV, correct?
I believe so.
Did you know the capabilities of your own weapon?
I knew that it could shoot, and I believe from a distance. I don't know how far. I'm not an expert on AR-15.
It wasn't his weapon though. It was Dominic
Did
Black
you
weapon.
personally
So
purchase that 223 Full Metal Jacket ammunition?
I did not.
Who did?
Dominic did.
Did you ask him to purchase it?
I did not.
So you didn't know what type of ammo was in that gun. Is that right?
I knew they were 223 Full Metal Jackets. The first time I shot it, I had to load it into the magazine.
So you knew the type of round, but you didn't know what those rounds were capable of doing. Is that fair to say?
Believe a bullet's a bullet.
As you sit here today, you know that there are different types of bullets, right?
Yes.
You know that hollow point bullets, for example, do different things to a animal or a human than Full Metal Jacket bullets, correct?
Yeah. Full Metal Jacket is a defense round, like another type of defense round. I know people use Full Metal Jacket for hunting, and hollow point is something that causes more damage.
Hollow point bullets are designed to hit the animal that they're being shot at. Let's say a deer, for example, and explode inside that body, correct?
No, I don't think so.
When you say explode, are you saying expand or explode? Because there are such things as exploding bullets.
Sure. Let me rephrase. Mr. Rittenhouse, what is your understanding of what a hollow point bullet would do if it were shot at, say, a deer?
I don't think people use hollow point.
That wasn't my question, sir. What is your understanding of what that bullet would do? Let me rephrase it then, because you're aware that people use hollow point bullets in their pistols to defend themselves against.
Is he a hunter though? I don't know.
Yes.
Ryan Balch, for example, testified in this trial that he was carrying a pistol loaded with hollow point ammunition for self-defense. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
So what is your understanding, if you have one, as to what hollow point ammunition would do to a human?
I believe it would do the same thing as any other bullet. Like I said, a bullet's a bullet. I just believe.
As far as mortal wounds, it probably. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know much about ammo. I'm trying to think of what I remember, but I just don't know much about ammo.
So you didn't know the difference between what a Full Metal Jacket bullet would do versus a hollow point, right?
I believe a hollow point I just don't know much about this.
And
I
hollow
believe a
point's
hollow
basically.
point would cause more damage.
So
to
when
the
you shoot
first part.
somebody, they stop.
But it wouldn't continue through to any other targets, right?
I don't know the answer
Whereas
to
a
that.
Full Metal Jacket bullet is specifically designed to continue through its first target and keep flying, correct?
I don't think maybe Kyle was representing
First of all,
all of his knowledge on bullets at that point, but I don't know how it fits into the context of what they're trying to
hollow
do.
point is not guaranteed to stay in the first object struck, so what you said was not correct. Secondly,
There's no testimony on that, Your Honor.
no, but you've been testifying, and that's what Mr. We're going to take a break for lunch. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. We'll see you, let's hope, at about 12:45. Oh, I've got a couple of hearings. Let's say 1 o'clock. I apologize for taking time away from you.
Give it a sec. Let's see if they have any comments for the counsel before after the jury has left the room. I wonder if he's going to keep them around for another minute here. Looks like they might actually be letting them go to lunch. So, wow. Okay. We all knew. I mean, we knew going into this segment, if this were to happen, if this were to actually go down, that so now it's not muted, so I'm just waiting to hear if they're going to actually. I don't want to miss what they're talking about. So if they do start talking, I'll shut up. I mean, I'll try to shut up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so they're walking out of the room now. Yeah, so crazy stuff. So someone asked for a recap. The recap so far, I mean, what can I say here? Thus far, the recap. We just had Kyle Rittenhouse on the stand. All right. Well, Kyle Rittenhouse is still being, they've gone back and forth. Prosecution and defense. Right now, to backtrack from where we are. Yeah, right. I mean, you guys are watching. I can't recap it too much better than what you've already seen. They're going into the forensics of the bullets that were used, full metal jackets, and hollow points. Hollow points, from my understanding, let's say you're using a revolver. It's a compact piece that you can keep concealed and or keep on you. They don't jam. They're very reliable. Pull the trigger, click, bang. Also are notoriously bad with the sightings, their aim. So a hollow point, this is what I've been told by people that own guns, is that if you are aiming to stop somebody, let's say they're intruding in your house or you're defending yourself and they're coming at you and you shoot center mass right at the body and you don't quite hit anything like a vital that would stop them from attacking you or whatever you're doing, that the hollow point's going to inflict enough damage no matter where it hits that it's going to stop you. They do a hit and expand and boom, lay you down, put a big hole. But like I was saying, I don't know what all the rounds of 5.56, 2.23s, I keep hearing all these terms. I don't have a clue. I had to Google some of this stuff, like, the structure of an AR-15 and things like that. And what I looked up some videos. You guys are welcome to look them up. I'm not going to put links in here, but what an AR-15 round can do, a 2.23 or a 5.56, whatever, what they do to flesh, and not just a human body. Because remember, you could do what you want with this. People could hunt. You can go out and shoot a deer. You can do whatever you want. So they were talking about that. Then if we backtrack, Kyle, as he was recounting his experience, got really emotional, got super emotional. But between that and now, we had an exchange with the judge. Sorry, guys. Everyone knows his break, so the phone's blowing up. And I appreciate appreciate you all doing that. Hey, Tracy Sidorskowicz, I'm probably saying that wrong, and David Roscoe, thank you so much for those contributions. I do appreciate it. That means a lot. Much to everyone, like same with the super chats, super stickers, the bits, or not the bits right now, but the stars. Thank you very much. It makes me able to do this and to get to Kenosha and all the other things super or able. Man, drawing blanks on words. I'm reading your words, thinking of my own, and trying to talk at the same time, not working out. But it makes it possible. So thank you. The judge, though, man, he was not having it. So in the comments, if you guys want to pull up specifically what they were referring to when Judge Schrader snapped off and yelled at the prosecution, the ADA, to not get brazen with me, is what he said. Man, was he heated. From what I've seen, you are the I don't know what that means, Tina Wise. So what do we think is going to stick? Do we feel like it's going to be possession of the firearm? Is it going to be the other thing here that we got to look at is sorry, people are sending Heather Mooney, thank you very much for that. Yeah, appreciate that. Is and Wanda, I did not see that comment, and that's not really a racist comment. It's inappropriate. Maybe I don't even know if that's inappropriate. It's whatever. Was how Dominic Black right now. And remember, Dominic Black is the one who bought the gun. I'm going to pull this up so I can put it down there. I don't know if I saved that comment or if it was one that I just put up there. It was one that I just put up. Anyway, Dominic Black is the one who bought the gun for Kyle Rittenhouse. And they were brothers, right? They were brothers at the time, not blood related or legally. Star Train right there, Veronica Reno, good looking. However, Dominic Black was dating, was apparently not doing anymore, Kyle Rittenhouse's sister. And since that point, no, the judge is out of the courtroom. The judge is not there. Since that point, it seems like now, so Dominic Black was called as a witness for the prosecution. And in that period of time, Dominic Black, again, who purchased the gun for Kyle Rittenhouse, who was the legal owner of the gun at the time that Kyle Rittenhouse shot and killed Anthony Huber, Joseph Rosenbaum, and shot and wounded Gage Grosskreutz. At the time, Dominic Black was the legal owner of that firearm. They're making a point that he should have had a handgun. It would have been easier for him to be a medic or attend to first aid without that big clunky gun. And he said, if I was old enough or legally able to carry a handgun, I would have. Okay, well, let me see if the judge is talking. All right, let's just make sure we got you guys dialed in here. I don't want to miss anything. So bear with me for a moment here. Oh, shit. So yeah, we're talking about Dominic Black. Man, I apologize. This whole mute thing is driving me nuts. But I'm here. What I was just saying wasn't important, but I'll reiterate. Just that Dominic Black right now is facing 2 charges. All right, 2 felony charges that are actually being leveraged against him by the district attorney's office. The ADA right there is the one who personally drew up the charges against Dominic Black, and Dominic Black, like I said, is right now he, according to the court records, is charged with 2 counts of intentionally giving a dangerous weapon to a person under the age of 18, causing death. It says, according to court documents, which we all know are true, Rittenhouse allegedly gave cash to Black, who was dating Rittenhouse's sister, to purchase that AR-15 style rifle for Rittenhouse from a Wisconsin hardware store because Rittenhouse was underage. Court documents allege Rittenhouse retrieved the gun from Black's stepfather's house in Kenosha on August 25th, and that Rittenhouse and Black went together armed to the protest in downtown Kenosha that followed the Jacob Blake shooting. Later that night, of course, we know that Rittenhouse was involved in shooting 3 people. 2 passed away. 1 luckily escaped out with their life. That at a brief hearing Thursday, the prosecution and Black, this is a while back, at a brief hearing, the prosecution and Black's defense attorney made a mutual request to adjourn the Black case until after the Rittenhouse trial. The court granted that request and set the case for a status hearing on November 22nd. If convicted, Black faces up to 3 years in prison for each of the counts against him. We're looking at 6 possible years that Dominic Black, Kyle Rittenhouse's brother, could be facing in prison. Now, the thing about this that's interesting is how right now Kyle Rittenhouse's posturing is to say that he made it very clear that he was told to go get his gun. And these are terms that are they're going to come up, and I understand a little bit more. I think that some of the line of questioning that the prosecution is going with today than I have in most of the days. As you all know, it's been a lot of almost ramblings, as I feel. But what he did say when Kyle Rittenhouse, he was like, when you went and got the gun, he was like, I was told to get the gun from downstairs by Dominic Black. The gun was already loaded, as in having a clip in it, and racked, as Rittenhouse explained, having the chamber in the round. So, Nicola, okay, ask CJ to pull up the video. You can see the re-rack and hear it. When you're talking when he's on the ground, okay, so now one of the things that came up is, so basically what I was getting at there is he's basically saying, Dominic Black, you're cooked. Dominic Black is basically throwing it all on Kyle Rittenhouse. So now we've got, a Shakespearean situation here of 2 brothers lost in the battle of court, both protecting their best interests. One, I guess they're in this, it's not really just a financial situation. In this one, they're legit both fighting criminal charges, facing prison time. So they're throwing shade. They're throwing shade. But they're talking to, how do you feel about this? And this is a question I have for you. How do you feel about it? Do you feel like they're talking to the facts? Like, do you feel that both Kyle Rittenhouse is representing the facts accurately? Do you feel like Dominic Black represented the facts factually? Accurately, rather. If so, if that's what's happening and it all is going in one direction, then we'd have to believe that the facts are guiding us towards the potential outcome of the case, which it looks like today, after the defense made it very clear in a pretty heated exchange, was that the ADA, the defense attorney's office, or the district attorney's office, is pushing for a mistrial so they can retry Kyle. Which, as people have said in the comments, that is not what we want. We want this case to be done. We don't need to drag this out any longer than it's been. So the DA, and man, I tell you what. So then the judge wasn't having it. The judge, man, don't get brazen with me. He snapped, and what I'll do is I'm going to try to pull up. Maybe I can pull up that footage, and we can take a look at that. But yeah, so that's kind of the quick recap. Rittenhouse had a pretty emotional release on the stand, which triggered a sentence or a time, a break. I'm trying to check your comments in here. Like I said, we're watching a lot that are coming in. And again, I appreciate you guys all sharing the stream. We got a good chunk of people that are watching here, and I appreciate you taking the time to watch with me. What that offer is, why is CJ not a witness? Jeremy Martinez. I'm on the witness list. They admitted my footage into the evidence today that they watched earlier with the interview that I did with the owners of CarSource about what that came down to was the validity of their statements. And they're trying to basically make a point that when they said, this is where, it comes down to more than just like, watching a video, what happened, explain it, then move on. It's people's intentions and things that led to where you were at, which is to say that the CarSource folks had made large statements about large amounts of money that were lost and were going to be needed to rebuild. There was GoFundMe's, there's government assistance, as it was said by Sam in that interview, $2.5 million. $2.5 million is what was said, and 137 cars, if I remember right, which is exactly the number that was given. Also, at the time, well, not at the time, but that was in that interview. Fast forward to them, Sam, the owners of CarSource, being on the stand. They both, Sam denied ever asking anybody at all to defend their lots, to be there, to be present at all. And basically what the DA is pushing is that, Kyle Rittenhouse and the rest of the militia folks had no reason to be there. No one wanted them there. They had no right to be there. And that was interesting when he started talking about rights, when he said, well, why were you there? You shouldn't have been there. You didn't, and that blows my mind to think that the kid's 17, but he still has a right to be on the street. And Kyle Rittenhouse answered, I think, fairly. He said, I had every right to be there, just like everyone else that was there. I was there against curfew. Granted, I do have a little bit of an exemption because I have, a media outlet, but it's still, he was basically saying like, why would you shouldn't have been there, is what he said. And he's like, he defended himself appropriately, I think. But the CarSource folks, as in multiple testimonies, from Bukowski, from Joanne Fiedler, I think Ryan Balch said it. You had even Dominic Black, and I believe, and now Kyle Rittenhouse. Everyone's saying that they asked them to not just protect their property, but based off the testimony earlier, that they were offered money. A couple $100 to protect the property. So immediately that goes into discrediting what they'd said prior to when they were on the stand originally about not asking for any support of any kind from armed gunmen to protect their property. So there's been a lot of discrediting of statements here. They're really working hard on doing that and trying to prove that people are lying, to kind of break down their character, the character basis, so that they can go ahead and push for, it sounds like, either to discredit their testimony or pushing for mistrial. So, that is what it is. Cindy, I haven't got a subpoena, so I'm able to say whatever I want, whatever I feel. And honestly, we're just talking about the facts here. I wouldn't change anything I'm saying if I was sitting in front of a jury. Or, talking to anyone in particular here. Because these are the facts, guys. I mean, and I say it and I keep saying it, but I encourage everybody to appreciate that what we're trying to accomplish here is just a fair trial. For whatever the outcome might be. Fair trial, man. Just give everyone the best opportunity to have a trial that's going to be full of actual accountings, factual recounts of the events that took place in Kenosha that week. Because if we tear apart the fiber of what we're doing here with our court systems, we're already in such a chaotic state as a nation. Like, where will we end up? I mean, guys, I would hope that this trial, if anything, will give us an opportunity to let go of a lot of things we're holding on to. All we want is a fair trial. That's all I'd want. That's all I would want, is a fair trial. And I can only talk about the times that I've been to trial court. And when I have, all I could do is say, you know, this is what happened. You know, it's not up to me to tell, you know, the prosecutor or the defense, you know, anything else other than what happened to me during the time and, you know, of any of the events. So it is what it is. You know, people are going to have to go through it. Why isn't your footage being used? Why weren't you subpoenaed? Speaking of facts, why isn't your footage being used? And why weren't you subpoenaed? My footage has been used quite a bit. And I haven't been subpoenaed because maybe the footage speaks for itself. I don't know. I think some of the reasons that they have had to subpoena people with the footage that they've provided is because there's a narrative in the video that they feel is pertinent to the case. And so in order for them to have the narrative in the video or the audio involved from the person holding the camera, they have to be able to cross-examine that testimony, basically is what it is, of the person doing the filming. So in like Kriston Harris from the Rundown Live, they used quite a bit of their footage. And it's crazy because I called. I was like, hey, man, you know, they're talking about you a lot. And they're watching your footage. He's like, oh, I'm actually in the hallway right now. They just took a break talking about this footage of mine. And as we were talking, they walked up and like subpoenaed him. He's like, oh, well, I just got subpoenaed. So someone pointed out like, hey, that's him right there if you want to talk to him. So they put a break up. They were showing his footage and they subpoenaed him right there, brought him into court and had him testify, put him on stand. So that's where that's at as far as my footage and anything else that's going to happen with my direct involvement with the case. You know, yeah, all I can do is just provide it. And you guys, to be very fair here, to be very clear, the footage that I have is provided to the attorneys. They have full access. Both parties have full access to my footage. It's not one or the other. So when I talk about anything about what's going on here, I make it clear that both parties have access to it and have had access to it. So it's not like working for one side or the other. I have strong feelings about some of the things that I've seen and how I feel about some of these things. But to be fair, well played, Bella. I got you there. It just comes down to the facts and then letting the jury have to deliberate. And that honestly I was talking to my guy, Tacoma Fox last night, and which isn't a news outlet. It's an individual. That's his handle, is Tacoma Fox. It was, yeah, sorry. Anyway, we're just talking about it being a fair trial. So, but I was saying I wouldn't want to be a juror. I'd rather be a witness than a juror in this one. And then we had issues where they were talking about people, you know, somebody filming. Okay, let's talk about the jurors real fast. Because I didn't want to get into this much because I think I would take away from the case because they moved past it. So they're not even bringing it up. But there was talk about there being people that were somebody from inside. Michelle Morris, thank you for that super sticker on YouTube. I appreciate it. But there was talk about people recording and filming the jurors inside the courtroom. There's cameras in there. There's news outlets in there. Those are in there. They're very particular about who they're letting into the courtroom, or they're screening through people, but also about the conduct rules while in said courtroom. Right now, people were making mention. I saw pop up like, oh, you can see a reflection of one of the jurors in the TV, whatever, little things like that. A guy that I have the utmost respect for, and again, someone that I've seen out in many places across the country, Cortez Rice. People were focusing some attention on him. And to be clear here, I didn't jump into it or breathe into it because people were just trying to say things. When it came right down to it, sorry, these comments are great. I just want to make sure that we're being really clear. I finally watched the clips. I hadn't watched them. I watched the clips, and his statements were really taken out of context initially, like one of these Twitter, TikTok things that went out there when you're driving in a car. But then he went on, he clarified what was being talked about. He wasn't saying that he knew anybody in the courtroom. He wasn't saying that he had any indication of who the people were in the courtroom, or that he himself was planning on like gathering information on the jurors. No one ever said that he was an individual that was filming these jurors getting off a bus on, I think it was Tuesday. And so that being said, I'm not going to throw that on anybody. And he made it very clear it wasn't him. He had no intentions of trying to threaten anybody or do anything. So, and he's a stand-up dude. And so Cortez we're talking about is, he's very close to the Floyd family. He's made it clear he's not blood. He's like blood. He's like, George Floyd is basically like his uncle. George Floyd referred to his kids as his niece and nephew, that type of thing. But when it comes down to it, so that's all I really want to get into. I'm not going to breathe life into it. I've met the guy on many occasions. I know him. He's a good dude, does a lot of work for the community. He's a huge community advocate. He puts the boots on the ground. He's really about finding change, about institutional change, about trying to find a way to to make a difference. And think what you want about me, think what you want about him, think what you want about whoever you want. I've personally like broke bread with my man there, and he's a good guy. He's a good dude. And it's easy for people to make assumptions based off of social media and yada yada yada. But when it comes right down to it, like I'm pretty spot on with how I can read people usually. But in this one, I know I'm dialed in. He's a good guy, and I know he wouldn't work ever to intimidate. And he explained the whole thing with the judge as well. You guys can go watch that footage if you need to. I wouldn't even breathe into it. I just appreciate that what he's doing is what I've seen in his efforts is trying to like put clothes on people's backs that are homeless, doing community outreach work. And flat out big shout out to Cortez. I hope he does continues to do what he's doing, boots on the ground and push towards change. You know what I mean? And we're not going to focus on that at all because it's not worth it, man. Like there's so many things that get thrown around out there, guys, that I don't breathe into. Things about me, but people, there's some few that want to throw shade. You just can't feed into it. And it's like I said yesterday, man, you can't let people's misconceptions of you, dictate who you are, or don't even carry that around with you, man. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much for you to handle someone else telling you who you are, what you're about. So just do the research for yourself, man, and go straight to the source. There's what you want to do. Anything about the person that I was just mentioning, myself, whatever, ask direct questions. You know what I mean? That's like what this court was really all about. You ask a direct question, get an answer. Now you know, you can go straight to the source on most everything nowadays. You can reach out and find anybody. You know what I mean? Like you can shoot an email, shoot a direct message, find them on the gram, TikTok, Twitter sphere, whatever you want to do. You can throw a message out to them and just ask. Yeah, but Shauna, you said it. Screw what others think about you. What others think about you is for them to think about. I said it yesterday. Let them think all they want about you. You know what I mean? And that's fine. I'll appreciate what you're doing here. You're in my opinion. I thank you very much for that. Much love to you too, Trista Langlina. I'm not going to say that right. I apologize, but thank you so much for that, and for that contribution over on YouTube. That means a lot. Thank you very much. Yeah, man, it's crazy. So there's people are talking about Australia. I don't know what's going on in the chat. It seems like let's do this. I'm gonna put this up here. Please stop toxicity in the chat. Seriously, some of you are just here to argue with everyone. Stop it, please. Yeah, hey, you guys, we're trolling out the trolls too. So if you're gonna come in and you're just looking to be argumentative for the sake of being argumentative because you want to start some garbage and make it, whatever you want it to be, which it isn't, just DM each other, man. Go ahead, go into town. Just go to town on each other, but DM. Go ahead and set up that DM convo, and you guys can have at it. Which is fine. And Jenny Vizard, you saw, yeah. Always ask questions, man. Stay curious. Stop acting like you know it all and you have it all figured out, because you don't. Definitely don't. So, I know I don't. So if you're taking your cues in life and answers from me, then you got bigger problems. So I'd say, well, let's take a look at what's this alert here one more time. That I thought was pretty wild. This is the emergency estate. They mentioned this. They said, well, what were you doing in town? And when Kyle was talking about the roads being closed, they were. There's many closed, like roads trying to get into the off ramps were closed. It was difficult. We had to navigate. You know what I mean? He looks at the jury. It bothers me. Susie says, if you guys want to, you can go to 148 to 150 during Kyle's interrogation. Troll's going to troll, though. I mean, that's not what Susie, I'm saying. But she was saying there's something about the way Kyle looks at the jury. It bothered her. I don't know. I'm telling you, CJ. Chat is whack today, but for the worst, I've been here thus far. Thank you, Wanda, for sticking it out. I appreciate it. But this is not. I did get a garbage plate, and I'll be back very soon. I will be back in Kenosha very soon, you guys. I'm taking contributions that have come in to go to Kenosha. It looks like I'm gonna have to try to rearrange some travel to get there sooner than expected because this case very well could be wrapping up pretty soon. And but when I say pretty soon, I mean like today could be. We could be at the last day of the case right now. Yeah. And so right now, it's coming down to it, Rittenhouse on the stand. I think it's almost enough to say that yeah. Do you agree with the facts that the prosecutor was trying to bring back up a curfew stuff? No, I don't. No, Jake, no, I don't. I mean, here's the thing. They put the curfew in place and, people felt like they had different reasons for being there. Someone felt like your acts are righteous. And this is where it comes down to a lot of things that happen here in the world. Shauna, yeah, I'll use him to get a tech guy. I appreciate that, Kathy. Yeah, I'm looking forward to being back. If you feel like your acts are righteous, things like a curfew aren't going to stop you. I feel like as a independent journalist that it was my responsibility to be there to help showcase what happened. And if you guys see, had we not had all the people out there that were there recording and filming and doing what they did and testifying to what they saw and experienced, there would be no case here. People could argue the same thing. If nobody was there, there would be no case here because then nothing would have happened. So, and I can't argue that at all. You know what I mean? I can't argue that at all. Yeah, had everybody just gone home and no one would have been there, had there not been a protest. I mean, but we can backtrack this, guys. Let's hold on to all hands here. Had there never been had Jacob Blake not been shot, there would have been no protest to begin with that would have elicited that would have brought us to a point where there was homicides and people that died. And is the term homicide, we're allowed to use that? There was two deaths and some serious injury. And then get into the reason why Jacob Blake shot. So like I said, we could backtrack this all we want, but we need to look at the point where we're at, like where we ended up, which was we ended up in the streets of Kenosha with chaos all around us, buildings burning, cars exploding, people shooting guns, and it worked out the way we all see it worked out. The whole world watched it, Then it started with this. This is what I was going to show you guys, which was this. So we just got the Kenosha. Oh. Put it on this. Let's see on this one, yeah. No, shine this one. So as it says, this is one of them. So this one was on August 25th, right? Curfew for 8 p.m. So this is at 7:09 or 7:10. I believe that my phone was still at, I don't know if it transferred over. Maybe that was at 5 o'clock. Either way, Kenosha County has declared a state of emergency curfew for 8 p.m. tonight, August 25th, east of I-94. Citizens need to be off the streets for their safety. The curfew will be enforced until 7 a.m. That was scary, though. That sound. That was a scary sound to hear, but this is on my phone that day. in Kenosha, getting, geared up, getting gassed up, and Andrew and I were getting ready to go back into town to record. Was wild, and so yeah, I'm glad that we were able to capture that on camera. The here's the other thing about what happened, and some of the stuff that I was looking up. It wasn't Kenosha. Hotels we soaked the money by Andrew. Yeah, Tammy, hit me up. Yeah, DM me. Yeah, someone said footage of CJ and others streaming that night, others than the drone footage. It would have been. So, yeah, really, this trial is pretty intense based off for people like myself to realize just how involved we are, by no other directive than just doing what we do. It wasn't like we went out there with the intention of capturing things that we knew would be brought up in a court case, but showing people what was really happening so that if and when the court cases do come up, if that's something that would come from an event that we might be at, there would be real-time information and facts that people can look at without having to wonder what really happened. There were many streams. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there, guys. I feel blessed that we had up to 90,000 people live at one point watching on our feed here at CJTV, but tens of thousands of people on a regular, and it really, I think, was incredible because it gave so many different eyes on the situation at hand. And that comes into right now, you guys. It comes into right now as well, which is to say that people have this, they're getting mad at people for having opinions, strong opinions. But again, remember, like I said, at one point we had 90,000 people live on the show. That's a lot of people. I mean, the video views, if I looked into my analytics, if I was able to, before I got pulled off Facebook back then, there was millions and millions of views. I think it was 4.5 million views of one of the nights in Kenosha. That's 4.5 million people that saw what happened within a 48-hour period of it happening. Now, people live, almost 100,000 people were watching that live. And that's a personal attachment, that's shocking. Even watching the judge saying, what do you say? Don't get brazen with me. That moment when he leans in and said it, I was like, oh shit, set back a little bit, man. We were watching cars explode, buildings burn down. We were watching, people get shot in the street. That's something that hits you and stays with you. So that personal attachment. So when people are in the comments and they're talking about what they experienced while they watched it live, that's very real. That's real time. You know what I mean? It's very valid. And so we can't discredit the real emotion people are feeling based off of what they experienced. Even if it was through a screen, it was still real. You know what I mean? Watching 9/11 happen, you guys, is no less of an attachment to you. Had you seen, I watched it, I watched the second plane. I watched this happen, and it was terrifying, and that's seared into my head. We've watched so many things I've seen in my life, things in person, but that have stuck with me. But some of the things I've seen on TV, firsthand accounts, are just as poignant in my memory, and the things that are sticking out and that have affected me, as many of you, I'm sure, have had the same experience. So, one of the things that I did think was interesting was on another tip was the amount of the arrests made in Kenosha at that time. And that's something I wanted to look at real fast with you guys, because this was an interesting statistic, and I hope it plays into whatever happens with the outcome of this case, which is the arrest records, not the records, but the statistics, if you will. Let me see. Just want to make sure I get the right one for you guys here. But so let me see. Okay, boom. Okay, so far out of 175 arrested in Kenosha, 102 were not from Kenosha. That's staggering to me. If you think about that, 175 people were arrested in Kenosha during the nights of the riots. and 102 of them, and I'm gonna let somebody else. Please, I'd encourage someone else to do the math on that. What the percentages of people that were actually from Kenosha, that were there in Kenosha, engaged in nefarious activities that brought Kenosha to the state of chaos that it ended up in. Let me see when it says, where are we at here? Yeah. There you go. From Kenosha right now. So it says address. Yeah. So 102 of the 175 listed addresses outside of Kenosha. They have 34 were arrested for violating curfew, as well as other charges such as carrying concealed weapons, burglary, and drug possession. What some people said was that what was the implication? It was from on some of the Facebook posts and some of the things that we saw was that the people that were arrested were part of an organized industry, if you will, that were kind of brought in, and there as an organization almost. Let me see. Let's look a little further. So police booking data tells a different story. It says online booking data doesn't line up precisely with the police report, but it shows 165 were arrested, which gives us insight into how the protest arrests break down. So we're still at the same statistic. And granted, there's a couple different views on this. So we've got 60 were from Kenosha, is what it says. And then it says 28 were from Illinois, 60 were from elsewhere in Wisconsin, 11 were from Washington and Oregon, which played in because you guys remember, like I saw people in the Civic Park from the Northwest, from the Seattle area here that I knew from the protest. And immediately one of the guys I saw who wasn't engaged in any kind of riotous activity, he was out there advocating for change, and ended up making his way to DC for the March on Washington, which is what we were all there to do. They happened to be driving from Seattle. This couldn't be calculated like this. You wouldn't have known that Jacob Blake was going to get shot on this day, because the caravans had started from Seattle, Washington, all the way, in Portland and whatnot, heading to the DC for the March on Washington, which was, I want to say, the 57th anniversary of the "I Had a Dream" speech that Martin Luther King gave on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, which is where we were where we ended up later, about a week later. Not even a week later, a couple days later, because it was on like the 28th of August, I think. And so, but then we have 7 of those folks were from elsewhere: Kentucky, Minnesota, Indiana, California, as well as 3 listed by police as homeless. So anyway, and then, this particular article, one of the ones I'm looking at, it goes into, talking about some of the places people were pulled in from. But yeah, so you had people that were in from out of town that were causing a lot of violence and riotous activities in Kenosha. That being said, people are talking a lot in the chat, and they've come to me personally via messaging and phone calls and whatnot, asking what my thoughts are about what will happen in Kenosha based off the verdict. I feel strongly, and I hope I'm right, that what we've seen in Kenosha last August, and like I've said in this many times, riots, protests, not protests, but riots, law enforcement engagements, all these things, they're very adaptive. That being said, I feel pretty confident in the fact that the law enforcement, or the riot control, whatever you want to call it, out in Kenosha, learned a big lesson. They've seen how things went, and I think they have a better idea, a pretty solid, firm idea of what they want to see happen. I think that at this point, they probably know better how to handle this. That being said, I think, and again, I hope I'm right, that people know that, and it would avoid there being a violent protest. And if people do want to protest, that's 100% legit. You know what I mean? I encourage protesting. I don't stand behind riotous activity. Some people say it's just property, people over property. Well, let's not put property in danger where people would have to show up with guns to protect said property when we have to put people in danger at that point. If we don't do that, and I don't mind saying it, a peaceful assembly is acceptable. You know what I mean? Yeah, I have a good friend of mine here whose grandparents and then parents and then himself now are involved huge in the civil rights movement, and was showing me all these amazing pictures of these incredible marches and gatherings in Seattle, peaceful assemblies, and then was talking to me about the changes that slowly came through in the area, directly in the Seattle area, during a lot of these peaceful civil rights movement and the civil rights movement, but these peaceful assemblies that made huge impact and these big statements out in this area. And it was really powerful to me. I was like, man, that was powerful. So I would hope that we can liken ourselves unto the past in situations that have made strong messages through peaceful gathering. And that's not for everybody. In all cases that have come up, but I hope that in this it will, and we can, move in that direction, regardless of your viewpoints. If you are for the police, if you aren't for the police, if you are for defunding, refunding, if whatever it might be, if you're for Kyle Rittenhouse, against Kyle Rittenhouse, whatever your view is on everything, when it happens, the verdict, I would hope that people appreciate that, like, gathering peacefully is definitely encouraged, and if you're in Kenosha, if you're in that area and you're starting to feel it, I encourage you to come out, to be a part of it. And if nothing else, just to be a part of it, to let your presence be known as a peaceful citizen of your area and a representative of your people and your community. And in that, the numbers would skew in the direction of people that are out there to keep it peaceful and to keep it well known that a riot isn't going to be allowed to take place. Just saying. Protesting is perfectly fine. Rioting and looting is not. Looting is garbage, man. Looting it's low. When you, especially, you see it looting. You see not just looting where people have broken into a place, looted it, then burnt it down, but you see a place where they even had evacuations and people have gone in and looted. So that looter mentality, man, that's a low human being right there. Like, we're going to go rob this place in the wake of opportunity. And I watched it happen, man. I've seen it happen in so many different places. Terrible. So yeah, we want to keep Kenosha healthy, safe, and free of riot is what I would like to see, regardless of the outcome. Again, Bella Fist, there you go. Pop back into the videos. Take a look at Elizabeth City. And you get a better idea of how voices get heard. And again, that's what's important. And that's why I bring a microphone everywhere I go, because I really want to hear what people have to say. I want to know the message that's being pushed. And I know that the people that are really truly about it, they want their message to be heard. And if you know anything about me, you know that I'm coming from a truly inquisitive standpoint, and I really, truly represent genuine desire to understand. So there you go. I don't know who sets the terms of the protest. I know you can, and this out is in Seattle, and I would imagine it's the same out in Kenosha or anywhere else. You can put in for a protest permit. And if you're going to do, somebody over in Discord needs to coach up Tanisha. She's not very good on acronyms. And court back on? No, not yet. But you put in for a protest permit and you get permission from the city to protest, peacefully assemble, whatever you want to call it. And but you can also, if you're planning a march that's going to occupy streets, you can let the police know the route you're planning on taking. And I've seen it in Seattle multiple times, which is poetic, really, when they're protesting against the police, but they put in for a protest permit. The police then are tasked to escort that protest and block off streets and to keep them safe while they're marching from other vehicles trying to drive in to the crowd, or from other people trying to attack the crowd. So the police, in essence, are protecting people that are protesting against the police, which in itself is like this whole like Pandora of craziness, because if the thought is to defund the police and the police may not have the funding to help with the protest coverage, to keep the people safe that are out protesting against the police, which might incur other issues of not safe conditions and people getting hurt. So, I mean, again, these are that you can follow this as far back as you want, but so many places you put in for a protest permit and you can usually get it. You know what I mean? She is Tristan. I'm sorry to hear that, saying that her business has been threatened in Kenosha. You know, it's people, and I know there's talks this ACAB thing, which anyone that's wondering, ACAB stands for all cops are bastards. They're the ACAB is what you hear a lot. That term will be tossed around when people are verbalizing it. Yeah. So, but there's people that feel that way, that don't back the police. They feel like the police state is one that's, is an issue and it's a problem. And again, that's, people have strong opinions, and it's not for me to judge what they've gone through, what they've experienced, and makes them feel the way they feel. Defunding the police scares me, honestly. I agree with the refunding idea. I agree with the idea that you can take a Seattle police budget of $450 million and reallocate some of that funding towards cultural sensitivity training, de-escalation training, proper hand-to-hand combat training. And I say that seriously because in situations like where you have to disarm a suspect or whatever the person might be, or you have to use force of some type, it doesn't need to be excessive, for lack of a better term. But it can be, acceptable if you know what you're doing when it comes to like hand-to-hand combat. You're better trained and ready to go at it when it comes down to it. So refund is a good way to look at it. Take the funding and just rearrange it, put it into places that'll benefit not only the people, but it'll get the change that you need. You know what I mean? Stephen Rohr, you're welcome. Yeah. Because I think, domestic violence training, domestic abuse, the child protective services situations, maybe not the CPS, but the NAV teams that are helping with the homeless populations, the people that are involved with the people that have mental instabilities. I saw in Seattle, and it was terrible. There was a man downtown that had a knife, and he had cut himself, and he was kind of waving this knife around, being threatening towards people, and he was shot and killed by 2 different officers. That man was mentally unwell. Just, maybe it was chemically induced, maybe it was alcohol induced, maybe he just has a chemical imbalance that has him off the mark, which is very common in major cities and all over the world. But major cities see it a lot with the VA hospitals. You go around a VA hospital, you'll see it because you have people that are dealing with PTSD, people that are returning from war situations that need medication that aren't on their medications, and a lot of times that makes them turn to being homeless. And then when they're improperly medicated or don't have the medication they need, radical and excessive behavior can take place. And a lot of times those things end up in the people that are involved in some of these criminal activities. And I think personally, what I feel would be beneficial to the world is if people had, if it was an opportunity for people to, to invest, I would love to see, more liaisons, if you will, people that have proper training in, in mental health. Like the guy that was shot with the knife. You would think if he was planning on hurting himself standing on a ledge of a building, they wouldn't shoot him off the building. You would want to talk him down. You'd want to negotiate those waters to have a peaceful resolution. And I think a lot of times when guns are available, and the police do have guns, that can be a quick solution to what is probably a longer issue, right? So, and people can feel the way I say. I'm not saying that I don't. I respect and I respect the police and what they do. I've got many friends that are police, guys I've known my entire life that are amazing human beings and have genuine interest in being there as a civil servant and helping people. There's parts of their jobs they don't like. There's issues that come up that make them feel uncomfortable, and I don't know all the inner workings and of Barry, shut up, of the world that they exist in, but it's a job for some people too, just a job, no higher calling, just a job with good, good benefits, a decent retirement plan, and guaranteed work. So here's where it is. So yeah, but the police aren't on trial here. They might be. They very well might be. They will be brought up the city, and I'm sure the police department, whomever, and like the civil suits and things like that. The Grosskreutz, his $10 million case, will be involved. I'm sure the police will be brought in on that one, and a lot of that comes down to. Well, I'll show you. If you guys hadn't seen this one, this was the where are we at here? This video is by Ryan Balch of Ryan Balch, saying that the police told. I'll show you. Let it speak for itself.
You know what the cops told us today? They were like, "We're going to push them down by you because you can deal with them, and then we're going to leave."
I'll play it one more time for those who didn't hear it.
Well, you know what the cops told us today? They were like, "We're going to push them down by you because you can deal with them, and then we're going to leave."
That's why, if that's factual, and granted, I don't know if that's factual. I didn't record that. I didn't hear that. Just saying. But if that's the case, and that is something that's they find evidence to, back that, then yeah, I can see the police having an issue on their hands. He testified to that. Yeah, they testified to it. Yeah, it's my cop nose, guys. I have apparently a cop nose. Joshua Sheets in Tacoma says 100% the police fault in Kenosha. I don't 100% agree with that, but I definitely feel like there should have been that it wasn't. I said it in my video that we watched yesterday, and I've seen it. We've talked about it many times, that the fact that the police, the law enforcement pushed those people out into the city and left it to the chances of them being able to rectify and solve that problem was intense. And it was scary to think that the citizens were then put up at task to defend themselves, to defend their businesses, and to do everything they needed to do, where if it were at opportunity to keep the crowds down in Civic Center, down in Civic Park, where they had coverage. They had a big fence, they had Bearcats, they had more or less like a courtyard, where people were, for lack of a better term, corralled. You know what I mean? She is Tristan says, and she is Tristan is in Kenosha. There was no reason for KPD to push the riots into neighborhoods, and it went that way. Went that way, and then buildings were caught on fire, and and it's sad. Again, I think right here, and then the comment here says, I think the cops were hoping they would disperse. I agree. I think that they were definitely hoping for that. I know that that's not what happened. But what happens in these situations, and you guys, we've watched it down in Portland, we've seen it in Seattle, is that people, the police will push people in a direction, and they kind of, it thins them out, and then they kind of pick people off around the perimeter, and then everyone kind of recongregates that's left, and they push them back again, and they kind of, they thin out, pick them off a bit. And that's where a lot of these arrests are coming from, is when people are kind of pulled off, picked off on the sides. And then, they do the kettling. They push people one direction, and as they get there, then they swing around the backside and catch them in a kettle, and then boom, they do their arrests, and it's a big cat and mouse game. A lot of push pull, a lot of a lot of posturing as well from the law enforcement. Okay, we have an arrest team. They were targeting people in the crowd. The guy with the black pants, white shirt, blue hat, red backpack. Mark him. We're gonna send out an arrest team and come get you. But the thing that was working out before the people were pushed out into the streets was that they had Bearcats, a big fence, and everyone was focused on that fence, just like in Portland, man. And I'll show you what I'm talking about here, because this is the when it comes right down to it, this is what a fence does right here. It draws the attention and it gives everyone something to focus on. This is the fence scene in Portland last summer. So last summer, the fence went up around the federal courthouse, and this is what it looked like. A lot of tear gas, a lot of explosives, and I guess it looks like I'm froze right now. For whatever reason. Okay, I'm not froze. I'm having some connectivity issues right now. I believe they might be getting close to coming back on, but so yeah, this I just want to make sure we still are up and running. So the fence, yeah, if they would have kept everyone in Civic Center, Civic Park, and not pushed them into the neighborhoods and surrounding areas, things would have been a lot better. So yeah, we're just dealing with, I don't know why this is having issues. Give me a heads up if you would, whenever we jump back in to when court comes back up. Anyway, this video file could be a little bit too much for so this is the fence in Portland, and I'm just gonna leave it at this right here. This is what it could have been, and it would have been scary, and but what it would have been as well is a safer place for people to focus their anger and their attention. So I want to go ahead and make sure we're not missing anything with the courtroom TV here, or with the okay, nothing there yet. We're getting there though. We're getting there. So bear with me for a moment here, if you would please. Sit tight. Okay, so yeah, we're not back up yet. Court's not back in session yet. I'm just dealing with wonky issues on my end over here, apparently. So, which is par for the course, really, in the world I live in. My technologies, man, I tell you, it's a nonstop pain in the ass. I deal with it daily, but I'm getting better, man. You guys can attest to that. So that being said, let's I wish I had some footage that was pertinent right now, but I'm just trying to make sure we have all of our feeds up and everything's running good. But so anyway, we'll minimize that. See if actually
You need to take it? No, leave it on there. What are you doing? Can everybody hear me still?
I'm talking through a gas mask, so I'm sure it was. Man, that one came in hot. Hit me right in the head.
Hey, can you guys hear me on the stream? Alright, thank you guys. Hey, so for real, this is like a straight, legit war zone right now. And all of these people are just arming themselves with buckets of water, 2x4s, umbrellas, and leaf blowers. Oh shit, something's hurt.
So on the other side of that fence is that rapid deployment, which is the RDT that was put in play by Donald Trump. President Trump had which was interesting in this situation was that the comment was that if you can't control your people, I will. And you had this is not, like I said, in Portland, Oregon, where you had Ted Wheeler was the mayor, just dropped the ball, and I don't mind saying it, dropped the ball completely. You had even the governor was saying about this rapid deployment team, like, hey, don't come in here, we don't want you here. But the I'm not seeing that it's back on, y'all. But it was a raging shit show, to put it lightly. Yeah, so the but this deployment team showed up. The fence went up. All these tactics every day down there were adaptive. The Jersey barriers on the other side of the fence, those were put up to hold the fence down, but also people were able to lift the fence up and knock it down, right? So then what they where are we at? Oh, the trial. People are saying the trial is on. I think that no, it's not. Okay, let's take another look then. How about that? All right, boom. And yeah, I don't know what platform you guys are seeing. It should be okay. No, we're not seeing anything here. Okay, sorry. Here we go. Okay. I believe that I want to make sure this is live though, but
Your gun, correct?
Yes.
And you had a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
And you had your medic?
My medical bag, yes.
And were you asking people about medic at that point?
I was asking people if they needed medical help as I was getting down there.
Did you receive any responses?
No, I didn't.
Describe your approach to car source number 3.
As I'm walking down Sheridan Road, I hear somebody scream, "Burn in hell," and I reply with friendly, to let them know, hey, I'm just here to help. I don't want any problems. I just want to put out the fires if there are any. I continue walking, and then I notice the Duramax. I notice a flame in the back seat of the Duramax, and I step towards the Duramax, and as I'm stepping forward, I believe his name is now Joshua Zeminski. He steps towards me with a pistol in his hand, and
this is a recap. Okay, yeah, so it's not live yet, man.
As I'm walking towards to put out the fire, I drop the fire extinguisher and I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that situation and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
And did you get back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happened.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder.
Yes, they're doing a recap here, I believe. Yeah.
Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side. And I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski. And there were there were 3 people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
Yeah, this is what happened earlier when Kyle first came on the stand. So
That's what
That's his mom there.
That's right, run.
Time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir.
Oh, the judge, very smart to call a break, as it's not fair to either side for the jury to be seeing that, to see him so visibly upset and unable to contain his emotions. Let me bring in our guest.
Yeah. So for whatever reason, they haven't. Yeah, that was Rittenhouse when he first got on the stand and started talking about what happened with the first person he shot, Rosenbaum. He got really emotional. Some don't buy it, some do. Who knows? I know that it was emotional for everyone else that was involved. I can imagine it's probably the same for him, you know. So it was a shitty situation, scary times. Wish it wouldn't have happened. I think we all do. We all wish it wouldn't have happened. We all wish that as a 17-year-old kid didn't feel like he was in a place in the world where he needed to arm himself and go to a town, go into a place and protect, or, you know, to do any of the things he said he was there to do. You know what breaks my heart? I was in Kenosha the week after. I want to say it was the week after, and yeah, right. Nothing. They're not back in yet. So just so you guys know, we're not missing anything at this moment. They're just taking longer for lunch, apparently. So, but I was out on the street and I was doing interviews and I was talking to people, and I was talking to and I'm sure you probably in here watching it now, but I was talking to a person, and their little boy was there. He's probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, and he was really shy, but he wanted to like get a picture, and so we kind of like hung out for a second. I guess, so what are you doing here? You know, and he was like, you know, I came with my mom, to see, to better. He basically was out there to better understand what was going on. It was during the daytime. There was a standoff there, a little bit, not a standoff. There's people out there advocating for both sides. If you guys remember, this is when there was that Proud Boy that was out there with his wife, and they ended up getting escorted out of the crowd and got to the gas station. So people got pepper sprayed by the police. And anyway, but before that, I was talking to this young man, this little fella, so young guy, and he had she said he had a stick, like this little stick, and one of the things that he said was his mom. He said that his mom told me that he had the toy gun that he wanted to bring with him. He's like, hey, we kept wanting to bring this toy gun, and I had to ask him. I was like, why did you think you needed a gun? And he said to protect his mom. And that broke my heart, man. A little kid, a little 4-year-old, 5-year-old kid. What he was exposed to at this point was that he thought he needed to carry something, a gun, a little kid, you know what I mean? A toy gun, whatever, to protect his mother. Sad, man. We need to change as a people and get to a place where that's not what little kids think anymore. Focus on our youth. And here we go. Okay. Here we go. I got you guys. We're coming back in right now.
Shortly thereafter, Mr. Binger stated, and we looked it up, previously, he said to Mr. Rittenhouse, previously indicated that you wish to have your AR-15 to protect someone's property. Clearly in violation not only of the prior ruling that you had made, but the ruling that very day, that very morning. It appears to be that there are two really elements the court must consider when making a determination on a mistrial for what amounts to prosecutorial overreaching. And the first one is the prosecutor's actions must be intentional in the sense of a culpable state of mind, in the nature of awareness that his activity would be prejudicial to the defendant. I would argue to you that that's clearly aware of that. You had warned him, you had told him prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying that these things, certainly the 90404 was off limits. You had warned him about the infringement on his constitutional right to remain silent. He did it again. The second one, I think, requires some action by the court in terms of a finding. The second one says the prosecutor's actions was designed to allow another chance to convict. That is, to provoke a mistrial in order to get another kick at the cat because the first trial is going badly, or to prejudice the defendant's rights to successfully complete the criminal confrontation at the first trial. Now, the case that I had cited is a Kenosha case, State versus Coping.
Opening?
Yep. 100 with second, 700.
COPENING?
Yes, sir. In that case, the court didn't make findings regarding the prosecutor's actions. So I don't know that it's my role to sit here and say who's winning. I don't think that's necessarily what I'm supposed to do. But I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution. And if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about were done in bad faith, then I think both elements for mistrial with prejudice have been met. And I think under the circumstances, based on what I've put forth on the record, I would certainly ask the court to consider those. And I would ask the court grant the motion with prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you. State?
Your Honor, I would like an opportunity to more fully respond to this with a little bit of research. At first blush, though, and I reserve the right to present case law and additional sites to the court, but I do want to point out for the record that the defendant has presented interviews to at least one media source and at least one online source since his arrest. And there have been questions about that night. There have been questions about what he did, things like that. He has decided, probably on advice of counsel in those circumstances, not to give a statement in the media about what happened. But he is talking about his family life. He's talking about his friends. He's talking about the circumstances of the case. He's talking about how this has affected him and things like that. So my point in asking those questions was, you have agreed to talk to the media. You've agreed to talk about yourself. You've agreed to give interviews. But until now, this is the first time you're explaining your actions. And so I wasn't referring to his in-custody statements. In fact, I never asked either detective about what the defendant told them. He actually starts to tell them some things, and then he says he wants a lawyer, and they stop him. They Mirandize him first, by the way. Then he starts to tell them some things, and he says, but I want to talk to my lawyer. And they're like, okay, we're done. So I'm not referring to that. I didn't ask any questions of the detectives about that. But since this, the defendant has spoken to the media. He has talked about his life, about circumstances related to this case. He just hasn't given his exact version of events that night. So his voluntary discussion to speak to the media has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment. That is his own decision. And if he's going to pick and choose what he wants to talk about in those voluntary interviews with the media, then I think that's fair game. It doesn't implicate his Miranda rights. It doesn't implicate the Fifth Amendment. He's making his own voluntary choice.
Well, wait a minute. You don't think he could give an interview about his awards he won in high school, or his demerits that he got, or his and about his sports activities and his swimming and that? and declined to answer any questions about the incident in question, and that somehow a waiver of his right of silence?
I think he's doing more than that, Your Honor, in these interviews.
I don't know. I knew nothing about them. I never, I haven't seen all of, I haven't seen probably 1% of all the evidence, which is pretty typical, as you know. So I have no way of knowing it. And you have some interviews that he gave to media or to whatever?
Yeah, there's an interview that we're looking at on our computer right now from the Washington Post, where he talks to them. I know there's one, I think it's either the New Yorker or the GQ magazine, where he speaks to the reporters also. And he doesn't go into specific details about what happened that night, but it's not like it's talking about school or swimming or things like that.
No.
Feel free to check my feed for that GQ magazine article. They interviewed me in that one too. It was, shout out to GQ.
Discussion about the activities of that night, and if you're suggesting that occurred, that could make a big difference. But even a small discussion on his part of the night in question might be a full waiver. I don't know, but I won't know until I see it. But why don't you make copies of it and.
Can we have a few minutes to
well, we won't do it right now. I do agree with you that this is not something that I would want to do sitting here without giving you an opportunity to respond. Although I would be interested in your preliminary response to the excluded evidence that you touched on after having been told not to do it, or having been told that I was confirming my prior rulings.
I do want to just point out right now, we've got it on the screen. This is a Washington Post article, and there's reference to an interview that he says, the defendant says he did not regret having his gun because, quote, I would have died that night if I didn't, end quote. That's a direct quote from the defendant to the media about that night.
What about that?
Your Honor, all I can say about that interview is there were prior counsel representing him.
I don't care about that.
And I believe it was a telephone interview. I don't know anything about the circumstances of that. I'd have to read the article.
Well, that might make a difference. And what about the you're asking questions about excluded evidence?
Your Honor, we went over this earlier, and I don't want to repeat myself because I know you've heard me, but if I could just summarize. I did hear you talk about that evidence this morning before testimony. The defendant then took the stand. He admitted that he had said to the person in the yellow pants that he had pointed the gun at that person. I have seen that video. It was actually introduced by the defense. I think it was even in their opening statement. And there's this person who confronts the defendant and accuses him of this. Frankly, to be honest, Your Honor, when I watched the video the first time, I didn't hear the defendant's reaction. I thought it was someone making an accusation and then the defendant walking away as if trying to avoid a confrontation. I was surprised to hear the defendant admit in his testimony, on direct, by his attorney, that yes, I did tell that person that I had pointed the gun at them. He explained then that he was joking when he said that. The jury can evaluate that.
They did say the guy with the yellow pants had, I think she said 2 guns on him. Isn't that what Joanne Friedman said?
That is, again, this is an incident that occurred that
Fiedler?
night, so it's not something that happened separate in time. It presumably happened a few minutes before. But like I said, I was taken aback by the defendant admitting that he had said to this person, yes, I pointed a gun at you. And I think it's fair to say that watching that video, that person, believes strongly that this happened. The defendant is telling him it happened. Now the defendant today is giving us a different version and saying, oh, I made it, I was joking, I was just kidding that guy or whatever. I'd like to probe that. I'd like to probe what he said to that person. I'd like to probe what his motivations were, etc. I'd like to probe whether, in fact, he really did do that. And I think that changes the equation with regard to the CDS video that was the subject of the other acts motion. Because in my mind, it is very similar. And I know we've disagreed on that, and I'm not going to belabor the point, Your Honor, but that was where I was coming from, was there's been a change in the testimony of the defendant today that I think makes that evidence. It's admissible and much more relevant than it already was, and I thought it was already relevant. And the court is, I do want to be clear
So
also.
I'm just here on the sidelines, just
well, you.
Yeah, I had made a ruling that the evidence wasn't coming in, and you decided that it was.
If I could just respond to that briefly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute. We've had 3 state motions in the There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with the Proud Boys, and you were clear that is not coming in. There was,
Don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me, you're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just to take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you've found a way around it? Come on.
if I may finish, Your Honor, I was about to say that your ruling on our 3 motions and other acts motions was, there were some gradations there. You were clear that some things were absolutely out, and then you left the door open on other things. So I saw that distinction, and I thought to myself, clearly I know this is out, but you left the door open on other things. So I didn't interpret your ruling as this is absolutely never coming in. And I have practiced before you, Your Honor. I have filed other acts motions before you. Your
Seems like he needs a little bit more practice.
to reserve ruling on those until you see the evidence. And I think you even said something to that effect at our motion.
I undoubtedly did.
So I thought, this is my good faith explanation to you. And if you want to yell at me, you can. My good faith feeling this morning after watching that testimony was you had left the door open a little bit. Now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you. There better not be another incident. I'll take the motion under advisement. And you can respond. When you say that you were acting in good faith, I don't believe that, okay? Let's proceed. Everybody in good faith. All right. Would you come up, please, Mr. Rittenhouse?
I do have,
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
I do have another item that I want to raise before the jury comes in and raise it with you. There was another acts motion with regard to the defendant being at Pudgy's bar after a court appearance in January in which he poses for selfies wearing a shirt that says free as fuck. I would like to ask the defendant if he posed for selfies after a court appearance with members of the public wearing that shirt. I do not intend to talk about who those people were, what groups they were affiliated with, or anything along those lines. But I believe that it is relevant when the defendant goes to a bar after a court appearance and poses for selfies wearing a shirt like that. I think it is relevant to some of the issues that have come up in this case. For example, is remorse or lack of remorse, is utter disregard for human life. Those are things that I think it comes into play because I think that behavior is not consistent with someone who has a regard for human life. The jury's already watched him.
Come on, man. Or it's consistent with somebody who just got out of jail at 17, never been to jail, and was like, oh, damn, I made it out of jail. I'll tell you what, like I said, I lived a different life for a while. I remember one of the first times I ever got out of jail, I went to a place, got a cheeseburger. This guy, come on, man. And I would have celebrated that with a T-shirt and a freaking, a blimp if I could have.
So we won't see any of the people in the crowd. We'll just see the defendant standing with a group of people for a selfie with that shirt on. That's as far as I want to go.
Is this what he wants to do for the mistrial? To have the opportunity to ask that
Nobody
question?
got an opportunity. First of all, you've made a ruling on it, and it was clear prior to him testifying. So part of this is, would we have raised it? Would we have brought it up if we would have known that it was going to be coming in? We have done there's been nothing to open this door, Judge. Nothing that has been said to open the door about what happened 4 months after this is relevant in any way to what happened that evening. That is part of what the court had ruled. You had said 4 months after, I don't see how that goes to any 90404 type of admissible evidence. So my argument is, A, you ruled on it previous to him testifying. You confirmed your ruling, which you had made previously, where Mr. Binger just said you had shut the door on it. So apparently he doesn't believe a door that is shut should stay shut. However, now he's asking that something be admitted that, to be fair, this should have been brought up sooner. This jury, I did the voir dire, I would have voir dired on an issue of whether or not they heard it, saw it, were aware of it, how they felt about it, whether it had an impact on their ability to be fair in the case. We never went there because of your prior ruling. So there's nothing that's opened this door. And I don't think it's relevant, something that happened 4 months later. He talks about indifference to human life. That's that night, not 4 months later. There's nothing that's relevant about that. You've already made your ruling. I ask that you stick with it.
I'm struggling with why it would be relevant to any of the issues in this case. If he were on trial for using exquisitely bad judgment, if he were on trial for behaving in a very offensive way, then I could see the purpose. But
do you guys feel that shirt was offensive?
4 months after the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Bro, I'm just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies as a result. One of our theories of this case is that his behavior that night was intended to gain attention, to be famous, and he's reaped the benefits of that. Second of all, he is on trial, in my opinion, for exquisitely poor decision-making. Taking a gun that he's not legally entitled to have, coming down in violation of curfew, running around the community with that gun, trying to be a police officer when he's not, confronting protesters.
I doubt he bought that shirt, got online and found it. I'm sure someone got it for him and was like, "Hey man, congratulations, you're out of jail. Here you go. You just had somebody post a $2 million bond for you to get out, or however much it was. Here's a shirt." And he's probably like, "Cool, I'll wear your shirt. Thanks, man. And take a picture with you. Appreciate the support."
And nobody made him do it.
Whether he's right or wrong, let the jury figure that out. The shirt has to do with it, man.
Nobody forced him to pose for selfies. It's his own decision making.
When I made reference to exquisitely poor judgment, I was talking about at the incident when he was wearing the shirt. Because
thank you, Penny.
Everybody in all of humanity, at one time or another, displays bad judgment, sometimes exquisitely bad judgment, and we don't let it into people's trials on unrelated matters. So I wasn't referring to his having had good or bad judgment on the day in question. That's a legitimate inquiry, and you're being allowed to present a lot of evidence on that subject. And the jury is going to be instructed in some of the element of some of the crimes that are charged here is going to deal with the caliber of his judgment. But you're talking about an incident that occurred 4 months later. So I'm not seeing it, and I don't want to waste any more time with it. I don't think that I've ruled before it's not admissible, and I have heard nothing to change my mind about that.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
It was sought to be admitted.
I thought he said it. I thought he said it would suck if it was admitted earlier.
Rule that it can't be admitted for the prior purpose.
Opinions aren't facts. JC.
And that request is denied. Thank you. Okay. Are we ready to go?
And denied. Okay, so they're proceeding with the proceedings and a procession of procedery. I don't know. But again, guys, the thing about the shirt I think is laughable. I mean, like legit, the kid just got out of jail. His first time in jail. The first time my buddy got out of jail when we were kids, like he got out of juvie, actually. I think it was juvie, a juvenile holding. He got a tattoo, and it was of I remember him very well, sitting on a toilet in his bathroom with his uncle giving a tattoo of a dove flying out of a cage, and I believe we were 15 years old. I mean, and it was like basically celebrating, hey man, you've been locked up, you just got out, good job. And it was because he was defending himself and our friends when we were 15 from a couple older guys that were attacking us out by a golf course that were drunk, and he spent a weekend in juvenile holding, whatever. But and it's muted on their end, not on mine. So we're not missing anything at this point, guys. Don't worry about it. They're not saying anything that we're not hearing. So to be fair. So yeah, he got a tattoo. I mean, a t-shirt's a t-shirt, man. And honestly, I don't even know. But did he kill 2 people, CJ? No. But why would that matter? That's, I mean, obviously the death of an individual is a huge matter. Obviously we wouldn't be in court right now looking at this. But if it was a kid celebrating the fact that he just got out of jail, mind you, he was looking at, do you guys remember anyone in here want to put up the how much was, I'll look it up. Let me see what was,
Good afternoon, folks, and I've sustained the objection to the last, so let's proceed.
$2 million cash bond in November. He shared with his mother after moved out of Antioch, Illinois, whatever. But yeah, so it was I thought it was a $2 million. The $2 million that was raised. The thought you actually getting out of jail with $2 million bail facing you down the barrel.
When
bleak,
Mr. Rosenbaum
but that it happened.
threatened you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described
Surprising
him
and
as wearing a red
celebratory,
shirt with a blue bandana.
regardless
Is that
of who
correct?
you are.
At certain times.
Yeah. When he threatened you, that's what he was wearing?
I believe the first time he threatened me, he was wearing a red shirt with the blue bandana. The second time, he had it wrapped around his face.
Had what wrapped around his face?
His t-shirt.
So he wasn't wearing a shirt the second time around?
Correct.
But you're right. Maybe the
And
shirt was in bad taste.
You indicated at one point you thought he had a chain in his hand?
I believe so.
When he made the threat to you with the red shirt on and the blue bandana, did he have the chain in his hand?
I think one of the times he did.
Okay, and so which of the times was it?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I think it was the time when he was threatening to cut people's hearts out.
And I don't need to know the threat. I just need to know which time it was. Was it the first time or the second time?
Second time. The second time.
What was he wearing the second time?
He was masked. Well, the shirt wrapped around his face.
And he didn't have a shirt on his torso.
Correct.
And you could see when he didn't have a shirt on his torso that he didn't have any gun tucked in his waistband, correct?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was behind Joanne Fiedler. I was somewhere over there.
So how far away were you from Mr. Rosenbaum when he made the second threat?
By 10, 15 feet. I'm not really certain.
But you were close enough to hear the words out of his mouth.
Yes.
And you took that as a threat to you personally?
I took the first one where he said, if I catch you alone, I'm going to kill you. I took that as a threat to me personally. The second time I took that as a threat to the group.
Can we have that photo exhibit 138 up on the screen, please? Do you see Mr. Rosenbaum in this picture?
I do.
And he's in the middle of the picture wearing the red shirt with the blue bandana, carrying the plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
Is that the way he looked when he made the first threat to you?
When he said, if I catch you alone, yes.
And he was carrying that plastic bag with him when he made that threat too, correct?
Correct.
How close was he when he made that first threat to you?
Close. I couldn't give you an exact estimate, but he was close, less than 5 feet.
So closer than Madam Court Reporter is to you now?
I'd say about the same, if not a little bit closer.
And you were next to Mr. Balch when that was said?
Correct.
Was anyone else there besides you, Mr. Balch, and Mr. Rosenbaum?
I believe there were other demonstrators around.
And you've seen in this trial that there's been a lot of video footage of that night, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen in this trial that there's a lot of video footage of you that night, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that there's no video of either one of these threats, correct?
I don't know if somebody filmed it that I'm aware of right now.
You're not aware of any, are you?
I'm not.
So Mr. Rosenbaum looked like that at the time of the first threat, but then looked different at the time of the second threat. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you say he was carrying the chain when he made the first threat or the second one?
The second.
Okay. And he was still carrying that plastic bag the second time?
Yes.
That plastic bag has a clear side to it that allows you to see inside of it, right?
Sorta. I didn't really look into the bag.
So you didn't know what was in the bag at all?
I didn't.
Did he swing the chain at you when he made the second threat?
He did not.
Did he physically touch you when he made the second threat?
No, he didn't.
In fact, that entire evening, he never once touched your body, did he?
He grabbed my gun when he attacked me.
And that's why I asked the question the way I did. He never touched your body that night, correct?
He didn't touch me physically.
Okay. And neither the first or the second time did
Just
he
spiritually
run at you or charge at you or anything like that, did he?
He didn't chase me.
He didn't even do anything physically aggressive to you, did he?
No.
He just said some words.
Yes.
And that chain that he had in his hand, he never did anything to physically threaten you with that chain, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And other than the chain that you've described, at no point in the evening did you ever see Joseph Rosenbaum with any other type of weapon, correct?
Not that I saw.
Never saw him with a gun?
Correct.
Never saw him with a knife?
Correct.
Never saw him with a bat?
Correct.
Never saw him with a club?
Correct.
How far apart in time were these two threats that you say Mr. Rosenbaum made to you?
I want to say, I can't give you a definite time. I wasn't looking at my clock, but I'd say within the same hour.
And both of those threats occurred while you were on the 59th Street property?
The second threat happened at the corner, and the first threat happened towards Ruther Central High School.
Okay, could you use that laser pointer and point out on that map where the first threat occurred?
The first threat happened right here in front of the building.
So you're pointing at a location that is by the 59th Street car source on the south side of that property, along the building and Sheridan Road on the west side of the road. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second threat within an hour after that, correct?
Yes.
Where was that threat at?
It was somewhere over here, I remember, like on the other side of the property towards Ruther Central.
More towards the northeast corner of that same property.
Correct.
But you were still on the car source property when that second threat was allegedly made, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember what Mr. Rosenbaum had said to you later on when he's confronting you at the 63rd Street car source?
I took a mental picture of his face. When he said those threats, I recognized that was him that said that when he started chasing me.
So when you are running away from him at the 63rd Street car source, you're thinking to yourself, this is the guy who had made a threat to me earlier. Is that fair to say?
I was thinking this is the guy that said if he catches me alone, he'll kill me as I'm running away from him.
The reason I asked Mr. Rittenhouse is, how did you know it was the same guy when he's changed the way he looks?
His
About time you woke up,
appearance,
bro.
The shorts, his height.
But in both of those instances that you've described, he's got something covering his face, either the blue bandana in one instance or the red shirt in a different instance, correct?
He was wearing the red shirt when he chased me around his head.
So you remember that from the second time that you say he threatened you?
Yes.
And you thought to yourself, this is the same guy?
Yes.
So when you eventually were getting to the point where you're going down to the 63rd Street car source, right before the shooting, you recognized him as you're following him down the street, didn't you?
I didn't follow Mr. Rosenbaum down the street.
He was in front of you. You know that now, right?
I know that now.
But you didn't see him ahead of you as you're walking down there that night?
No, it was dark out.
But you, at some point as you get close to the 63rd Street car source, start running towards that lot, right?
Towards the fire that in the Duramax.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running ahead of you, isn't he?
I don't believe so.
But you decided you needed to run because of the fire on the Duramax?
Yes.
Why? What was so urgent?
It was a fire.
There's fires all over the place, so?
I was getting to the fire to put it out.
We'll get back to that in a second.
Because it was a
You
fire?
indicated that while you were at the 59th Street car source, you said you put out a fire at the church next door. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you hear Joanne Fiedler's testimony yesterday that when you guys went over there, somebody had put some sort of flammable liquid on the door? Did you hear that testimony?
I did. I believe that was referring to the Ruther Central High School.
Okay, so when she described it as happening at the church, you think that was, she was getting it confused?
Yes.
Say yes? Okay. So whatever happened with this flammable liquid on the door, the point is some other group, some other people put that out before you even got there, correct? Why did you feel that you should go around off the 59th Street car source property and put out fires?
To make sure my community didn't get burnt down and help.
And when you say your community, you mean Kenosha?
Yes.
Again, you're from Antioch. You're not living in Kenosha at this time when this all happens, right?
My dad lives in Kenosha.
Lots of people live in Kenosha, but you didn't, right?
My residence was in Antioch.
Okay. But you felt like you wanted to do things to protect this community. Fair?
The community that I was part of, yes.
And you felt like it was appropriate for you to take matters into your own hands to put out fires, for example.
To put out fires by using a fire extinguisher, yes.
Even though they weren't on the 59th Street property, correct?
Correct.
And were there other things that you decided it would be appropriate for you to go out there and take care of off the 59th Street property that night?
I was walking around and asking people if they needed medical help.
So you felt that you wanted to go out and help people, help protect people, help people feel better, treat people, things like that, even off the 59th Street property.
Provide first aid.
Normally in our regular society, that's something that we call 911 for, right?
Normally, yes.
Where are we headed?
I think we had plenty of opportunity to see exactly how busy the fire department was trying to put out structure fires, car fires,
decisions to
all
go
over the
off
city.
that property and involve himself in other matters are relevant, Your Honor.
Well, I'll let you pursue it, but
And that's exactly how these shootings happen. So
that's what the trial is about.
which is why I
Go
think it's
ahead.
relevant.
Go ahead.
while they're figuring out if he's going to
Go
continue
ahead.
to question, I need you guys to come over and become a supporter
Normally,
on both Facebook and YouTube,
We would,
please.
if there's a fire, if there's somebody committing a crime, you call 911, right?
Normally, yes.
You didn't feel like you could do that night, correct?
I don't think that I saw from the nights prior that the fire department wasn't responding to put out fires.
Well, the nights before, there were businesses on fire along 22nd Avenue. There's the car source, large scale property fires on the prior nights, correct?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, we didn't have any fires like that. We just had a couple dumpsters, smaller things, right?
That I saw, yes.
I didn't hear you, sir.
That I saw, yes.
But regardless of how big the fire is, you felt that night that calling 911 was not an option, correct?
I didn't feel that if I called 911, anyone would show up.
Which is why you decided to take care of it yourself, correct?
To provide first aid and put out fires.
To do the things that normally we would expect the police or the fire department to do, correct?
To help people, yes.
Could you please move that microphone a little closer so we can make sure we hear everything you say? You can adjust that if you need to move it a little closer. Thank you.
Let me interrupt for just a moment. How's the temperature? How many are comfortable the way things are? Okay, I won't even ask the other side.
I love this judge's like attention to detail, man.
Nothing to worry about.
But I mean, yeah, I was there
Go
and
ahead.
I was doing my best to try to help put out fires because
You
honestly, like the fire department was
came
overburdened.
to
I don't know
Kenosha
each
that
night,
night
and that was something that I was
armed
very
with
aware
the
of.
AR-15.
Maybe he was
and
too.
No
That's what his thought was.
other ways to physically defend yourself, correct?
I had an AR-15, yes.
Other than that, you had no other weapons or devices that you could use to defend yourself that night, correct?
Yes.
There's an interview in which you say you're not carrying anything non-lethal. Do you recall that?
I do.
You indicated in response to one of your attorney's questions that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I understand you correctly?
By friction, you mean?
Well, I'm using your words, sir. I heard you say in response to your attorney's question that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And you're describing what you observed when you were at the 59th Street car source. Fair enough?
Yes.
So based on your several hours at that location, it seemed to you as though the crowd of, however you want to describe them, they've been called rioters, protesters, demonstrators, and you, things were fine. No tension, no friction, no nothing. Fair to say?
For the most part, other than Mr. Rosenbaum.
He was the only one.
That threatened, yes.
That you saw?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 18 at the 1 hour and 22 minute and 14 second mark? Can you please play from this point?
And militia are up there. Where? Oh, dumpster fire.
Yeah, just a dumpster fire. Hey, it's just like the year, man.
Yeah, right. If 2020 was a blunt, it would be just a fucking stem.
It would just be stem and seed, man.
I could use a doobie right now.
All right, let's.
Morning. How's it going? Guys, what? Fuck.
Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here. Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Otherwise, there's way too many of them. I have to agree with her. I have to agree with her. They shouldn't be on the street. They're just protecting their property. One of the guys is an asshole.
I know. I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, why?
Oh, no,
Well, we did because they lit it on
one
fire.
of the guys losing his patience. He should go inside.
Yeah, that's what we're about to send him.
Yeah, if you guys could switch him out. Just that somebody's loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He says the wrong thing. This whole crowd burns you guys alive. Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
We're not the enemy. Fuck the police. Let's go.
Dude, he's just trying to protect his property.
Do you think that looks like friction?
A little bit.
And you witnessed that, didn't you?
I didn't witness what Mr. Collette did. I didn't see that.
But you saw the reaction from the crowd, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't really paying much attention to that.
Would you agree with me that it seems that the crowd was reacting to members of your group going out in the street and trying to interfere with what was going on off your property?
I don't think they were happy about it.
And in fact, Kriston Harris, who made this video, specifically told you to stay on your property and not go out on the street and try and put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. Just protect your property. Isn't that what he told you?
I believe so. I was just going to grab the garbage can, the dumpster that belonged to the car source that was on the car source property.
This is before
Shout out to the Rundown Live.
you headed south
.com.
towards the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
This is before you decided to go down there with a fire extinguisher, correct?
Yes.
This is before you shot Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and at the person that was jumping over you, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that this was a crowd that would not react very favorably to you going out there and trying to put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. You knew that, didn't you?
I didn't.
Even after that incident, you still didn't have any idea that this is a crowd that's not going to take it very well.
It seems like they were more mad at the part of him screaming what he screamed after, not putting out the fire. That's what it seemed like to me.
And he screams to them, fuck around and find out, right?
That's what he screamed to them.
After they had just tried to light a dumpster on fire, right?
Yes.
So what did you interpret that to mean?
I don't know. I didn't witness in the time. I just grabbed the dumpster a minute after and tried to pull it onto the property.
Because it seems to me he's saying, you light stuff on fire and I'm going to use my gun.
Your Honor,
I'll withdraw the question.
It doesn't matter what it seems to you, it's your opinion.
Questions and then withdraw.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it seems to you. You can ask your questions. That's fine. Go ahead.
It was shortly after that incident that we just watched where you were interviewed by Richie McGinnis, correct?
Yes,
And you said you've never heard of him, never dealt with him before this night.
I have not.
So why did you talk to him?
He seemed like a nice guy.
Did he introduce himself as from the media?
He didn't specifically said, "Hey, I'm from the media." He was like, "Hey, do you want to do an interview?"
Richie McGinnis is a nice guy.
And when you heard him ask you to do an interview, you didn't think that meant he's from the media?
No, it's not what I said. I said he didn't specifically say he was from the media.
Okay, but you assumed when he says, "I'm going to interview you," that he's
There's
from
an
the media,
objection.
right?
Yes,
And did he tell you he's from the Daily Caller?
he did not.
So you didn't know what media company he worked for,
Correct.
but you agreed to have him interview you on camera, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 16? That one up there?
You doing out here? Obviously, you're armed and you're from this business. We saw burning last night. So what's up? And what about these other folks? I see there's some other people who are armed as well. Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof? Gotcha.
In that video, you indicate that you have your AR-15 to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that you're going to run out there and treat anyone who needs medical help, correct?
Yes.
Were you going to bring the gun along when you did that?
Yes.
To defend yourself while you're treating someone?
If I needed to defend myself while treating somebody, yes.
If you didn't think there was friction with the crowd and you're out there trying to help, why did you expect there'd be any danger?
From the previous nights when I saw people being assaulted.
Were they medics being assaulted?
I don't know who they were. I know one of them was just trying to put out a fire at his business.
So you saw someone put out a fire who was trying to put out a fire who got assaulted?
Yes.
But if you're going to help people, why would you expect anyone would try and hurt you?
I don't know. Somebody did try to hurt me, and I was helping people.
Well, you're talking about later on.
Yes.
Okay, but at this moment in time, this is before the shootings.
Yes.
This is before you cross 60th, before you deal with Rosenbaum, Huber, Grosskreutz, all that, right?
Yes.
So at this moment in time, you don't think there's a hostile crowd. You're there to help people, and yet you're going to run out there with the AR-15. I don't understand why you felt that you were going to be in danger if you're out in what you think is a friendly crowd, helping them.
I didn't say I didn't think they were hostile. I didn't think they were hostile towards us.
Okay, so they're not hostile to you, and you're going to go help them. Why do you need the gun when you go out there?
I need the gun because if I had to protect myself because somebody attacked me.
Why would you think anybody would do that?
I don't know.
But you clearly planned on it. You were prepared for it. You thought it was going to happen.
No, I didn't.
That's the whole reason you brought the gun, isn't it?
I brought the gun to protect myself.
Exactly. Because you thought you personally were going to be in danger, right?
Not necessarily.
I don't understand. You said you're going to bring the gun to protect yourself.
Do people own guns
you
because
thought you
they
were gonna be in
expect
danger,
somebody to break into their
right?
house, or do they have
I
it
didn't
just in
think I
case
would be
somebody
put
breaks into
a
their house?
situation to where I would have to defend myself.
It was a riot,
You said
state
that
of
the
emergency.
people around you
Yeah.
on that property,
I
and
wear
the people up
body
on the
armor
roof
not because I plan
were
on getting
there
shot,
to
but
protect
just in case I
you.
do get shot,
That's what you said in
I
the
would like
video,
to have some
right?
protection.
Yes.
You meant when you go out in the crowd, they're going to protect you, right?
Watch over me, yes.
Watch over and protect you, right?
Yes.
Again, because you expected that if you go out in that crowd to try and provide medical service, you thought you were going to get attacked?
Spot on. You wear a seatbelt not because you plan on getting into a car accident,
They
but
were
in
to
the
watch
opportunity,
me.
because there's a
They
high
were on the
probability
roof
that you
to
might.
watch me, and if somebody was
A lot
to
of cars
attack me
around
in their view, they could say, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
They've got AR-15s.
Yes.
We talked earlier about the fact that the AR-15, you can't use deadly force to protect the building, right?
Correct.
The AR-15 was to protect you, right? That's what you just said.
He said it in that video.
Not the AR-15. I said they could shout down to me and be like, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
So they're just carrying around the AR-15s for no reason?
I don't know why they're carrying around the AR-15s.
True.
Can we play exhibit? This is the end. At the end of this video is where you invite Mr. McGinnis to follow you and Ryan Balch, correct?
Yes.
And you
Thank you,
invited
Barry.
him to do that because you want, I think you said on, when your attorney was asking you questions, that you wanted him to film you while you were out in the crowd doing your thing. Okay?
I said it was okay for him to film me.
Let's play exhibit 17, please.
And again, yeah, it's like locking your door, just so that something doesn't happen. Not because you plan on someone come. If you thought someone was going to come to your door, open your door and come into your home in the middle of the night, you do a lot more than just try to lock it. You'd be preemptive. I would take effective measures proactively if I thought someone was planning on coming to my house and breaking in. Just saying. I mean, some questions I'm not commenting on.
Just asked you, so you're a certified EMT, and you said yes, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie, correct?
I'm not an EMT.
You're not a certified EMT. You're not an EMT of any kind. You weren't on that night, correct?
Yes.
So you lied to him, correct?
I told him I was an EMT, but I wasn't.
And you knew you were being interviewed by someone in the media when you told that lie, didn't you?
Yes.
Please continue.
And do you work as an EMT normally? Thank you for your service. I appreciate your service.
Can we back up 10 seconds, please?
One of the
And then
things
just
they
pause
said was
right
they were
there.
wearing their guns as deterrents, and I
We
just
just
put up the
heard
definition of deterrent right here.
a voice say something to you and Mr. Balch about people throwing rocks or something along those lines. I don't really need to know exactly what they said, but did you hear that voice?
The police officer from the Bearcat, yes.
That's what I was going to ask. That's one of the law enforcement officers in that armored vehicle that you're walking past, correct?
Yes.
And this, what we're watching in this video happens a few minutes after those same Bearcats had come to the 59th Street property and handed you some bottles of water, correct?
Yes.
And they say to you something to the effect of, "We appreciate you guys." Do you remember that?
I do.
That's when you were on the 59th Street property and you were acting like you were guarding that property, correct?
Yes.
So how did it make you feel when the police are letting you pass the lines, they're warning you about people throwing rocks, they're handing out bottles of water, they're telling you that they appreciate you? How'd that make you feel?
I didn't really care. I was thankful for the water because I had OC stuff, gas in my eyes, but I didn't really notice or care.
It didn't make you feel like they approved of what you were doing?
No.
It didn't make
Exactly.
you feel like you're emboldened now to go out there and act on their behalf?
It's a fair trial.
No.
That's all I want to see.
Let's play the video here, please. Pause. You yelled something friendly. I'm not sure how many times, but you yelled friendly out.
Yes.
This is, if I can use the pointer, you are crossing on the west side of Sheridan Road. You are crossing south across 60th Street here, heading across the police line, which had barricaded across 60th and Sheridan. Fair?
Yes.
You understood at this moment that you are now entering a crowd of whatever you want to call them, protesters, demonstrators. Your attorneys called them rioters or looters or whatever. That's who you're going to now be part of. You're going to be in that crowd, right?
I was walking through. I announced myself as friendly and that I was there to help them.
Because you had to do that to warn these people that, hey, I'm on your side, right?
I told them that I was friendly.
Because if you didn't say that, you were worried they would see you as hostile, correct?
Can you re-ask your question?
Sure.
I'm trying to
Absolutely.
understand.
If you're going to go up to Dominic Black or Ryan Balch, you don't need to tell them you're friendly because they know that you're friends, right? We don't tell this to our friends.
Yeah.
We say friendly to people that aren't our friends, people that might be hostile to us, right?
Yeah, I said it to them because they were throwing rocks at me, and when I told them I was friendly, they stopped throwing rocks at us.
And to be accurate, they were throwing at the Bearcats, not at you.
Yeah.
One of them hit one of the armored vehicles and bounced off towards you and Mr. Balch, right?
Yeah.
It didn't do any damage to that armored vehicle, did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, can you imagine trying to harm an armored vehicle with a rock? That's pretty hard to do, right?
Yeah.
But no one was throwing rocks at you, but you were kind of in the ricochet line of fire. It's fair to say?
Yeah.
So you wanted to let these
If
people know.
he's saying that people know
that,
better
hey,
than to try to harm
might
an
look
armored
like
car
I'm
with a
on
rock,
the other side,
wouldn't it make
but
sense that
I'm
maybe that
really
rock
friendly.
wasn't intended
Fair?
for the armored
I
car, but for
wasn't
the
on
people?
any side, but
I didn't say that. I said that you might appear to them. I mean, that was what you were worried about, right? When you said friendly. And I notice you looking over at your attorney a lot. Can you, I'm trying to ask you, when you are doing this,
He's looking directly at Mr. Binger, and I'm behind him. He accused Mr. Rittenhouse of looking at his attorney. Does he want him to look at the ceiling?
I'll continue, Your Honor.
Did he just correct him for where he was looking?
You, at this very moment, announced yourself as friendly because you were worried that the people on the other side of that street would see you as hostile. Fair?
I can't tell you how I think they would see me, but I just told them I was friendly.
And I want to make sure you understand my question because I was asking you what you thought when you said this. You said you announced yourself as friendly because you thought to yourself at that very moment, I'm walking into a group that is hostile to me. Isn't that true?
It looked hostile. They were throwing rocks at the squad car, not the squad cars, the armored police cars.
And you felt it was necessary to tell them friendly, 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 so that they wouldn't do anything to you. Fair?
Yes.
Let's continue the video.
There's a person that comes up to you carrying a skateboard. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's got some fire extinguishers slung over his shoulder.
Yes.
And he says something to you about something putting out fires, and you respond, they know. Did I understand what you said correctly there? They know?
That's what I just heard, but I don't remember that interaction very well, other than helping the guy after with the shoulder.
And that's going to come up in a second here. But when you're talking to this individual about the fire extinguishers, do you remember anything about that conversation?
It's hard to recall, but I think it was about fires, that they were putting out fires.
Okay. And when you said they know, who's they?
I don't recall.
Do you have any idea what you were talking about?
I don't.
It seems to me, Mr. Rittenhouse, that this person is suggesting he's going to go put out some fires, and you're sort of assuring him that you don't need to, it's okay. Would that be a fair interpretation or no?
No.
Okay. But you don't remember what was going on?
I don't remember
Drink.
the conversation, what was about, other than fires, and I don't recall it.
This is one of the guys in the group that you later got your fire extinguisher from, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get to that in a second. Let's continue. Brian, can you continue?
You good?
It just fucking stuck.
Well, pepper boy never hurt nobody. It's a little spicy, that's all. Yeah, that sounds good.
Does anybody need medical?
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Anybody need medical?
You're walking around asking people in this crowd if they need medical. And you talked earlier about treating a couple, I don't know, somebody at the 59th Street car source, right?
Minor injuries.
Minor injuries. When you were walking around outside that property, when you're out in the street announcing what you're announcing, did anybody respond and say, yeah, I need help from you?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall an exact time, but somebody cut their finger open and I gave them some gauze and some bandage tape.
Was that before or after this? Do you remember?
Before.
Where physically did that happen?
Please say on the hand.
I don't recall.
And was this a situation where you announced or yelled out that you could help, and then somebody said, yeah, I need some help? Was that what went on in that situation?
Yes.
As you're walking along here, from this point until the end, until you shoot Rosenbaum and Huber and Grosskreutz, no one in this crowd ever says to you, yeah, I do need medical. Come over and help me. Correct?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue. This is the individual who accuses you of pointing your gun at them, right?
Yes.
And he says that you did so when he was on a vehicle, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he had been at the 59th Street car source location, climbing on, sitting on, jumping on one of the vehicles in that lot, hadn't he?
Not that I'm aware of. I know I heard Joanne Fiedler testify to that, but I don't remember seeing him at that location.
But he accuses you of that here.
He does.
And you tell him basically, yeah, I did point the gun at you, right?
I shrugged it off and said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, meaning I didn't, but I just didn't want a confrontation. So I was like, I did, and walked away.
Why did you lie to him?
I didn't lie to him. I was using sarcasm.
The words you said, yeah, I did, those weren't true, were they?
Your Honor, this is ridiculous. We're now fighting over sarcasm. This is a murder trial.
and tactical examine on it. Go ahead.
When you told that individual, yeah, I did point a gun at you, that wasn't true, was it?
I didn't point a gun at him.
So why did you react to him that way in that particular moment?
I thought that would be the best way to avoid conflict. I just said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What conflict were you trying to avoid?
Any conflict, if he would have got, like, he was accusing me of something I didn't do, so I thought the best thing the best thing to do would be to walk away instead of getting into some argument. So,
but you didn't just walk away. You said to him sarcastically, yeah, I did.
I said sarcastically, I did, and walked away.
Because you were worried about a conflict. What conflict were you worried about?
A verbal argument.
This individual is clearly expressing to you that he's unhappy because he thought you pointed your gun at him, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why someone would be upset when you point an AR-15 at them, correct?
Yes.
You knew that even before this, right?
Yes.
In fact, back at the 59th Street car source, that crowd that you've described as not having any friction, many in that crowd got upset because they thought people in your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that?
I saw it in the videos, but I don't know what other people were doing.
I'm not saying anybody actually was. I'm saying the crowd was upset, and you knew that. You heard them complaining, correct?
Watching the videos, yes.
And even at that time, that night, you heard the crowd upset because they thought members of your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that from that night?
Sorta, yes or no. I remember Ryan Balch saying something.
You guys remember Joanne Fiedler testified
people to
that
stop
Yellow
pointing their
Pants guy
lasers at
had
people or
2
something.
guns
I don't really remember
that he pointed
Ryan
at them,
Balch was
and then they
telling
pointed
the
their
people
guns
in your
back.
group to stop doing that.
The people on the roof
who were part of your group, right?
that were there, yes.
So you know, when we're talking about laser pointers, we're talking about the sight at the end of some guns that helps, almost like this, right? If somebody does this at me, you know, that could be someone pointing a gun.
Could
correct?
be, or my dog could just be having the time of his
Could
life.
be seen as that.
And that's what the crowd was complaining
Because he
about,
loves laser
right?
pointers.
Yeah.
So you knew from that crowd incident, and you certainly knew from this incident, that when people have guns pointed at them, it can really escalate the situation, correct?
Yeah. I don't think anybody had lasers on their guns. I think.
Yeah, but let's go back to your group at 59th Street, because you actually didn't know any of those people other than Dominic and Nick Smith, right?
Yes.
You had just met Ryan Balch for the first time 3 or 4 hours before this video, right?
Yeah.
You had just met Jason Lakowski for the first time, just actually only a few minutes before this, right? Because he didn't get in until 10:45.
Correct.
So at this point in the video, I don't know, this is probably about 11:30 or so at night.
I met him about 35 minutes prior to that.
And probably had only spent, what, 10, 15 minutes at all in the same location as Jason Lakowski before you walk south?
Yes.
So again, Jason Lakowski was someone you'd never met before that night.
Correct.
And you barely spent any time with him that night, correct?
Correct.
And of course, the people up on the roof, other than Dominic Black and Nick Smith, you didn't know any of them before that night either, correct?
I knew Dominic Black and Nick Smith, but the people on
I misspoke their names.
Sorry.
Dominic Black and Nick Smith.
I knew those are the 2 people I knew on the roof.
Other than that, you didn't know anyone else before this night. Fair?
Correct.
Now, when this little interaction that we've just watched happens, you're still walking with Ryan Balch, aren't you?
I'm not. I thought I was at the time, but seeing hindsight view, I'm not.
When you decided to cross 60th with Ryan Balch, you two talked about the fact that if you get separated, to go back to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that conversation happening.
But you tried to do that, didn't you?
I did.
Because you felt like if I'm out here by myself, that's not good. I need to head back, right?
Yes.
And you also talked to Ryan Balch about the fact that when you get out into this crowd, keep your mouth shut. Don't antagonize them. Didn't Ryan talk to you about that?
No, we didn't talk about that.
So at this very moment, you're telling us you've lost track of Ryan Balch.
A little bit ahead, but around that time, yes.
Let's continue the video.
Well, yesterday, today.
Pause. You have just walked off the screen, heading east across Sheridan Road to the Ultimate gas station, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you don't know where Ryan Balch is, correct?
When I stop and look around, yes.
And instead of deciding to head back at this point, you go over to Ultimate Gas and you talk to some folks over there. Fair?
I walk over to the Ultimate gas station. I walk around and I try to see if I can find Mr. Balch.
And you couldn't do that?
No.
So then you decided to approach the police line and cross back, correct?
Yes.
Because you decided your best course of action at that point would be to return to the same group that you'd been with, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that moment in time, the police had pushed everybody south of 60th, right?
Sorta. I don't really know if there were.
In,
Say south to 60th.
I said south of 60th.
Oh,
Let's go back a little bit. We watched that interview with Richie McGinnis where he first comes up to you and talks to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you're standing there at the 59th Street property, aren't you?
I am.
And he talks to you about what you're going to do, and you're going to run out and help people, things like that, right?
Yes.
At that point, the police had already passed with all the Bearcats and MRAPs and armored vehicles, right?
It's what it looks like, yes.
And they had established a line on 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Yes.
And they pushed all of the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, all of them south of 60th, correct?
I don't know if I can honestly answer all of them. I don't know. I believe there are some people still north down Sheridan and in the put across the street.
So were there, I mean, we saw a crowd earlier of lots of protesters out in the street. That group, the numbers had dwindled quite a bit.
Yes.
Okay. So after the police move everybody south of 60th, there's no more actual threat to the 59th Street car source, is there?
I don't know.
Well, at that moment in time, what imminent threats did you see to the 59th Street car source property?
I don't know.
Do you remember seeing any protesters out in the street in front of the 59th Street car source after the police pushed everybody south of 60th?
I believe there were some across the street, but not many. I can't recall completely.
And that was just 2 or 3 people, right?
I don't know how many people.
None of those people came across the street to the 59th Street car source, did they?
I don't know. If they did, I would have walked off by now.
So you didn't see them come across the street?
I did not.
Fair to say that after the police pushed everybody south of 60th, you never saw any people threatening that property, correct?
I didn't see anybody.
And your goal that night, you took it upon yourself to protect the 59th Street property, correct?
The owners asked.
Sure. But you were going to station yourself at that property to try and protect it from damage. Fair?
The car source locations, yes.
And once the police had pushed everybody south of that, there was no more danger.
At that car source location, yes.
Okay. So why not go home at that point?
Because the police were still pushing people back, and then they were backing up, and I was still helping people provide medical first aid.
Okay, so the police had established the line at 60th, with their Bearcats at that point, right?
Yes.
And there was no indication that they were going to reverse and back up and move back north again that you saw, correct?
No, they did it earlier in the night where they did the same thing.
Right, but this is at 11:30, 11:40 at night, and they've established that, the police have established that line, and as far as you can tell, it's going to stay there, right?
I don't know.
And you talked about trying to provide medical help, but there's no one around that needs medical help at the 59th Street car source at that point, is there?
Not that I noticed.
So you don't have any purpose there anymore, do you?
Other than,
so why not go home?
because I was going to help people with provide first aid and medical assistance.
But that wasn't the reason you were there that night. You were there that night to protect the 59th Street car source.
It was one of the reasons I was there. Part of my reasons of being there was to protect the car source properties and provide first aid and medical assistance.
So you went out in the crowd, like we see in this video, looking for anyone who needed your help.
If somebody asked if somebody said they need help, I would have helped them.
So why go with Ryan Bulge?
Because you're safer and better in pairs when there's somebody else that's also with you.
So when you crossed 60th, you were worried about your safety?
A little bit.
Even though you think this is not a hostile crowd and you're there to help them, you were still worried about your safety. That's why you needed Bulge to back you up, right?
I said I didn't think they were hostile towards me. I didn't say that they weren't a hostile crowd.
So let me rephrase my question. That's to take that into account. You didn't think this was a crowd that was hostile to you personally, and you thought you were going to help them, but yet you also felt you needed a backup, an armed former Army infantryman to protect you. Fair?
Yes.
And yet when he's gone and you can't find him, you don't immediately go back, right?
I look for him for a second, and then I think max I look for him for like 3 minutes, and then I try to go back.
And when you couldn't get back straight across the police lines, did you decide to try and go around the police lines? For example, the Ultimate gas station is here at 60th and Sheridan. Why didn't you walk down the street here and go over this way and around?
I don't know.
Why didn't you go west over this way and go around?
I don't know. I guess it was very close in time that I was heading back, that I was turned down by the police before I got the phone call from Dominic Black. So I guess I didn't have time to really think like which ways I can go around.
You knew the layout of downtown Kenosha, right? Because you said you drove that area the whole time, right?
A little bit.
So you go over to the Ultimate gas station and you spend some time talking with folks that are there who are similarly dressed as you. They've got similar clothing, similar weapon, things like that, right?
Similar weapons. I wouldn't say similarly dressed.
But you went over there because you felt that those were people doing something similar to what you were doing that night. Fair?
I thought that would be the safest spot for me to go.
Why did you think you'd be safe with those people?
Because I was alone, and they were, like I said, you're better in pairs, and I didn't want to be alone in that situation.
You didn't want to be alone out here with this crowd that we see on the screen right now.
I did not want to be alone with them.
You wanted to be with the group at Ultimate Gas that had AR-15s like you, right?
I wanted to be back at the car source where there weren't people around.
Right, and we've talked about that, but initially you go to Ultimate Gas
to look for Ryan, yes.
But you also talk to people who have AR-15s just like you, right?
I wouldn't say I talked to them. I asked, after the phone call, I asked a guy for a fire extinguisher to come with me.
Let's play exhibit number 11. at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. This is the Corey Elijah live stream when he's in the Ultimate Gas lot. Mr. Rittenhouse, that's Ryan Balch standing there in the Ultimate Gas lot, correct?
Yes.
Let's play this video.
Fireworks and look down there.
I don't know.
We just saw you run through this video, correct?
Yes.
I started this video at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. It is now paused at the 54-minute and 56-second mark. So for 26 seconds, Corey Elijah has Ryan Balch on screen, center of this video during that entire time, right?
Yes.
And you run right past where Corey Elijah is standing, right?
Yes.
And Ryan Balch is loitering there in the middle of the screen for at least 26 seconds, right?
That's what it looks like on the screen.
And your testimony is you were trying your best to find Ryan Balch at the Ultimate Gas station at this point because you needed him to protect you?
I was looking for Ryan Balch, but I didn't notice him as I was running away, running towards car source 3.
But for 26 seconds before you start running, he's standing right there, isn't he?
Yes, and when he's standing right there before I run with the fire extinguisher, I'm over here on the phone with Dominic Black.
How long was your phone call with Dominic Black?
About 30 seconds.
Okay, so before that, you'd been looking for Ryan Balch?
Before that, I tried to get back to the car source lot number 1.
And you'd also been looking for Ryan Balch?
Seeing if I could see him in the crowd of people.
Because you wanted a partner, a buddy to protect you?
To protect each other, yes.
And in fact, when you borrowed that fire extinguisher, you asked someone in that group to come along with you, right?
Yes.
Because you wanted someone there to protect you when you go down and put out what you think are some fires, right?
Yes.
Because you know that you're running into a crowd that is not friendly to you, right?
No.
That's why you had to say the word friendly, 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 because you knew this was a crowd that would not see you as friendly, correct?
I screamed friendly, friendly, friendly because somebody screamed burn inside.
I'm talking about when you crossed 60th. You yelled at them.
At that time, yes, but
And no one in the crowd is yelling burn inside or anything along those lines, are they?
not at that time.
And you also wanted someone from that group to come along with you when you're going to go down and put out a fire, because you knew full well that anyone running around like you putting fires out is going to cause a reaction in the crowd, a hostile reaction, correct?
I didn't think it would cause a negative reaction. I wanted somebody to come with me because you're better in pairs, and I thought there were other people at that car source before I got there.
Well, Dominic, if you're telling us that Dominic Black called you to run 3 blocks down the road to put out a fire at the 63rd Street car source, then you must have known at that moment that there wasn't anyone else down there, right? Why would you need to go if somebody's already down there?
Mr. Black said to me on the phone, hey, They're setting fires at the other car source. I need you to get down there and put out the fires. It must not have, I don't think it, I took it as there's not other people down there.
Why would you need to go 3 blocks down if there were already people there?
No.
He's asking a question. This witness doesn't know the answer, whether there are people there or not.
He's told us he thought there were. So I'm probing the basis of that and his understanding at the time.
You can answer if you understand the question.
I'll repeat the question. Why would you need to run 3 blocks down to the 63rd car source if you thought there were already people there?
I thought there were people there, but Dominic asked me to go down there. I thought that was to help put out the fires that were down there.
This video that we're watching is minutes after you've left the 59th Street car source, right?
Yes.
And when you leave the 59th Street car source, you're with Ryan Balch.
Yes.
And then this reporter, Richie McGinnis.
Yes.
And as far as you know, when you leave 59th Street car source, everybody in your group is still back there, right?
At the car source.
At 59th Street car source. Everybody's still back there.
Yes.
Joanne Fiedler.
Yes.
Dustin Collette. Dominic Black. Nick Smith. Jason Lakowski. Anyone else. They're all still there, right?
At that location, yes.
So none of your group is already down at 63rd Street car source, right?
The other group that showed up after we got done taking the pictures with the, I think I said 2 or 3 vans, I believe they were still down there.
And that was 2 or 3 vans of people that came out with what have been described as melee weapons, right? Like bats and clubs and things like that. Do you recall that? First of all, do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you remember seeing those 2 or 3 vans come to that location?
I do.
Do you remember seeing people get out of those vans?
Yes. I saw, I think there were 6 people they in total.
And you saw them with weapons?
I saw them with rifles. I don't think I remember melee weapons.
They were armed. Correct?
Yes.
And you believed that they were going to be the ones protecting the 63rd Street car source, correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time in the evening, had anybody told you that those folks had left the 63rd Street car source?
No.
So when you're running with this fire extinguisher, you think there's already a group that's designated to that spot that's still down there, right?
Yes.
So again, why do you feel that you needed to run 3 blocks down there with a fire extinguisher if you thought there were already people down there protecting that property?
Because Dominic called me and asked me to go help put out the fires down there.
And in that phone call, Dominic never told you that any of the members of the 59th Street group that you were part of, he never said any of them were down there at 63rd, right?
Yes.
And he never told you that the group that was supposed to be down there, he never told you anything about them, whether they were there or not there. He never mentioned that. Fair?
It didn't come up.
And you asked the people that you got the fire extinguisher from to come with you, right?
Yes.
You were looking for Ryan Balch for backup, right?
I was looking around for him, yes.
You had already tried to go back to the 59th Street location, right?
Yes.
And all of those failed.
Yes.
So then you decide to take it upon yourself to head down to 63rd Street to put out fires. Fair?
I wouldn't say that. I would say I went to go put out the fires that I was there to do. When I say protect the property, I mean by like put out fires. So I went to go put out the fires. I just believed there were people there.
And you brought your AR-15 along?
Yes.
Why?
Because it was with me already.
Yeah, but you'd taken it off earlier when you were treating someone. You gave it to Joanne Fiedler, right?
Yes.
So you know how to take it off, don't you?
Yes.
And you can make a choice on your own whether or not to go armed with it or whether to give it to the person who is the lawful owner of it on that date, Dominic Black, correct?
I didn't take my rifle off there because there was nobody I could hand it to. And when I took it off to hand it to Joanne Fiedler, I was in a safe spot in that corner of the building where there are people protecting me at that time right there. when I went to go to the car source number 3 to put out the fire, there was nobody I could hand my rifle to that could protect me while I'm providing first aid to somebody.
But you still knew you had it.
My rifle, yes.
You still knew you had it strapped around your body.
Yes.
And you made a conscious decision to bring it along, right?
Yes.
Why? He gave an answer about how he already had it, and we go through on that. So
Did you hear the question?
I did, but I don't really understand what.
Well, was it simply that, well, I've already got it strapped on, so I might as well bring it along? Is that what you're telling us? You decided to bring along the AR-15 because, well, I've already got it? Is that your answer?
I don't think I was thinking like, hey, I'm going to take my rifle off. I wouldn't have, because there was people around that could have stolen my gun, and I didn't. I didn't take my rifle off because I was going there alone. I was going to be running there alone, and I didn't take it off because no one else was there to protect me as I was going there. So that's why I brought it.
For protection?
Yes.
You brought it along down there because you felt like you would need to protect yourself against someone else harming you, correct?
If that would have happened, I would have protected myself, but I didn't think I was going to be attacked and ambushed.
But you just said you had it for protection. What were you expecting you would need protection from?
I thought we had covered much of this before.
I'm specifically focusing in on the time period where he is heading down to the 63rd Street car source. I have not asked him about this yet, Your Honor.
Well, go ahead, but you need to pick up the pace somewhat.
When you decided to bring your AR-15 loaded with 30 rounds down to the 63rd Street car source location, what did you think you needed protection against?
I didn't really think I was going to have to protect myself.
You told us just now you brought it along for protection.
I did, but I didn't think I was going to need to protect myself.
You brought it along for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
That's not, but yeah, it's not what he said. He's saying he brought it along for protection, not hoping that he would need to protect himself.
I'm trying to clarify the two different.
No, you're
answers
not, man. Come on.
Well,
You're pissing everybody off at this
go
point,
ahead.
dude.
Do
Do you understand the question?
Not really.
No, nobody
I
does.
asked you why you brought the gun. You said you needed it for protection. I said, protection against what? You said you didn't think you needed protection. I'm confused. Can you help me
You are
understand
confused.
why you're telling us
And
you
that's
needed a
apparent.
gun for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
I brought the gun for my protection, but what I was saying is I didn't think I would have to use the gun and end up defending myself.
So you, in this video, are running.
Yes.
You run across the screen. Yes?
Yes.
And then I think you testified on direct that as you made it down the block, I don't remember exactly how you phrased it, but you stopped running and you walked for a little while. Is that right?
I jogged and walked occasionally.
Carrying the fire extinguisher and your gun.
Yes.
And you're alone at that point with no backup, right?
Yes.
And you testified that when you got down to the 63rd Street car source, you indicated that you came upon that vehicle we've been calling the Duramax. You know what vehicle I'm talking about?
I do.
And you indicated that when you got there, you walked around that vehicle and you saw a person that you now know to be Joshua Zeminski. Is that right?
I walked up to the Duramax. Yes.
You didn't know Joshua Zeminski's name at that point, correct?
No.
You hadn't taken any notice of him at all up until that moment, all night long. Fair?
Fair.
This is the first time that you see that this is a person that comes to your attention. Fair?
Yes.
And you said he had a gun in his hand.
Yes.
And you put the fire extinguisher down on the ground.
I dropped the fire extinguisher.
And then you hear or see Mr. Rosenbaum coming from behind you.
When I get to the Duramax, I step forward, and then Mr. Zeminski turns towards me, and he steps towards me. I drop the fire extinguisher, step back, and that's when I see. I go to run
And
back
did the
towards
two-step hustle.
59th Street.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is coming.
And then that's when I notice Mr. Rosenbaum running at me, leaving me with no other, right? Mr. Zeminski in front of me with the gun. Mrs. Zeminski right there, a couple feet away, and then some other people there.
And then the chase happens. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Have you told us everything that you did when that situation just happened at the Duramax?
Yes.
Can we play the iPad, please? The iPad with the drone video? This is exhibit
the infamous
number
drone video.
73.
Just materialized out of nowhere.
What are you guys going to do?
He's about, I'm losing momentum here. The judge told him not to interrupt. So, yeah. This DA, guys, is, I mean, I don't care what your thoughts are on, I mean, I do care, but it doesn't matter what your thoughts are. This guy is just interesting. I don't know the best way to put it. Interesting. We'll put it like that. But if he's looking to impeach, the Tacoma Fox, we weren't, I wasn't available to cover the Chauvin trial. So unfortunately we weren't able to look at that one, but hashtag don't interrupt. Yeah. It's becoming excessive in the type of questioning and where it's going.
Mr. Rittenhouse, this is a video that has been admitted into evidence as exhibit number 73. This is a video taken by a drone that was hovering south of 63rd at the time that you shot Mr. Rosenbaum.
Here we go. Tacoma Fox. This is what we were talking about last night.
Video on the iPad, and I'm going to have Detective Howard use the pinch and zoom feature on the iPad to zoom in on the area.
We were told that they weren't able to zoom in at one point.
Outside the presence of the jury.
What do you think? Perfect time for a break, don't you think?
But okay.
Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
So would someone throw in the comments? Yeah, where did the drone footage come from? Like where is what we're about to see, this drone footage? I'm really curious to know where it came from exactly. Somebody said it was, I don't even know actually. I saw a couple things pop up, but I don't know where it specifically came from. So I'd be interested to find out. But I've heard law enforcement. I've heard it was a private citizen, somebody that was just out filming. There were drones out there, and in my footage that I showed you guys when I was out in front of the courthouse and even out in the street, like there was definitely drones overhead. I don't know whose drones they were. I would assume law enforcement. They definitely operate with drones. And as we saw, they had the FBI drone or helicopter, whatever it was, from like 9,000 feet that was in that same area, which is wild that the drone footage we're about to watch when they come back from break and the.
What's up?
There are two different drone footages now. The FBI drone and then this one. And I don't know whose this is.
They went upstairs, though. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't know what the state's going to do next, but I suspect that it's something along the lines of they're going to use the iPad, and Mr. Binger was talking about pinching the screen. iPads, which are made by Apple, have artificial intelligence in them that allow things to be viewed through 3 dimensions and logarithms. Logarithms, I don't understand it all either.
You and me both, bro.
And it uses artificial intelligence or their logarithms to create what they believe is happening. So this isn't actually enhanced video. This is Apple's iPad programming creating what it thinks is there, not what necessarily is there. And I don't know what's going to happen, but we had this video enhanced. We have testimony regarding it. And this is one of the topics that came up. I asked my expert, I said, do you know of anything that does something like that? Because that was when Detective Antaramian testified about pinching his telephone. And that's what I was told. And that's what I think this is going. And I don't think that it's appropriate. It's wrong.
Mr. Binger?
Your Honor, I think everybody in this room has a smartphone, whether it's an Apple iPhone or some other device. And I think we've all taken a photograph or a video at one point or another and used the pinch to zoom in feature. This is a common part of everyone's everyday life.
I am
in the
not
olden days, you had a photograph and
the guy to ask about technology,
right?
but
That doesn't change the photograph. When you use a magnifying glass to look at words on a paper or a photograph, the magnifying glass doesn't change the image. It doesn't change the pixels on the paper. It doesn't change the words in the book. All it does is make them easier to see. The pinch and zoom feature on the iPad or the iPhone or an Android phone, whatever device everyone in this room has, does that exact same thing. Now, if counsel has an expert who will say that this is
What do you think?
unreliable or distorting the image or something along
that image
those
looked
lines,
distorted,
this is something
and I was
everybody
directly
in this
through a
room has
magnifying
done
glass.
with countless videos and photos throughout the last 10 years of our lives here. This is a factor. This is a feature of everyday life in America now with smartphones. If they want to have an expert come in and say it's unreliable and you can't believe what's
There
on
you
that
go.
screen, they can do that. We're still in their case. And then the jury can make a decision as to whether or not pinching and zooming on
Bubbles.
an iPad or an iPhone is tampering with the video or altering the image
I mean,
or
who knows?
unreliable.
That is kind of a stretch,
or
'cause-
shouldn't be given any weight. So if they want to make a jury question out of this, they are free to do so. We're still in their case in chief.
Pixelation is a big deal, though.
I don't frankly understand or agree with anything counsel just said. I've used my phone. I think probably you have too. I think this is something within everyone's common knowledge to pinch and zoom on a screen. And that's what's going on here. It does not change the image in any way. It just makes it like
You're
a magnifying
saying,
glass.
well, I don't know. When I put the magnifying glass up, then it's enlarging the image. It is not
Let's talk about
altering
it.
the image.
Let's pinch and zoom.
He's
Sounds like a
saying,
dance.
I think, and I know less than anyone in the room here, I'm sure, about all this stuff. But I'm hearing him to say that they're actually artificially inserting pixels into there, which is altering the object which is being portrayed. And so, you know what? I myself, when confronted with these changes in technology, what I usually
technology.
do is to admit the evidence, but make sure that the finder of fact is aware of the fact that it is
Sorry,
not
having
the
a time with
original image and the method by which it's been enhanced. You're suggesting that I should make the defense bring in an expert for it. My thought would be that actually you're the one who's offering the exhibit, so you should.
You should bring the expert.
To offer evidence as to the fact that it is not distorting the object which is depicted.
I would submit, Your Honor, that I think it's common sense to everyone in this room that that's not what's going on here. And what counsel is saying about Apple software and logarithms and things like that is not something that people in this room are familiar with.
I thought I heard the expert say on the stand, and believe me, again, this is not something I'm familiar with, but I thought I heard the expert say that you brought down from the crime lab that in fact that there were alterations made by adding pixels. That's an alteration of the image. So I don't have any problem with it being received, but you're going to have someone testify that it's a reliable, I don't want to say mirror image, but because obviously if you insert more items
Pickles?
into an area of space,
You have
it's going to distort what's depicted.
You have a lot more pickles.
Your Honor, when the pinch and zoom maneuver is used on the screen, it actually
It's my pinch and zoom.
It takes the high resolution that we see here and it brings it into the point where the pixels are actually spread out more.
I don't. You know what? I'm not going to accept as accurate what Richards is saying, and I'm not going to accept what you're telling me. I said if you can offer somebody
So I don't accept any of it.
knowledgeable in these areas, the document or the I think you should be allowed to use the image.
Hey Siri,
But this is high
does
risk.
Apple
to me,
add
if
pixels to a zoom
to me,
image?
if you insert more data into an area of space, well, you're wagging your head no. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Check it out. In this record that we're doing that, Your Honor.
I didn't say there was proof of it. I said you have the burden of proof. You're the
Ooh,
proponent
okay. What does
of
it
the
say here?
exhibit, and you need to tell me that it's reliable.
The exhibit's already in evidence.
How does the zoom feature
I
on the
know.
phone actually zoom without having an actual zoom lens? It is taking multiple photos and combining them. Is there
Well,
quality
if-
loss when the
Then why
zoom
show it?
versus using regular ones? Is a question.
I mean, the reason you want to show it is so because it enhances the image, right? No, one at a time.
I'll say what Mr. Cross was just saying. The defense has taken videos and photos.
Boom.
and
Okay. Hey,
brought them,
right here.
Zoomed in on them on many exhibits in this trial. And this is, again, like I said.
Sorry, I got to turn this dude
magnifying glass is
down.
not changing the image. What the expert testified to.
You can see. Okay, so zooming is all digital except when the zoom setting is set to the standard resolution of the telephoto lens. In that case, the magnification is due to the optics of that lens. Shit just got creepy in here. That being said, once you start zooming in from either lens, you're fake zooming or digital zoom by adding interpolated pixels into the image to increase its file size, but not sharpness. You can see for yourself easily what a rip-off digital zooming is. So it says, pro tip, never zoom the camera when taking a picture. Use one of the two lenses. If you want to magnify the image later for viewing, crop it. A cropped image always looks better than a zoomed image, and the file size is much smaller. So it does say right here what they're arguing about, and I don't mind over talking him because this dude just doesn't shut up ever. Not that I'm telling him to, but man, come on. But it says, once you start zooming in from either lens, you're fake zooming, digital zooming, by adding interpolated pixels into the image to increase its file size, but not the sharpness. There you go. Go ahead and listen away. They're going to argue the same
This
point.
is what is done with photographs all the time. There's enlargements done in the lab. It doesn't change the pixels.
No. You know, I don't want to hear about what happened earlier in the trial that came in without objection. If you didn't object, then I didn't address it. Now, I'm not going to police this case, so everybody, anytime somebody wants to put some evidence in, I'm going to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? What about that? I have to have an objection. I get an objection, and then I rule on it. There has been no objection during this trial when either side has exploded an image or anything like that. If you'd have brought in an objection, if he'd have brought in an objection, I would have ruled on it. But to say now, well, this has already been done during the trial. I've got an objection in front of me now. He's suggesting that the amplifying the image is altering what is portrayed, the image which is portrayed, and you're giving me as a defense, it's no different from using a magnifying glass. I don't believe that, because if I take, the image is the same, and all it is doing is improving my poor old vision. Here you've got someone, to correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe the expert testified that he had inserted, or either him or the device inserted additional pixels into the
I got
image.
an expert right here.
That
Different program.
well, I don't know what kind of a. I don't care what kind
Are
of a
you an
program
expert?
it is. The question is the image in its virginal state?
So modest.
I care about what program it is, Your Honor, because these are technical issues. Mr. Richards has just made representations with no basis whatsoever.
Yeah, you guys want to talk magnifying glasses? I got you.
Mr. Richards has just made technical representations with no basis in this record whatsoever. He is questioning a common part of life
That judge
that we use,
seems like he's
everyone uses
got
every
his
single day.
finger on the pulse of
The
technology.
expert who testified was talking about a different software program, and it does make a difference.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Then if it's going to be an issue,
Well,
let's
you're
make
the
an issue out of
proponent. I said before, I'm not going to talk about it further. You're the proponent, and you need to assure me before I let the jury speculate on it, that it is a reliable method that does not distort what is depicted.
So
Okay, so we're going to take a break.
I understood you correctly. We can play it now, and then we'll tie it up later.
I don't think that's what I said.
That's what I thought you said. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. If I said that, shame on me. I said that we're going to take a break right now. And I said, before I'm going to allow this to be amplified in the way that you want, it is going to have to be shown, demonstrated to me that it's a reliable way to do it.
Then we would request an adjournment to do that now.
Well, we're not going to adjourn the case now to do that.
Well, before I am done with my cross-examination of this witness, I would like to use this video, and I will need some time to make arrangements for what you're asking. So I would ask that before I am, I would like time to do that before I'm done cross-examining this witness, because this is an important exhibit that I intend to use with
Well,
this
it
witness.
depends. Why don't you get on it right away? And, maybe you can get somebody to testify on this within minutes. I don't know. So we'll take a break.
What
Let's.
operating system are they using on the iPad?
We can answer that question. Not off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Well,
iPad market.
okay. Let's aim for 3:20 on that clock, which is. Yeah, let's aim for 3:20.
Well. That the sound was on. Hopefully, I thought the sound was on. Yeah, the sound was on. You're good. There's just a late comment that came in. That yeah. What do you guys think? Was that a good use of time? Do we feel like we accomplished anything? Sorry. Did we accomplish anything in that period of time whilst we were going on about whatever we were going on about? Honestly, I don't even know half of what the replay the last 1 minute possible. No, the sound should have been fine. If it was quiet, it was because it was quiet on your end. Why does people keep saying no sound? There's no sound right now because there's no court. Oh, everyone else I think heard it. Either way, basically they were just saying that they were going into details about prosecution. Yeah, Quincy, you're right. Yeah. People are hitting me up just about how crazy this is. Other people in the hustle and the game out here, and I'm talking about this live stream world. They're like, man, this is nuts. You know what I mean? And you are not wrong, Quince. You aren't wrong. Man. CJ, have you ever? Okay, was blah blah blah. Sorry, I'm trying to catch it. CJ, have you not ever zoomed in on a video or photo to get evidence being artificially zoomed on? I don't know what the question is. I use the zoom all the time. I was just reading what it said about the pixelations, or the pickolations as they were talking about. I don't know how important or what kind of actual bearing this is going to make, other than to rule out the drone footage, which again, anybody that has an idea of where that drone footage is coming from, please let me know. I'd love to pull it up and look at it on our own. But for whatever reason, all that we've heard about so far is the FBI drone footage and now this drone footage, which you guys, excuse me, Ryan Belch there. The interesting thing about this drone footage is, like I was talking to my guy, Tacoma Fox last night, is that the way that it happened, Tracy, It's on your end. Tracy, whoa, you keep putting up why is there no sound? You got it muted on your end. I'm just going to tell you. Now sound again. You're killing me here, Tracy. But one of the things that is interesting about that is that the drone takes off, right? Like it takes off. Drone footage came from the air. Thank you for that, Jay. That's question asked, question answered. Got a good routine here, guys. Got a good routine here. But the drone takes off. It levels, right? It levels for a split second, and then immediately you have the you've got the footage that came up, the shooting, boom, 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 and then that's it. But it just happened to be let me look. I'll look. Let me check here. All right. Footage. Let's see if we got that pull up here. Okay, we'll pull it up on videos here. Boom. So they've got the FBI footage. Okay, here we go. So they say this is an individual. All right. Let me see if this one works for us. I'm going to see if this one actually shows it or if it's just a clip of the. Bear with me for 1 second here, guys. Whilst I'm looking into this drone footage here to see if it's usable, or if we can view it real quick. If so, that'd be great. Because I am curious. We didn't get a chance to look too much at it. So where are we going here? Boom, boom, boom. All right, we'll go to queue it up right here, and we'll pause it there. So, yeah, here we go. Okay, let's go ahead and close that, and we will full screen that. And all right, sorry, there's a little bit of an image here that I'm trying to get away from for a split second, and we're gonna go to right here. Okay, I'm going to turn off the volume on this thing because I don't know what they're saying, and we're going to jump back in here. So, sorry, get rid of that, and we're going to go ahead and pull up, boom, 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 put me down over here, Pio, and we're going to go ahead and, here we go. I'm getting better, guys. I'm getting better. I'm not the best, but I'm getting better. We'll just do the screen share. Actually, we'll do a Chrome tab here. I don't want to get weird on it. I share that. Boom, and add a stream. Okay, let's see how this looks. All right.
Rittenhouse shot and killed another man, Joseph Rosenbaum.
And it was muted, of course, because Joanne. Andricus, you are taking the reins on our top seat or front of the bus or whatever for the best or the You win in donations. Thank you so much for contributions, Joanne. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And we are, so here we go. Let's do this real quick. Didn't hear a word I said. I know. Audio was muted, obviously, because that's what I do. I am going to put this on for a moment here and see if I can figure some stuff out in my tech. I'll be back in just a second, you guys. So bear with me. Sit tight, set up notifications, make sure you're ready to go when they come back on here in the next few moments. And yeah, I know I was muted. It happens. I'm that guy. We're going to do this. Boom. And again. This is footage from last summer. Granted, I'm not sure why this is being a real kick in the butt. Either way, it's not going to work for me. I'm not trying to keep that in there and have it be a real pain. Let's do this for you real quick. I appreciate you guys sticking around for a little bit here. I just have to. So, we still have Kyle Rittenhouse will still be on the stand here in just a minute or two. I'm going to take a quick breather just to grab a quick restroom break to let my dog go out for a moment. And I encourage all of you to do the same. Don't disappear though. Keep it up. Barry McCockner, Mr. McCockner. There you go. He comes in. You're winning. You win right now. So far, Joanne, I'm sorry, but Barry decided to one up you. Can't complain about that, Barry, even though I love you, Barry. Yeah. And I'll be back here in just a moment, guys. So, and again, thank you for the stars, for the super chats, for the super stickers, Barry, Joanne, everyone else so far. I really do appreciate it. Please share the stream. And keep in mind, we'll be right back. You know what I mean? We're not going anywhere. We're here till the end. And I do appreciate you guys for riding with us, and sharing, contributions and, for being a part of this, for your comments and thoughts. You guys are doing a really good job. I mean that. I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I'm not being an a-hole. I'm just saying, like, really, the chat for the most part, and my mods, you guys are doing amazing. We've had to cut out some stuff, but comments, but for the most part, I think you guys got this sorted. You know how we operate in here, and I appreciate you guys maintaining our ethos of operation here at CJTV. So I will be back in just a moment, and I appreciate you guys being patient with me, but sit tight. Barry, again, Barry McCockner, thank you very much. I wish I had some hold video for you or something. You know what I mean? Like that would be great if we had some. Yes, I was very much live streaming, but just sit tight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a minute. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Again with this damn mute, man. There's a damn mute. Don't you get brazen with me, microphone. Yeah, whenever you get everything. Okay, nice. So, yeah. What do you guys think? How much longer does this case got? You know, how much more do we have ahead of us? You know, just leave the mute button alone. Yeah, I know. You know, it's interesting. I was talking to my buddy here last night, and we were talking about shutting up because it looks like they're coming back in. So we're gonna jump back in here. Yes, Tanisha, I'm aware I was muted. 74th birthday this year, guys. Hit 74. The big 7-4 today, or this year. It's a big one. Big deal for me. So yeah, they're muted on their end. There we go.
I'm going to move that TV in front centrally. We're going to watch exhibit number 82. This is a
82
version of the drone footage that was introduced by our expert James Armstrong yesterday. And I'd like to be able to put this TV centrally so everybody can see it. So if you could let us know if you're able to see it.
Jimmy Armstrong.
Oh, I'll turn them on.
Yeah. Jackie Cox, I'm 74 years old. 74.
Are all the jurors able to see that okay? Both sides? Okay. Judge, may I use Sister Marcia? As we play this video, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would. I'm going to direct your attention to this location, which is at the front end of the Duramax. There's an individual here on the sidewalk who is in a wheelchair, and there's a little bit of a gap there between that individual and the Duramax. And I'd like you to keep your eyes on that location. Before we begin the video, Mr. Rittenhouse, are you able to see this video okay?
Yes.
All right. Please go ahead and play that. Could we please play that again? I'm going to have you pause at a moment right at the beginning.
There's no volume here, but seriously, what are the chances of this drone taking off right then in that spot, looking in that angle in this situation?
That you did when you first got to this location, correct?
Yes.
What you didn't tell us is that right here on the video, you have your gun raised, don't you?
I can't see it.
What is he seeing?
You know what? This is a nice 4K TV. I'm going to turn it a little bit towards you. Move it a little bit back so the jury can see. Are you able to see that screen okay?
Oops.
I don't think all the jurors can see it now.
I want to be able to play it for the defendant to be able to see it up close.
I understand. I'm just thinking if perhaps he could take the chair that the officer is in right now. And do you want to go over there as well?
Would you, would it be easier, Mr. Rittenhouse, if you came and stood a little closer to that screen?
Do you guys see what he's talking about? Because I can't see it.
So we want to all be looking at the same TV.
Okay.
Okay.
Would it be?
Yeah, 4K TV is great, but if it's not filmed in 4K, it doesn't matter.
As long as he doesn't block the jurors.
Does he understand that if 1080p video recording is only going to be 1080p production quality? That's not how it works. You don't get if you film in 4K and watch it on 1080p TV, it's still just going to be a 1080p. You got to go back further. There you go. But once you touch that button, it's going to pop back up.
All right, let's start the video. Pause. Mr. Rittenhouse, you just came into the screen, put the fire extinguisher down, and now you've got your weapon raised, don't you? Let's play it one more time.
Where are we looking? Seriously,
Pause. Mr. Rittenhouse, can you see in that video that you raised your weapon and pointed it at someone? Let's play it one more time.
Your Honor, he's answered the question.
He says he can't see, so I'm trying to help him see. Go ahead. Pause.
now do you see it?
Pause the video.
Yeah, use the pointer, man. Where are we looking, dude? Point it
It
out.
doesn't look like I raised my rifle. It looks like my shoulder's up, but my rifle is pointed downward.
Where?
Thank you.
War of the Worlds. It's the Purge. You guys better not try to purge me.
So
Seriously.
your testimony today under oath is that you have no memory of raising and pointing your rifle when you first got to that location. Is that right?
Yes.
You see yourself put the fire extinguisher down.
I see myself drop it. Yes.
Did anybody see anything? I didn't.
Exhibit 84 now, please.
Ooh, big 84. I didn't see anything at all. Not that it matters what I saw, but.
Go ahead and play. Pause. In this video, at this point, Mr. Rittenhouse, you have turned around and you are pointing your weapon at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And there is a point. Let's continue the video, please. All right, let's pause. Go back and start at the beginning again, please. Pause. You go back about half a second, please.
So if you guys look underneath that street lamp right there, the one that's in the middle of the screen, middle left, that's the bot. That's Rittenhouse right there, kind of in the focus of all those lights in front of the gas station. Just so you know. Yeah, just off center to the left, where those two cars are in the middle of the lot. Okay, so see those two cars in the middle, guys. There's going to be someone. Okay, the bag is thrown right there. He turns around, points his gun. You missed the pause, bro.
There's a point where Mr. Rosenbaum is running after you, where he raises his hands and leaps up in the air. Correct?
I wouldn't say he leaped in the air. I'd say he continued to run at me. He just threw his hands up.
He threw both of his hands up in the air. Right?
Yes.
And you could see that he was unarmed. Correct?
Yes.
Please continue the video. Pause. Joseph Rosenbaum never touched you in any way during that incident, correct?
He touched my gun.
He didn't touch your body in any way, did he?
No.
He didn't kick you?
No.
He didn't punch you?
No.
Other than that plastic bag, he didn't throw anything at you?
No.
He didn't have a gun on him?
No.
He didn't have a knife on him?
No.
He didn't have a chain on him?
No.
He didn't have a bat on him?
No.
He didn't have any weapon of any kind, correct?
Other than him grabbing my gun, no.
Well, he didn't have possession of that gun. You did, correct?
Question
I was
I'd ask.
holding it,
Could you
yes.
see what was
And it
behind
was
him in the
strapped
back
to
of
your
his?
body, correct?
Yes.
At all times.
Didn't they say Gage's gun was right back
during
here?
this incident, you retained possession of your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit? I apologize, Brian. I don't know if I mentioned this one earlier. I think it's 83. It's the full speed version of what we just saw.
So again, he's saying that he didn't see
was
that he had a
84
weapon on him,
just now,
but
right?
I mean, safe to
Let's
say
play
that
83, please.
like you were saying, Gage Grosskreutz, he had his gun holstered in the small of his back behind him, and if you're looking at someone's
While you're
front,
watching this video, I'd like you to.
they make you
tell
turn
me if you
around.
see
I know this because
Mr. Rosenbaum
I've been arrested.
Jump up in the
I
air
don't
with
mind
his
saying it.
hands up,
They
okay?
make you put your
Okay.
hands up, turn around because they need to see what's happening, what's behind you. If you have a weapon on you and like on your back, just saying.
Pause. Can we go back to the beginning, please? And play again. Pause. Right before Mr. Rosenbaum disappears behind that car, did you see him jump up in the air with his hands out?
No, I saw him do something like this. Like,
That was a reaction to you pointing the gun at him, correct?
yes, but he kept running at me, so it didn't deter him.
But it slowed him down a little bit. He does this sort of jump with his hands in the air when you're pointing the gun at him, right?
No, he continues to gain speed on me.
Okay. Now let's play exhibit 86, please.
It's terrible. It's terrible. I wouldn't want to chase someone with a gun, you know? Like they turned and pointed at you. I don't know. I've had guns pointed at me before, and I'm pretty quick on the stop.
Did you slow down?
Did I?
Yeah.
I turned around and I may have slowed down a little bit.
It looks like you slowed down before you even turned around.
Yes.
You've characterized Mr. Rosenbaum as advancing on you, speeding up towards you, but you actually slowed down, didn't you?
Because of the people around the cars, yes.
But after the shooting, you run around those cars and head back towards the direction you originally wanted to go to, right?
Yes.
So those people didn't stop that, did they?
They weren't there after I shot Mr. Rosenbaum.
They scattered after you fired your gun 4 times, didn't they?
Yes, they weren't there anymore.
And you've heard Dr. Kelly's testimony that the first gunshot from you to Mr. Rosenbaum caused Mr. Rosenbaum to start falling to the ground. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
And then you continued to fire 3 more shots into him after that, didn't you?
I continued to fire until he was no longer a threat to me.
When he's falling to the ground in front of you, he's no longer a threat to you. His pelvis is broken, right?
I don't know.
But he's fallen to the ground, isn't he?
I saw him ledging towards my gun, and I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
Because he was trying to push it out of the way so you wouldn't shoot him. What was
Point to the DA,
risk
man. That was a
you
solid point he just made
of
there.
death
You know,
or great bodily harm at the moment you killed Joseph Rosenbaum.
If I
The
would
way
have
he
let
said
Mr.
that was-
Rosenbaum take my firearm from me, he would have used it and killed me with it and probably killed more people if I would have let him get my gun.
Mr. Rosenbaum never said anything to you about taking your gun, did he?
He didn't say anything, but he tried to take my gun.
And whoever's got that gun is a threat to everyone else?
If he would have taken my gun, he would have used it against me.
He did say he was going to kill him,
break that
didn't he?
down. First of all, you had already prevented him from taking your gun by running away and doing that little dip and dodge that Mr. McGinnis talked about, right?
He was still coming after my gun.
But you could have kept running. You could
No,
have turned back around like you did, couldn't you?
No, I couldn't have.
You have the gun strapped to your body at this moment, correct?
Yes.
The strap is designed to keep that on your body so it doesn't come off, correct?
To help retain it, yes.
And you have both hands on the gun, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Rosenbaum has never said anything at all about wanting your gun. You never heard him say anything about that, correct?
I haven't.
You never said anything. He never said anything to you about using that gun at all, correct?
I don't know what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking when he tried to grab my gun.
You just assumed that he was going to use it, that he was going to try and take it from you, first of all. And then you assumed he was going to try and use it on you.
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum get my gun, he would have killed me.
But you had already pointed your gun at him.
Yes, because he was chasing me.
Did you want him to think that you were going to shoot him?
No, I never wanted to shoot Mr. Rosenbaum.
Why'd you point it at him if you didn't have any intention of shooting?
He was chasing me. I was alone. He threatened to kill me earlier in that night. I didn't want to have to shoot him.
But you understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, don't you?
I pointed it at him because he kept running at me. And
I think he's more aware than anybody. 2 people died.
But you understand how dangerous that is, don't you?
Oh, he's trying to trigger him.
Pointed it at him because he was chasing me.
I'll ask the question a third time, Mr. Rittenhouse.
He's
Do you
legit.
understand?
He's just really trying to trigger him.
Just ask your question.
You understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, correct?
Yes.
You understand that that puts someone else in fear that they're about to be killed, right?
He was chasing me.
You understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone else, that may make them feel like they are about to be killed by you, correct?
Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. He said he was going to kill me if he got me alone. I was alone. I was running from him. I pointed at him, and it didn't stop him from continuing to chase me.
Did you hear my question?
Yes.
Yet you chose not to answer.
If you ask it a little bit slower this next time, maybe he'll be able to answer
My
it. My question is,
you understand
do you understand
that when you point your
that when you point an
AR-15 at
AR-15
someone, it may make them feel
they might think
like you're
you don't
going
like
to
them.
kill them, correct?
He doesn't know what he was thinking. Yeah.
Someone that way so as to perhaps deter the person.
What do they do in situations where people are making
You
physical
understand my
threats?
question?
I do.
Domestic violence
Can you please
situations,
answer?
restraining orders. I'm going to
I
murder
did.
you. I'm
I
going to kill
said-
you. You get a restraining order because and
Mr.
keep that person
Rosenbaum
away
was
from them.
chasing me. I pointed my gun at him, and that did not deter him. He could have ran away instead of trying to take my gun from me. But he kept chasing me. It didn't stop him.
Mr. Rittenhouse, you're telling us that you felt like you were about to die, right?
Digging in there.
But when you point the gun at someone else, that's going to make them feel like they're about to die, right? That's what you wanted him to feel.
No.
You wanted him to get the message from you that if you come any closer, I'm going to kill you. That's why you pointed the gun at him, right?
I pointed the gun at him to deter him from. I pointed the gun at him so he would stop chasing me. That's why I pointed the gun at him.
Because if you point the gun at him, you were hoping he would stop chasing you because he would get the message from you that if he keeps coming, you're going to kill him. Right?
I didn't want to have to kill Mr. Rosenbaum.
That's not the question I asked.
Serving no legitimate purpose.
It seems argumentative, Mr. He said it serves no useful purpose, it's badgering. It does seem argumentative.
He could ask that question 50 different times and he just keeps changing his cadence on it. I mean, it is rough because you see where you understand the point that he's trying to make, right?
In that sequence we just saw, you intended to point your gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Did Kyle feel like his life was in danger?
I pointed at him so he would stop chasing me, but he didn't stop.
That was your intentional decision to point at him. That wasn't an accident.
I'm going to interrupt here. The jury cannot see you.
I thought we moved it. I'm sorry.
No, so please get it out of there.
That's why they have prosecution and defense guys. Like I said, this is the case. It's happening.
The point I'm trying to get at, Mr. Rittenhouse, is that wasn't like an accidental turning around and it just happens to be pointing in his direction, much like I'm just happen to, wave this around. You made an intentional decision in the middle of that incident to turn and point the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why that would make someone fearful for their life, right?
But he continued to chase me after, so no, I can't.
It didn't work.
It didn't stop Mr. Rosenbaum from chasing me.
And even after you shoot him one time and he starts falling, you continue to shoot 3 more times, right?
I continued to shoot until he was no longer a threat to me.
And then after that, you run around and he's lying there, face down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And you're a medic, correct?
I have first aid training, yes.
Well, you proclaimed yourself that night to be a medic, an EMT. You told everyone that, right?
Yes.
And you had your medic bag with you, correct?
Yes.
And this location is right across the street from a hospital, isn't it?
Yes.
But your first thought was run away.
My first thought was to help him.
You didn't do anything to help him. You didn't do a single thing, did you?
The crowd started to scream, "Get him, get him, get him." And I didn't want to stay there with the crowd building and the mob advancing on me.
Were you surprised that a crowd would react that way when they just saw you shoot someone?
I don't know.
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know?
Dude, the way he asks questions is just infuriating. I don't care who you are, defense or prosecution. Did you think
Go ahead.
that when you
When you
shot
stood
somebody,
over
it's
Mr.
just so like
Rosenbaum's body,
condescending in his
Did
delivery?
you know whether
Did
he
you
was
know?
dead or alive?
I didn't.
Did you know whether or not it was possible at that moment to try and save him?
I wanted to help Mr. Rosenbaum. And if the crowd wouldn't have started screaming to get him, get him, get him, I would have stayed and did everything I could to help Mr. Rosenbaum. But the crowd just started to chase me and scream at me.
Let's play. Can we have Exhibit 14, please? At the 3 hour, 58 minute, and 45 second mark.
This is Lauren, bro, and he is literally talking to a child. Yeah, you got a Tacoma Fox, you're right. Yeah, but I mean, this lawyer, he's doing what he's set out to do. He's trying to grind Kyle down and get him to say some stuff, and he's pulling at the thread. I think he found what he was trying to find, and now he's yanking at it, and man, this is where I think this is like the prosecution's case right now is what he's working on. This is his like shining hour, if you will. Yeah, he's an adult now, but he's how many 18-year-olds that are actually you consider full-fledged adults? I'm not saying that keeps him exempt from the crime or from committing crime. But that's what the jury's here to deliberate and figure out.
So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, it was white wood.
Oh yeah, listen for these. How many gunshots are fired right here?
We got a gun, baby.
Three more right there.
After you fired your 4 shots,
Well, there was a shot fired before the 4.
there were 3 more gunshots right after that, right?
Yes.
And those were coming from very close to where you were, weren't they?
Yes.
They were coming from right here on the south side of the 63rd Street car source, right alongside 63rd Street on the north side of 63rd, right?
Yes.
You didn't react at all to those gunshots, did you?
That time my audio was still going in and out partially.
But again, my question is, you didn't react at all to those, did you?
Not that I can see.
Let's continue, please.
Shot him, man. Shot him. Shot him, man. He laid him out. He laid him out, he laid him out.
What about the
No
other
one in the
gunshots?
crowd
Like the initial
yells,
shot that was
"Get
fired.
him," or anything threatening towards you until after you start running away, right?
No.
You had time in that moment to make a phone call, didn't you?
I called Dominic Black, yes.
You could have called 911, right?
Yes.
But you chose to call your best friend, right?
I called the first number on my phone.
Is that quicker than 3 digits, 911?
I mean, yeah, but that's besides the point.
I don't know.
On and push.
And then
yeah.
you started running.
Yes.
And the first person you encounter as you're running is Jason Lakowski, correct?
Yes.
This is a person that you had barely known for 15 minutes that night, right?
Yes.
And you told him you didn't shoot anyone, correct?
No.
You heard his testimony about that, right?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 12?
I don't know. Maybe they will bring up the other gunshots. I don't know. I mean,
While we're getting that ready, you talked earlier about this crowd and what they were saying, and you felt like they were coming after you. You had time to stop and have a brief little talk with Jason Lakowski, didn't you?
I stopped for a second and asked him to help me get to the police.
Even with this crowd on top of you, as you describe it, you still had time for that, didn't you?
For a second.
I think because the
Stopped
crowd
for
was
a
on top of him
second.
is why he asked for
Let's
help.
play exhibit
I would
number
imagine.
12, please.
I'm not trying to, answer for him, but yeah, like I said, this is the prosecution's shining moment here. I would have expected it to happen sooner, but
So there was like 6 shots.
Back up 10 seconds, please. Go ahead. Pause. There are people in the crowd that are asking you why you just shot someone, right?
Yes.
And you told them he had a gun.
At the time I was a little dazed and I was thinking of Mr. Zeminski with the pistol he had at the Duramax.
So you shot Mr. Rosenbaum because Joshua Zeminski had a pistol?
No,
You don't get to shoot someone else. You don't get to shoot someone else because someone else has a
No.
gun, right?
no.
But you told the crowd he had a gun, didn't you?
That's what I said.
What he tries to
And that
convince the
wasn't
crowd
true.
of in
Mr.
the moment where
Rosenbaum
he's trying to
never
get
had a
away
gun, right?
is
He didn't have a
beside the
gun.
point.
Now, can we please play exhibit number 3 at the 1 hour, 17 minute, and 10-second mark?
I get the questioning. Don't get me wrong. I get the questioning. I understand where he's going with it, and it's the best play that the prosecution can make right now. In all fairness, if we're looking at this analytically, like, yeah, Eric, you can go somewhere else if you want, man. Yeah, I don't need to shut up. Can you hear it now? Can you hear the blank, the silence? Plenty of places to go, Eric. Shut up and let me hear it, bro. Actually, you know what? I got you, bud. There you go. Where are we at, dude? Stop skipping around here. Boom. Where are we at? And there's Eric. We're gonna go ahead and no, not Judith. Eric, how are we gonna go ahead and there we go. There you go. So yeah.
One moment.
Booted. I'm good. And Eric's gone. I mean, I'll let conversation go, but I don't need anyone jumping in telling me directly to shut up on my own feed. You don't have to be here. Yeah, Eric Steffen's gone, guys. It's whatever. Tacoma Fox, man, it's all good. I just got a different viewpoint on some things, and that's legit. You know what I mean? As long as we're not attacking each other, promoting violence, hate speech, and
Facebook live stream that night.
sitting Gucci in my bougie apartment. Yeah. Yeah, we're keeping it cool in the chat though, guys. We promote. Yeah, that's what's up. We promote as many opinions and viewpoints as we could possibly get, as long as they're not promoting violence.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Pause. You told Mr. Grosskreutz you were going to the police, right?
Yes.
And then you said, I didn't shoot anyone, right?
I can't really make out what the last part of the words were saying.
Do you remember what you said?
I remember saying, I think I said I had to.
Let's play that back 10 seconds and play it again, please.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Pause. Pause. Aren't your exact words, I'm going to the police, I did not shoot anyone?
That's what I remember from that night, but watching that, it sounds like I said I didn't.
That, again, was not true. You just had shot someone, correct?
I did.
Why didn't you tell the truth?
I was being chased by a mob, and I don't really remember that interaction very well.
Let's play Exhibit 5, please. This is the BG on the scene video.
Sorry, I wanted to give you guys a better. This one apparently is showing the video that they're watching. So again, mute whatever. I'm sorry, guys, but here we are.
This is the BG on the scene video. Go ahead. Pause. Now, we've heard a lot of testimony about this person who comes up behind you with something and hits you in the head. We've heard about Anthony Huber's first approach to you with his skateboard, correct?
Yes.
You testified that after a few more feet, you felt lightheaded and you stumbled. That's what you told when your attorney was asking you questions, correct?
Yes.
No one knocked you to the ground. You lost your own balance, correct?
I was hit to the point to where I stumbled.
You said in response to your attorney's questions that you stumbled because you were lightheaded. Do you remember telling us that?
From getting hit, yes.
You were lightheaded because you had been running and you were being chased. That was why you were lightheaded, right?
That and being hit, yes.
Let's continue. Pause. There is an individual who comes at you and jumps towards you and attempts to kick you, correct?
He does kick me, yes.
And you fire 2 shots directly at him with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
You intended to hit him with those bullets, correct?
I intended for him. Yes.
At that close range, it's a miracle that you missed, right?
I apologize. Their audio is a little bit janky.
You intended to kill him with those shots, didn't you?
No.
Did you even care whether or not those 2 rounds were going to kill him?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody that night.
In this moment, you're making a deliberate decision to pull the trigger twice, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident. That was your conscious decision, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you're firing an AR-15 at close range to this individual, correct?
Yes.
And you knew full well that if you hit him with 1 or both of those bullets, it could kill him, right?
There's that possibility.
If you hit him with one of those, wouldn't you agree it's a pretty strong likelihood you're going to kill him?
I don't know.
Did that even factor into your mind at that point? Did you even care whether you were going to kill him or not?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody. I was being attacked. That's why I shot him. But shot at him.
You shot at him with the intent of hitting him and killing him, correct?
I didn't want to kill anybody.
Then why are you shooting at someone with an AR-15 at close range if you don't want to kill him?
Because he's attacking me.
Because he doesn't want to get killed himself.
Stomping my face in. Jumping and kicking my face in.
That you didn't see any weapons on that person, did you?
No.
You didn't see a gun?
No.
You didn't see a knife?
No.
You didn't see a bat or a club?
No.
You didn't see a chain?
No.
All he uses is 1 foot, correct?
Yes.
Let's continue the video.
I've seen plenty of cases where someone gets punched once and they die, fall down, hit their head on the curb.
You've just shot a round into Anthony Huber's chest, right?
Yes.
Now, up until this moment, and probably for the rest of that evening, you didn't know the name Anthony Huber, did you?
I did not.
Up until this moment in this evening, you had never had any interaction with him, took any notice of him, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And when you shoot him, he's got his skateboard in his hand?
Yes.
You didn't see any gun in his hand, correct?
No.
You didn't see a knife?
No.
You didn't see a bat?
No.
You didn't see a club?
No.
All he's got is the skateboard, right?
That he's hit me in the head with twice, yes.
Okay. And you intended to pull the trigger at that moment with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident.
No.
That was your deliberate decision, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that the way that gun was positioned, you were going to fire that bullet right into his chest, right?
He was attacking me, so I pulled the trigger.
And you knew that when you pulled that trigger, that bullet was going to go right into his chest, didn't you?
I can't say, I don't know where the bullet would have went exactly.
The end of that gun was pointed directly at his chest when you pulled the trigger, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that, correct?
Yes.
And you still pulled the trigger, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you intended to kill Anthony Hubert at that moment, didn't you?
No.
What did you think was going to happen then? You got a gun that's aimed directly at his chest. You pull the trigger. What did you think was going to happen?
If I didn't pull the trigger, I thought Mr. Hubert was going to kill me.
Maybe I misphrased my question. Let me try again. When you pull the trigger of the AR-15 and it is directly against Anthony Hubert's chest, what did you think was going to happen to Anthony Hubert?
That he would no longer be a threat to my safety.
Because he'd be dead, right?
Because he wouldn't be a threat to me. I don't know if he'd be dead or not.
Did you even care at that moment whether or not Anthony Hubert lived and died?
Yes.
Your only concern in that moment was your own safety, correct?
Yes.
The next shooting is of Gage Grosskreutz. We have stopped the video at a moment here when he is crouched in front of you with his hands in the air, correct?
Yes.
Your gun is pointed at him, isn't it?
It's pointed downward towards his feet.
It's pointed at his body, some part of his body, correct?
Yes.
And he's no threat to you at this moment, is he?
Your Honor, he's standing in front of him with a gun.
That's an argument you can make. I'm asking a question of the witness.
Yes.
He's no threat to you at this moment, is he?
He is a threat. He has a gun in his hand.
You saw that gun.
Yes.
So at the moment,
That was a smooth
throughout
move
all
by the
these moments
defense.
of your interaction with Mr. Grosskreutz, you were aware of the fact that he had that gun in his hand, correct?
Not until that moment.
I'm talking about from this moment on, correct?
Yes.
And of course, that's a handgun, right?
Yes.
And you have an AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And at this particular moment, he's not pointing his gun at you, is he?
Not at that moment.
But you've got your gun pointed at him, correct?
Looking at the video, I think I'm lowering my weapon. I think it's just a still shot of where you have it to where that, but I believe in the whole video, I'm lowering it, and then he points his gun at me.
Which he
Do you help me
testified to.
understand, Mr. Rittenhouse, why Gage Grosskreutz, with a pistol in his hand, is a threat to kill you, but you, with an AR-15 pointed at him, is not a threat to kill him at this
Because
moment?
he wasn't the
Do
aggressor
you
chasing
understand
him
that?
down with the gun.
I've been attacked by several people, and he decided to come and point a gun at my head. Well, first,
He hasn't done that yet.
He
Has
did.
he?
Oh, jeez, dude.
So again, I ask you, in this moment, you told us Gage Grosskreutz is a threat to you right now.
yes,
He's got a pistol not aimed at you. You've got an AR-15 aimed at him. Why is he more of a threat to you than you are to him?
Because his
Because
assumption is
he was moving at me with a gun in his hand.
This is right after you've killed Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes,
Right after you fired 2 shots at almost point blank range at the man running towards the camera right now and missing him, correct?
yes,
And you're telling us Gage Grosskreutz is the real threat at this moment?
yes.
Can we please pull up exhibit number 80, beginning at frame 468? This is an exhibit which consists of, what's the number, 732? 729 frames from the BG on the Go video that we just watched. This was prepared by James Armstrong of the State Crime Lab. I'm not going to show all 729, but I'd like to start at frame 468. And we're going to go frame by frame from there until frame 500. Mr. Stu, could you please slowly advance frame by frame until I tell you to stop? Mr. Rittenhouse, this is immediately after Gage Grosskreutz has stopped in front of you and you are doing something with your firearm at that moment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about what you were doing at that moment. Is it fair to say that you turn your firearm over and you're looking at it, you're examining it?
Yes.
But your testimony is you didn't do anything to actually manipulate it at that moment.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Please continue. Frame 500 shows you firing your AR-15 towards Gage Grosskreutz. At this particular moment, he does not have that pistol pointed towards you, does he?
He does.
His left leg has stepped across not directly towards you, but to the side of you, correct?
Yes.
He's reaching in with his left arm towards you, correct?
Yes.
Gage says
he never
anyway.
steps back and puts the gun in both hands in a ready aim position towards you, does he?
He doesn't do that.
He never takes that gun with his right hand and stands there and holds it out with his right hand in front of him and aims it directly at you, does he?
No, he does this pointing it directly at my head.
And you thought that's the way he was going to shoot you?
Yeah.
You thought he ran up close to you to shoot you?
Yes.
You understand that he could have...
He ran up close to him and got shot.
And shot you from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Kyle also could have stopped on the street, turned around, and just opened fire on everybody, including myself and anybody that was behind him.
You understand that a pistol like that doesn't need to be right up close to someone to shoot, right?
Yes.
It can shoot from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Yes.
Mr. Grosskreutz could have stopped 10, 15, 20 feet away if he wanted to shoot you and fired his pistol at you, couldn't he have?
He could have, but he didn't.
And your testimony is that you believed he ran up close to you and reached in with his left hand with his gun in his right hand because that was his way of using this gun to shoot you?
Yes.
Did you think he was reaching in to grab your gun?
No.
You didn't think he was going to take your gun away, did you?
I thought he was going to shoot me.
With his pistol?
Yes.
Which he never actually does. Correct?
Correct.
He never fires that gun at you at all.
No.
In fact, in this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a gun at you, did they?
Mr. Zeminski fired a gun from behind me.
Did Mr. Zeminski fire that gun at you?
I believe so.
What do you base that on? Did you see it?
The video.
Did you see it?
No.
You're talking about back when the incident with Mr. Rosenbaum happens, correct?
Yes.
That happened while you and Mr. Rosenbaum are running across the car source lot, correct?
Yes.
At that moment in time, you didn't see Joshua Zeminski fire a shot, did you?
No.
You heard a gunshot, right?
Yes.
But you had no idea who fired it.
I believed it was Mr. Zeminski.
So that gunshot did not at all factor into your decision to kill Joseph Rosenbaum, did it?
No, Mr. Rosenbaum trying to steal my gun did.
So you didn't think that was a gunshot from Joseph Rosenbaum?
No.
You knew he didn't have a gun?
Oh, I see what your question is now. Okay. You didn't think that the shot which had been fired supposedly by Mr. Zeminski had been fired by Mr. Rosenbaum.
Exactly.
Okay, okay.
So you heard a gunshot. You now know that was Joshua Zeminski based on watching the videos, right?
Yes.
But at the time, you didn't think that was Joseph Rosenbaum firing that shot, did you?
No.
You knew Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun, right?
Yes.
And you certainly would agree with me that you don't have the right to kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski does, correct?
Yes.
When you heard that gunshot, you didn't know whether it was fired at you or up in the air or at Rosenbaum or anyone else, did you?
I heard it from behind me, but I didn't.
You didn't know where it was aimed,
Correct.
correct? You didn't feel it hit you, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear it ricochet anywhere near you, correct?
Correct.
You received no indication that that gunshot was going to put your life in danger, correct?
I don't know.
There were gunshots going off all night long, weren't there?
Sorta.
Firecrackers,
Fireworks,
gunshots?
yeah.
Hard to tell the difference?
Yeah.
Right after you kill Rosenbaum, there's 3 shots right after that, aren't there?
Yes.
From very close to where you were.
Yes.
Yet you don't turn and shoot anybody there after you hear those, did you?
No.
So, getting back to my original question, in this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a shot at you, did they?
No.
After you kill Anthony Huber, shoot Gage Grosskreutz, and attempt to fire those 2 shots at the person who jumped at you, you got up and you walked away, didn't you?
Yes.
And you're about, what, a block away from the police line?
Yes.
And you know that police line's there because you're running towards it.
Yes.
And there's really nothing in the road between you and that police line, is there? After the shooting? Everybody
No.
scatters?
No, nothing in the road.
So you have a clear line of sight from where you did those shootings to those law enforcement vehicles, correct?
Yes.
And you still have your AR-15,
Yes.
and the crowd is pretty much run after they hear the shots, right?
Yes.
You still have your medic bag,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
You never once offer to help anybody that you just shot, correct?
I don't.
Correct, you don't?
Correct.
Anthony Huber is lying there over on the ground after you shot him once in the chest, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know at that point whether he was alive or dead, did you?
I didn't.
You never went over to check, did you?
No.
You didn't know whether it was possible to save his life at that moment or not, did you?
I didn't.
And you didn't even care. You just kept on walking. Correct?
I kept walking to get to the police line.
Gage Grosskreutz, right after you shoot him in the arm, is yelling, "I need a medic." Did you hear that?
Yes.
That's in the videos, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't do anything to help him, do you?
No.
You just decide to get out of there as fast as you can. Correct?
Yes.
If you had seen someone running up the street with a gun and the crowd was saying that that person just shot someone, like they were saying about you, you would have taken action to stop them yourself, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't have.
You're running around putting out fires, aren't you?
Yes.
A shooting's far more serious than a fire, isn't it?
Yes.
You took it upon yourself to do the things that the police and the fire departments weren't doing that night, correct?
I helped put out fires, but I wouldn't say that.
You went around offering medical service because you didn't think there were EMTs or EMS that would be able to come in there, correct?
Yes.
So you took it upon yourself to do the things
that you didn't think the police or fire could do, correct?
I wouldn't say I took it upon myself, but I was helping people with first aid and putting out fires at businesses.
So if you saw someone running with a gun and everybody said that guy just shot someone, you would have taken your AR-15 and tried to stop him, wouldn't you? It goes to the crowd's reaction to him, Your Honor. I think you would have reacted the same way.
The crowd is important in terms of it's a factor that bears on some of the counts as to what the surroundings were. Otherwise, the crowd is unimportant, and what he might have done vis-a-vis the crowd is, I don't see where we're going.
Understood. When you got back to that police line and what'd you say? They pepper sprayed you?
I believe so, but I don't remember it.
They told you to get out of the road
Yes.
because they were going in there
Yes.
to do what you hadn't done, which is to try and help the people that you just shot, right?
Yes.
And then you went back after that to the 59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told them that you just shot someone.
Yes.
Someone, meaning an individual person, correct?
I wasn't meaning individual. I was saying I just shot someone. I just shot someone.
You were told by Nick Smith that the police were coming to your location, to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that.
And yet you decided to flee, didn't you?
No.
You didn't stick around for the police, did you?
I went to go turn myself into the Antioch Police Department.
A couple of hours later.
An hour.
It wasn't a couple hours. He knows what time it was.
I'm asking the witness if the witness can answer.
Go ahead, you could answer, sir.
It was a couple of hours later, wasn't it?
No.
And in between leaving that location in downtown Kenosha and getting to Antioch, you were looking at social media, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. My phone was dead.
You had heard from other people that your name was out there, right?
Later on in the evening, I believe I heard something, but no.
You knew that your picture was out there, right?
No.
You're telling me, as you sit here under oath, that after those shootings, between then and the time you turned yourself into the Antioch Police Department, you had no idea that there was social media out there with your picture and your name as the shooter.
I'm trying to recall, but I can't. I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
I have no further questions.
Nothing on that.
You may step down, sir.
Your Honor, witness, but before that call that witness, I need to use the men's room.
About a 5 to 10 minute break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. You may either use the jury room or you may remain down here in the library.
All right, again, we are watching this trial live. They are on a 5 to 10 minute break. During this break, I want us to shift gears because, as you know, we are covering both major trials. The other one is the trial out of Brunswick, Georgia, in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. 3 defendants charged in that case, Travis and Gregory McMichael, as well as William Roddy Bryan. Julia Janae has been there for Court TV covering this case in its entirety. I appreciate you still being with us, Julia. I understand court has concluded for the day, but tell us what's happened today.
Judge Ashley, court has wrapped for the day. The last witness on the stand was a 911 operator.
Again with a mute. This is
one of the last
interesting, so I kind of want
voices
to.
this jury heard was the voice of Travis McMichael, one of the defendants, calling police on a suspicious man inside of a home on February 11th. So only about 12 days before this incident back in 2020. And it's his first interaction face to face with Ahmaud Arbery, is what the prosecution has said and what the defense is also saying. They believe, as far
So
as the defense, that this interaction is what formed the belief in Travis McMichael's mind that Arbery was a threat that day. So the state obviously getting out in front of this information, sharing it with the jury,
what's
but
interesting
also
about
letting
this
them hear it in the entirety
is
of Travis McMichael confirming that he doesn't know that this person has stolen anything, but that he is concerned about whether or not he has a gun because he saw him reach for his pants. This is one of many
this is
law
going to come down
enforcement
to another
type and
self-defense
official
situation.
type witnesses who have been on the stand today. But there were two neighbors from the Satilla Shores area who took the stand today. Their first time that this jury has heard from people who are not officials, not authorities, talking about that day and all.
So I'm going to pause that for a second. And this is the Ahmaud Arbery case. If you guys remember down in Georgia, where the man was shot while running. There was an exchange that happened between the McMichaels, if I'm saying their name right, and he was shot and killed in the street, and it was filmed. What's going on right now is that in this case, similar to the one that we're dealing with right now, that we're looking at with Kyle Rittenhouse, is that they are talking about actually, yeah, Tracy's actually got sound. They're actually talking about self-defense and whether or not in this case the threat and the threat level is what they're talking about. Like, so right now the prosecution is talking to Kyle Rittenhouse about how threatened he felt. It's interesting because they're saying, did you think that he was going to shoot you? Did you think that he could have shot you from a distance? There's all these mitigating factors that he's talking about when it's going to come down to him just asking Kyle Rittenhouse. It would seem, granted for defense, yes, but for prosecution, no, that the easy question would be, did you feel like your life was in danger? Yes. Did you pull the trigger because you felt like you were in imminent danger? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Then they have to prove, like, did it look like he was in danger? And if we backtrack it from where we're looking with Gage, who had a gun, Huber with the skateboard, and then back before with Rosenbaum and the Zeminski popping off rounds prior to, and then being cornered in the previous threat of murder from the from Rosenbaum. Then there you go. And I think anyone that's like pulling for Kyle Rittenhouse would look at it from that angle. And then on the other side, the same questions could be asked, and people would have different answers probably. And would kind of adhere to the idea that he didn't need to be that, shouldn't have felt that. No, we're just on a break for the moment. They're just taking a quick 5 to 10. Then they're going to do a wrap. The trial could be over today though, Baba. I'm not sure. I mean, they just called Rittenhouse, so I don't know if there's anyone else that could I don't know who else they could bring up at this point. Lisa, you're very welcome. I'm glad I'm covering it as well. It's very personal to me. And again, this chat, this stream, this is public and it's for everybody. Be you brand yourself a conservative or a liberal, Democrat, Republican, human or robot, it doesn't matter. We welcome all and we encourage you to have conversations, but this isn't a place to start some kind of political battle it's not about Biden. It's not about Trump. It's not about that. This is about Kyle Rittenhouse in this case. So we allow people, the opportunity to share your opinions, views, and thoughts, as long as they're not, leading towards violence and or suggesting any kind of hate towards any group of people at all. So, and then just don't be an asset, and if you're not being an asset, then I won't have to knock you out of the chat, So my mods are doing a great job though of keeping this chat incredibly healthy, and I think you guys are doing. Thank you again, my mods, for Mod Squad over there for making it happen. Madison Edwards, no, not yet. I was trying to look at that, but we started getting some issues. But it's open for everybody, you guys. And I don't ban people just because they don't necessarily agree with me. Actually, usually I'll highlight comments that come up when people correct me when I'm wrong, or if I say something and I'm feeling some sort of way and somebody comes up with an idea or a thought or a comment, and those moments when I'm like, oh, okay. You'll see me. I'll pop it up and I'll give you the nod up. Like, okay, I hadn't thought about that. You know what I mean? Pam, honestly, I would answer. People are asking, what do you think? At this point, because I am moderating the show, it's better for me to leave it alone. and let the jury do what they're here to do. Because it is my show, and it comes to a point where once I start going in any one direction, I think that anything could happen at this point. In all fairness, prosecution right now is asking some questions that you can tell are triggering Kyle Rittenhouse on the stand. And that being said, a lot of people are triggered in the chat. You know, we have over 1,000 people watching right now, and I can imagine that there's a lot of people, like I said, that are like, man, we're getting kind of sketch about this. But then there's also the other half of people that are like, oh, it's happening now. This is about time, you know? So, who knows? Who knows where it's going to go? I don't. I know that Rittenhouse just got released from the stand. That being said, sorry, let me do this. It's down to, let's take him off there. Boom. He's not even in there anymore. They could very well turn this over to the jury. The defense could rest, at which point prosecution's already rested, defense rests. There's no more cross examination. The litigation aspect's done, and now it moves into the jury deliberation. And then it just comes down to what they're going to hit him with. I'm curious because there's different charges that are pending. Is he going to be charged with a life sentence? I don't think so. Is he going to be hit with 165 years? I don't think so. Do I think he walks away from this unscathed? No. Okay, yeah, Doom. So they might have another witness coming in. Yeah, and they have closing statements. You're right. So tomorrow will probably be, the big day for that. Then maybe Friday will be deliberation, and maybe we'll pick it back up on Monday with the results. I don't know. Could be Friday. Could be end of the day Friday. But let me make sure that we're not missing anything over here on this end. Yeah, like I said, it could go, there's potential for it to go either way. I'll tell you right now, though, one of the things that I am kind of feeling at this point is that there's a good chance.
This man literally goes to the strip.
Sorry. There's a good chance that wait, tomorrow's Veterans Day? It is tomorrow. You're right. I don't think they're having court tomorrow. So it might be come Monday. I don't know. I think that Kyle has a good chance of being hit with the possession of a firearm. Those types, and I have to pull up the charges again and look at exactly what he's being charged with. And then you got to go, there's first, second, third, fourth degree of different things. And then you've got, but I think what I'm getting at is I feel that right now prosecution feels pretty comfortable that they're going to have plenty of guilty verdicts for other felonies that were committed during the riots. Also, in the nights in question, you have gun charges that are brought up, gun-related charges that are being brought up against Dominic Black, Kyle Rittenhouse's buddy from the jump. You've got Zeminski being charged. You've got, court will be in session tomorrow. The judge said court will be in session tomorrow. I did not catch that, Rob. So, we've got plenty. The DA, like he said, his docket is full. He's got plenty of cases that he's going to be trying against people for felony charges. I keep saying felony charges because there's a ton of misdemeanor charges, like curfew violations, civil disobedience, things like that. But when it comes down to it, I think that the ADA right now is confident that he's going to have plenty of guilty verdicts coming out of this time, this tumultuous time in Kenosha. And maybe he's not worried too much about getting Kyle Rittenhouse the full-blown leveraged penalties or convictions that are staring him down right now. I don't know. Okay. But there's been a lot of things that have come up in this case that I think have opened the door, as they keep using that term, to other things in other court cases, much like the Ahmaud Arbery case, which is the terms are starting to become very parallel. he lunged for my gun. These and what does that mean? What is lunging is going to be maybe redefined as an aggressive. Let's look at what lunging is, right? So we'll ask her, hey Siri, what's the definition of lunging?
On it. As a noun, it means a sudden forward thrust of the body, typically with an arm outstretched to attack someone or seize something.
Okay, so wow, that actually a bit more telling than I was expecting. So according to Siri here, it's back on, and we're gonna jump back in. So, but according to Siri,
the observations he had made about the capacity of people to observe multiple objects, that's a poor way of summarizing it, that type of data, and when he talked about the car accidents, and I think it was limited to that, so he may have leftover impressions or opinions, but I don't expect I would be admitting any of that.
And I'm not intending to.
Okay.
This new written report has those, so I am objecting. It should not be admitted into evidence or shown to the jury.
All right, I don't expect it will be, and if he's offered, it'll, unless he's got some astonishing justification, then it won't be admitted because I said I wasn't. Okay, now, the question becomes, how long will this take? Shame on me, it's 20 to 5.
Yeah. It's been a long day too, I don't know.
Yeah.
If you did that.
But he's come here from Oregon and you want to get it in.
Well, no,
from
you're
Oregon.
available tomorrow, first thing.
Okay. I don't want to start with that.
I mean, if I thought you could get your direct in 20 minutes,
Absolutely not.
then why don't we wait till tomorrow? Well, I shouldn't say that. Tell me what is expected course of the case after that, because maybe I would let you if it.
So lunge, like it says, is a noun, sudden forward thrust of the body, typically with an arm outstretched to attack someone or seize something. And I think that definition is coming into play not only with Kyle Rittenhouse, but with the Ahmaud Arbery case that I'm trying to parallel, follow as well. I mean, it's
with this witness 3.
3? Raise your right hand.
You said with this witness. He said you better swear about that.
That's what we have under subpoena. Well, Mr. Black isn't under subpoena. We have Drew Hernandez and I said Bray to clear up the racking, the spent shell casings, and what evidence was recovered.
I don't want to. I thought Officer Van Wee testified to emptying the gun at the hospital.
At the crime scene, number 2, event
Right.
number 2, the state is saying that my client, Gage Grosskreutz,
I know what's being
re-racked
said.
the gun. If there was a
I understand that, and I thought that Officer Van Wee said that there was a full except for 8 shots, 8 bullets.
But there was no, the word I'm looking for, live round found at event number 2. So if there was a re-racking of that bolt, there would have been a live round. And
I counted and I came up with a full load, even without any bullet being found.
Maybe I'm just, and additionally, that Mr. Grosskreutz said he didn't know whether or not his gun had one in the chamber. Bukowski testified to it, and in fact, there is a live round right on the ground.
Oh, this is what your third. Okay, well, let's deal with the realities of it. Unless you gentlemen are prepared to tell me that you're going to send me your proposed instructions on within by 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. And unless you're going to tell me that you're going to argue for less than an hour and a half each, then we're going to end up either working Saturday or working on Monday. So let's take a vote here because the jury did clear Tuesday. And of course, I think I read once that Abraham Lincoln, when he took a vote on the Emancipation Proclamation, all the votes were no. And then he said, well, he said, but the deciding vote is aye. And
We're
so
about to
I'm going
find
to take
out.
a vote about what you folks want to do, but that doesn't mean it's going to come out the way you want. So
Spoken like a true grandfather. I'm going
Who
to tell you
wants to
something.
work Saturday?
You don't want to hear it.
I'll work Saturday, I'll work Monday, I'll do whatever the court asks me.
who wants to come back on Monday? Okay, so it's one to they don't care to, I'm going to vote with you on Monday. So, okay, so I know. Is it okay if I tell the jury we are hopeful that we will conclude the case on Monday? I understand that. Is there going to be extensive rebuttal?
I don't think it's going to be extensive.
You know it's going to be
Oh,
extensive.
Understood.
You know it's going to
Maybe
be
I'll tell them
extensive.
I expect that we'll finish in the time which was given to us, which was included Tuesday. And we'll see what happens. All right. Anything else before I call the jury down? Oh, and then I'm going to dismiss them for the day. And we'll start in the morning with Dr. Black. Anything else?
Dr. Black.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So email.
But are you telling me that would be chair?
I'm telling you that I'll do whatever you want.
If you want by 8?
Okay. We're talking just about the count 6, right?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll send you my preliminary. No, I won't do that. I'll send you my preliminary tonight. As long as we're not going to argument until next week. I'm not even going to promise that. Let's just
Cool.
All right.
What did we just figure out?
Let's call the jury down, dismiss them for the day. You don't have to send me anything tonight, and I won't send you anything. Oh.
Yeah, I'd say we will continue a little bit. If anyone wants to hang out after they retire, release the jury.
So they were
I think
just
we're going to stick around for a little bit.
logistics and whether or not, number one, the next.
I believe we're going to stick. I'm going to. Actually, you know what? We're going to be hitting our cutoff point at 8 hours here in 20 or 19 minutes. I need to get the schedule for the rest of the week, though. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now is whether or not we're going to be did they say court? Yeah. So is court tomorrow officially at 8 a.m.? So they're moving it up by an hour? Man, I'm confused. So we'll see. Yeah, Gino, good looking out on that. I appreciate it. Thank you for covering the trial. Listen to it all day at work. Appreciate the commentary on the scene videos. Much love and respect. Hey, thank you very much. And again, for all of the contributions that came in today, you guys, all of the super chats, the super stickers, the stars over on Facebook, and the direct contributions, you guys are really, I appreciate it. And it's actually, you guys have made it possible for me to go to Kenosha. So I will be out in Kenosha for the verdict. And for some time in between. So, and I'll be talking about that in between there. So I tell you what we're probably gonna end up doing on this one is when the jury comes back and they wrap, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna go live in my supporter chat for all of our supporters, and we're gonna do a wrap up. And excuse me, Brian Belch. I will do a wrap up with everybody in there, yeah, and we'll be able to kind of, I think we might even take a little bit of a look at the Ahmaud Arbery case, maybe talk about some of the the parallels that we're seeing between the Ahmaud Arbery case and the Kyle Rittenhouse case, and maybe take a look further at Brittany, thank you very much. Take a look a little bit further of a deeper dive at the charges that are being leveraged against Kyle Rittenhouse right now and what that means to Kyle Rittenhouse. So to the mods, yeah, stay with me. And we'll do a Q&A. Yeah, a Q&A on the case, on where we're at with things. And if you have anything that because we have, over 1,000 people in here most of the day, so it's tough to manage all the comments coming in. But that being said, I do want to make sure that I open the door for people to ask me any questions directly as my involvement with the case in the events that happened. So we'll figure it out as we move in to the mods. If we could go ahead and dial in how to maybe figure out the sub on the sub stream on YouTube, but in Facebook we will be doing we're going to go live for the supporters only at we're going to call it 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern, and 3 o'clock Pacific. Mods, if you'd go ahead and make that note, I'd appreciate it. We'll throw that up there. And supplements to him by 8 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight. Oh, so Tina, they're saying that they need to have everything into him by 8 p.m. tonight. So I think court will start at a regular time tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Standard, 7 a.m. Pacific. And of course, you lucky dogs out on the East got that 10 a.m. start time, which, man, I wish I could jump in on, because I don't sleep well at night. And then Barry, no one cares about mountain time, okay? Just be very clear about it. We know you're out in Montana, and nobody cares about mountain time. Unless you're in Montana and you're not Barry, then I do care. But if you are Barry and you're Montana, I don't care. Yeah. So Judy says she's waiting for the day that CJ actually sees me. Don't know what that means, but I'm looking forward to it as well. So yeah, so become a supporter, and the way to do that is going to be pinned on the Facebook page. This is not muted, so and so we're going to be doing that, like I said, that recap on the supporter page in Facebook. Definitely encourage everyone to come in, but they're not quite done with the case yet. They're going to bring in the jury and they're going to dismiss them, and hopefully we get a little bit more of a breakdown of what the the plan is here, like what we're gonna do. So who knows, man? Re-up, Rob. Yeah, man, get up in here. I need you back, Robbie. Need you back. Need you back on squad, bud. Need you in here. Need that love. Chrissy D413. It does. It has. And I honestly, you guys, I feel so much better after having gone through a lot of this. JC says, take care, little nut huggers. You're welcome. And you do the same. But it has done some amazing, like I said, the term catharsis keeps coming up in my sphere, in my lexicon of use. And it is definitely something that has been healthy for me to go through. So this is a rough one.
It was sad. It was,
I'm not good at watching people cry. Like I'm a sympathetic crier, you guys, but this was, that was hard to watch. I mean, for me, because either I'm sympathetically crying or I'm kind of like, I'm in cringe mode. Like, please stop. Please don't do that. So it's, this guy is, going through it, man. He's going through it. And after questions today, who knows, man? I mean, prosecution, like I said, he found some threads and he started pulling on those. And so who knows where that'll go? Who knows? There's a good chance that they might have found some angle with the jury. I don't know. And you guys remember, it's not about convincing us. I think everyone in here has their own viewpoint and vantage point pretty strongly about what they would like to see happen, where they feel like it's going to go. None of that matters. None of it matters at all, because it all comes down to this jury and what they're going to do about it. And what's crazy about this too, with the jury thing, is that this case has been so incredibly publicized. Everything about this, all the footage, the video, the talk, the chatter. You've had Rittenhouse being bannered up. Let me make sure I'm hearing this, or this is just when he was scolding.
Denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think
Oh, yeah.
that that made it okay for you without any advance notice to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, well, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because in my mind, and I argued this, it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Your Honor, with all due respect.
I'm not going to rehash the motion. That's absolutely untrue. No. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed, even if you're correct.
Judge ain't having it.
In your assumption that you know more than I did at the time, you should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this.
All right.
So
our own Chanley Painter told us earlier.
that was the judge earlier today, cracking off a can of old of yesteryear's I dare you, but don't do it for the prosecuting attorney, man. The ADA was basically he kept doing a workaround here, man. He was doing a workaround, and the judge wasn't having it, and he brought out the fire brimstone, and he did what, and I'm gonna say older folks do when they get so flustered that they talk themselves into a shut up. You know, you get these and then he got chill. Proceed. Which it cracks me up, but I do everything in my power not to infuriate my elders, because growing up, my elders were quick with a hand. So you don't piss them off, you might catch one. So yeah, the DA does make it easy not to like him. I'm not cool with the pejorative way in which in that term I've tossed around, in which he asked questions. So don't you think that it was dangerous for you to carry a gun in a crowd of people in the street on Earth during the first solstice of the new moon while Venus is in? Do you really? Come on, man, stop. Just stop, please, man. Please stop, man. But then he full on comes around and shows up and actually does what I thought was the unthinkable, and showed up with a line of questioning that had Kyle shook, had him rattled up, you know what I mean? And started talking to him about some other things that they're here at the end, that, you know, about the threat level that Gage posed. What it was interesting to me, and we'll talk about this in our wrap, in our supporter wrap here at we'll do it probably 3:05. Give everybody a chance to jump back in, get you guys a chance to set up your supporter, how to become a supporter. Yeah, mods, would you please post how to become a supporter on Facebook? We're going to pin a link, and it'll look a little something like that, and it'll be pinned to the comments in Facebook, and you can just click on that and come on in. And just so you know, what that does for me, the supporter badge, the supporters, it gives you access to all the supporter benefits, which are going to be things like what we're doing today, 505 Central, yeah, Jackie Cox, which will give us access to, it'll, after they end court, I have to wrap in 8 minutes on Facebook anyway, so 7 minutes. So I'll wrap there, and then we'll go into Turnic. I don't know that Tornic. I don't know what that means. Anyway, you'd have to go back and watch it, guys. Towards the end there, he got pretty shook up. But what we're going to do is, like I said, we'll have to wrap here and then we'll go back in there. But the supporter thing, what it does is it helps me forwardcast what I'm trying to accomplish with my stream, which is the show is to take it where we need to go so we can give you the coverage that I try to give you, which is things like what bring us so intimately involved in this case was our trip to Kenosha. What we're looking to do is I would love to get the supporter number up to 500. That'd be amazing. We're creeping up on 100 right now, and we're going to keep pushing. But right now, anyway, what we're doing is, and it makes, honestly, it's a great way to show support for me, as this is a viewer funded public broadcast, and everything here is generated. All the funds that are used for this stream are generated by the stream for the stream. So all of this goes back into it. And that's my lengthy explanation of what supporters do. So how do you become a supporter? Lisa, you should be able to please invest in a Bitcoin address so YouTube doesn't take 30% of my contribution. Gino, yeah, I was just hearing about this last night. Actually, I was talking to Kriston Harris from the Rundown Live, and I appreciate the contribution. First of all, thank you very much for that. And we'll actually do a segment on mods. Thanks for the penning the directions here. We're getting that dialed in, but we're gonna do a segment. Well, I'm sure we'll do plenty, but working with kind of understanding a little bit more about crypto and some of the things that are happening there. I just was on the phone for a minute with a friend of mine in Sacramento who was asking me to look into a crypto situation where there was a big fraud situation. A bunch of people got ripped off and had all their money drained from their accounts, and it's terrible and sad. But that's what freaks me out about crypto. You know what I mean? Also, it's just kind of confusing. I know there's people that get it, they got it, and it's understood. But for me, Mr. Technology here. Also, please consider becoming a supporter. On Facebook, on YouTube. Come on over to Facebook. I'd appreciate that, and we'll be able to. We're going to work on that platform here. So we have they need to get back into session here because no matter what, we're going to wrap on Facebook here in about 4 minutes. So, if for whatever reason the feed drops at in 4 minutes and we haven't come back into session, I'll still be live on YouTube. So if you're not a subscriber or if you're not subbed over on YouTube, come over and do it. Well, it's kind of nice too because you can watch it on your TV. Which as I was looking at analytics last night, there's a lot of folks that actually are watching on their televisions. So they haven't released a jury. I'm waiting on it right now. They said that they're going to bring the jury back in to release them. So unless they're saying that they did it without telling us, those Cherokees. We'll give it another 3.5 minutes here. And then stay tuned, jump into the supporter page, and we'll be going. I'll go live in there for a Q&A and a quick wrap up on some things and have people, whatever questions you might have, and we'll go into that for a little while. But Shauna, thank you so much for the stars. Yeah, hey, you guys, thanks so much for the stars on. We hit a mark that I was hoping to get, which is awesome. Become a paid supporter is what I'm looking for on Facebook. And that's the ask where we're at right now. And here's the supporter button. Yeah, become a supporter. Hit the blue become a supporter button, and I believe that's just down below in the comments somewhere in the world of down below. But sorry about the loud lip smack on that one. Background skateboard. Let me see. What do you do if you have a background? A skateboard to the head, a flying kick to the face, an armed man in front of you, aiming at your head, weapon in your hand, you pull or no pull. Now that's the question, right, Mark? Mark Newman's asking, what do you do when you have someone trying to kick you in the head, someone trying to hit you in the head? Tracy Lynn, thank you so much for that contribution. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, that's what they're trying to figure out. What do you do? What should he have done? Did he do the right thing? Did he not? we don't know. We don't know. We all can have our thoughts, but it's up to the jurors. Instructed to return 9 a.m. per minutes and on court website. I think they are done for the day. Oh, okay. Well, let's see what's up.
Was walking with a steel chain and he had a blue mask around his face, and
this is
he was
previously
just mad about something, and then he screamed, "If
recorded
sorry for my language," he screamed, "If I catch any of you fuckers alone, I'm going to kill you." I did what I had to do to stop the person who was attacking me
by killing them.
2 of them passed away, but I stopped the threat from attacking me.
Good looking, Jason.
That's right, run.
Ooh, welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm
That
Michael
was-
Ayala. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for joining me this evening.
And that is what we're going to talk about here in the next 5 minutes and 20 seconds. So you guys, thanks so much for tuning in today. I'm going to go ahead and cut the feed before it cuts out on me. I love you all. Thanks so much for the contributions and for being so amazingly chill in the chat. You guys make the community what it is, and you make it possible for us to keep doing what we do. I love you all. Become a supporter. Come on over to Facebook, and I'll be seeing you all here very, very soon. Give me 5 minutes, and we're back in.